441. The empire, which had been long thrown into a disturbed and unsettled state by the rebellion and violent death of its three last rulers, was at length restored to peace and security by the Flavian family, whose descent was indeed obscure, and which boasted no ancestral honors. But the public had no cause to regret its elevation, though it is acknowledged that Domitian met with the just reward of his avarice and cruelty. Titus Flavius Petro, a townsman of Rhete, whether a centurion or an avocatus of Pompey's party in the civil war, is uncertain, fled out of the battle of Pharsalia and went home, where, having at last obtained his pardon and discharge, he became a collector of the money raised by public sales in the way of auction. His son, surnamed Sabinus, was never engaged in the military service, though some say he was a centurion of the first order, and others that whilst he held that rank, he was discharged on account of his bad state of health. This Sabinus, I say, was a publican, and received the tax of the 40th penny in Asia. And there were remaining, at the time of the advancement of the family, several statues, which had been erected to him by the cities of that province, with this inscription: "To the honest tax farm." He afterwards turned usurer amongst the Helvetii, and there died, leaving behind him his wife, Vespasia Pella, and 2 sons by her, the elder of whom, Sabinus, came to be prefect of the city, and the younger, Vespasian, to be emperor. Palla, descended of a good family at Nursia, had for her father Vespasius Pollio, thrice appointed 442 military tribune, and at last prefect of the camp, and her brother was a senator of praetorian dignity. There is to this day, about 6 miles from Nursia, on the road to Spoltum, a place on the summit of a hill called Vespasii, where are several monuments of the Vespasi, a sufficient proof of the splendor and antiquity of the family. I will not deny that some have pretended to say that Petro's father was a native of Gallia Transpadana, whose employment was to hire workpeople who used to emigrate every year from the country of the Umbria into that of the Sabines to assist them in their husbandry, but who settled at last in the town of Rhete, and there married. But of this I have not been able to discover the least proof, upon the strictest inquiry. Roman 2. Vespasian was born in the country of the Sabines, beyond Rhete, in a little country seat called Phalacrine, upon the 5th of the calends of December, in the evening, in the consulship of Quintus Sulpicius Camerinus and Caius Poppaeus Sabinus, 5 years before the death of Augustus, and was educated under the care of Tertula, his grandmother by the father's side, upon an estate belonging to the family at Cosa. After his advancement to the empire, he used frequently to visit the place where he had spent his infancy, and the villa was continued in the same condition, that he might see everything about him just as he had been used to do. And he had so great a regard for the memory of his grandmother, that, upon solemn occasions and festival days, he constantly drank out of a silver cup which she had been accustomed to use. After assuming the manly habit, he had a long time a distaste for the senatorian toga, though his brother had obtained it, nor could he be persuaded by anyone but his mother to sue for that badge of honor. She at length drove him to it, more by taunts and reproaches than by her entreaties, 443, and authority, calling him now and then, by way of reproach, his brother's footman. He served as military tribune in Thrace. When made quaestor, the province of Crete and Cyrene fell to him by lot. He was candidate for the aedileship, and soon after for the praetorship, but met with a repulse in the former case, though at last, with much difficulty, he came in 6th on the poll books. But the office of praetor he carried upon his first canvass, standing amongst the highest at the poll. Being incensed against the Senate, and desirous to gain, by all possible means, the good graces of Caius, he obtained leave to exhibit extraordinary games for the emperor's victory in Germany, and advised them to increase the punishment of the conspirators against his life, by exposing their corpses unburied. He likewise gave him thanks in that august assembly for the honor of being admitted to his table. Roman 3. Meanwhile, he married Flavia Domitilla, who had formerly been the mistress of Statilius Capella, a Roman knight of Sabrata in Africa, who enjoyed Latin rights, and was soon after declared fully and freely a citizen of Rome, on a trial before the Court of Recovery, brought by her father Flavius Liberalis, a native of Ferentum, but no more than secretary to a quaestor. By her he had the following children: Titus, Domitian, and Domitilla. He outlived his wife and daughter, and lost them both before he became emperor. After the death of his wife, he renewed his union with his former concubine Kines, the freedwoman of Antonia, and also her amanuensis, and treated her, even after he was emperor, almost as if she had been his lawful wife. 444 Roman 4. In the reign of Claudius, by the interest of Narcissus, he was sent to Germany in command of a legion, whence being removed into Britain, he engaged the enemy in 30 several battles. He reduced under subjection to the Romans 2 very powerful tribes, and above 20 great towns, with the Isle of Wight, which lies close to the coast of Britain, partly under the command of Aulus Plautius, the consular lieutenant, and partly under Claudius himself. For this success he received the triumphal ornaments, and in a short time after 2 priesthoods, besides the consulship, which he held during the 2 last months of the year. The interval between that and his proconsulship he spent in leisure and retirement, for fear of Agrippina, who still held great sway over her son and hated all the friends of Narcissus, who was then dead. Afterwards he got by lot the province of Africa, which he governed with great reputation, excepting that once, in an insurrection at Adrumetum, he was pelted with turnips. It is certain that he returned thence nothing richer, for his credit was so low that he was obliged to mortgage his whole property to his brother, and was reduced to the necessity of dealing in mules for the support of his rank, for which reason he was commonly called the muleteer. He is said likewise to have been convicted of extorting from a young man of fashion 200,000 sesterces for procuring him the broad stripe, contrary to the wishes of his father, and was severely reprimanded for it. While in attendance upon Nero in Achaia, he frequently withdrew from the theater while Nero was singing, and went to sleep if he remained, which gave so much 445 offense that he was not only excluded from his society, but debarred the liberty of saluting him in public. Upon this, he retired to a small out-of-the-way town, where he lay skulking in constant fear of his life, until a province with an army was offered him. A firm persuasion had long prevailed through all the East, that it was fated for the empire of the world at that time to devolve on some who should go forth from Judea. This prediction referred to a Roman emperor, as the event showed. But the Jews, applying it to themselves, broke out into rebellion, and having defeated and slain their governor, routed the lieutenant of Syria, a man of consular rank, who was advancing to his assistance, and took an eagle, the standard, of one of his legions. As the suppression of this revolt appeared to require a stronger force and an active general, who might be safely trusted in an affair of so much importance, Vespasian was chosen in preference to all others, both for his known activity, and on account of the obscurity of his origin and name, being a person of whom, 446, there could be not the least jealousy. 2 legions, therefore, 8 squadrons of horse, and 10 cohorts, being added to the former troops in Judea, and taking with him his eldest son as lieutenant, as soon as he arrived in his province. He turned the eyes of the neighboring provinces upon him, by reforming immediately the discipline of the camp, and engaging the enemy once or twice with such resolution, that, in the attack of a castle, he had his knee hurt by the stroke of a stone, and received several arrows in his shield. After the deaths of Nero and Galba, whilst Otho and Vitellius were contending for the sovereignty, he entertained hopes of obtaining the empire, with the prospect of which he had long before flattered himself from the following omens. Upon an estate belonging to the Flavian family, in the neighborhood of Rome, there was an old oak, sacred to Mars, which, at the 3 several deliveries of Vespasia, put out each time a new branch, evident intimations of the future fortune of each child. The first was but a slender one which quickly withered away, and accordingly the girl that was born did not live long. The second became vigorous, which portended great good fortune, but the third grew like a tree. His father Sabinus, encouraged by these omens, which were confirmed by the augurs, told his mother that her grandson would be emperor of Rome, at which she laughed heartily, wondering, she said, that her son should be in his dotage whilst she continued still in full possession of her faculties. Afterwards in his aedileship, when Caius Caesar, being enraged at his not taking care to have the streets kept clean, ordered the soldiers to fill the bosom of his gown with dirt, some persons at that time construed it into a sign that the government, being trampled under foot and deserted in some civil commotion, would fall under his protection, and as it were into his lap. Once, while he was at dinner, a strange dog that wandered about the streets brought a man's hand and laid it under the table. And another time, while he was at supper, a plough ox, throwing the yoke off his neck, broke into the room, and after he had frightened away all the attendants, 447 on a sudden, as if he was tired, fell down at his feet, as he lay still upon his couch, and hung down his neck. A cypress tree likewise, in a field belonging to the family, was torn up by the roots, and laid flat upon the ground, when there was no violent wind. But next day it rose again fresher and stronger than before. He dreamt in Achaia that the good fortune of himself and his family would begin when Nero had a tooth drawn. And it happened that the day after, a surgeon coming into the hall showed him a tooth which he had just extracted from Nero. In Judea, upon his consulting the oracle of the divinity at Carmel, the answer was so encouraging as to assure him of success in anything he projected, however great or important it might be. And when Josephus, one of the noble prisoners, was put in chains, he confidently affirmed that he should be released in a very short time by the same Vespasian, but he would be emperor first. Some omens were likewise mentioned in the news from Rome, and among others, that Nero, towards the close of his days, was commanded in a dream to carry Jupiter's sacred chariot out of the sanctuary where it stood, to Vespasian's house, and conduct it thence into the circus. Also not long afterwards, as Galba was going to the election, in which he was created consul for the second time, a statue of the divine Julius turned towards the east. And in the field of Bedriacum, before the battle began, 2 eagles engaged in the sight of the army, and one of them being beaten, a third came from the east and drove away the conqueror. 448 Romans 6. He made, however, no attempt upon the sovereignty, though his friends were very ready to support him, and even pressed him to the enterprise, until he was encouraged to it by the fortuitous aid of persons unknown to him and at a distance. 2,000 men, drawn out of 3 legions in the Mosian army, had been sent to the assistance of Otho. While they were upon their march, news came that he had been defeated and had put an end to his life, notwithstanding which they continued their march as far as Aquileia, pretending that they gave no credit to the report. There, tempted by the opportunity which the disorder of the times afforded them, they ravaged and plundered the country at discretion, until at length, fearing to be called to an account on their return, and punished for it, they resolved upon choosing and creating an emperor. For they were no ways inferior, they said, to the army which made Galba emperor, nor to the Praetorian troops which had set up Otho, nor the army in Germany, to whom Vitellius owed his elevation. The names of all the consular lieutenants, therefore, being taken into consideration, and one objecting to one, and another to another for various reasons. At last some of the 3rd Legion, which a little before Nero's death had been removed out of Syria into Mosia, extolled Vespasian in high terms, and all the rest assenting, his name was immediately inscribed on their standards. The design was nevertheless quashed for a time, the troops being brought to submit to Vitellius a little longer. However, the fact becoming known, Tiberius Alexander, governor of Egypt, first obliged the legions under his command to swear obedience to Vespasian as their emperor, on the calends of July, which was observed ever after as the day of his accession to the empire. And upon the 5th of the Ides of the same month, the army in Judea, where he then was, also swore allegiance to him. What contributed greatly to forward the affair was a copy of a letter, whether real or counterfeit, which was circulated, and said to have been written by Otho before his decease to Vespasian, recommending to him in the most urgent terms to avenge his death, and entreating him to come to the aid of the Commonwealth. As well as a report which was circulated, that Vitellius, after his success against Otho, proposed to change the winter quarters of the legions and remove those in Germany to a less, 449, hazardous station and a warmer climate. Moreover, amongst the governors of provinces, Licinius Mucianus, dropping the grudge arising from a jealousy of which he had hitherto made no secret, promised to join him with the Syrian army, and, among the allied kings, Vologesus, king of the Parthians, offered him a reinforcement of 40,000 archers. Romans 7. Having therefore entered on a civil war and sent forward his generals and forces into Italy, he himself, in the meantime, passed over to Alexandria, to obtain possession of the key of Egypt. Here having entered alone, without attendants, the temple of Serapis, to take the auspices respecting the establishment of his power, and having done his utmost to propitiate the deity, upon turning round, Basilides appeared before him, and seemed to offer him the sacred leaves, chaplets, and cakes, according to the usage of the place. Although no one had admitted him, and he had long labored under a muscular debility, which would hardly have allowed him to walk into the temple. Besides which, it was certain that at the very time he was far away. Immediately after this, arrived letters with intelligence that Vitellius's troops had been defeated at Cremona, and he himself slain at Rome. Vespasian, the new emperor, having been raised unexpectedly from a low estate, wanted something which might clothe him with divine majesty and authority. This, likewise, was now added. A poor man who was blind and another who was lame came both together before him, when he was seated on the tribunal, imploring him to heal them, and saying that they were admonished 450 in a dream by the god Serapis to seek his aid, who assured them that he would restore sight to the one by anointing his eyes with his spittle, and give strength to the leg of the other, if he vouchsafed but to touch it with his heel. At first he could scarcely believe that the thing would anyhow succeed, and therefore hesitated to venture on making the experiment. At length, however, by the advice of his friends, he made the attempt publicly, in the presence of the assembled multitudes, and it was crowned with success in both cases. About the same time, at Tegea in Arcadia, by the direction 451 of some soothsayers, several vessels of ancient workmanship were dug out of a consecrated place, on which there was an effigy resembling Vespasian. Roman 8. Returning now to Rome under these auspices, and with a great reputation, after enjoying a triumph for victories over the Jews, he added 8 consulships to his former one. He likewise assumed the censorship, and made it his principal concern, during the whole of his government, first to restore order in the state, which had been almost ruined and was in a tottering condition, and then to improve it. The soldiers, one part of them emboldened by victory, and the other smarting with the disgrace of their defeat, had abandoned themselves to every species of licentiousness and insolence. Nay, the provinces, too, and free cities, and some kingdoms in alliance with Rome, were all in a disturbed state. He, therefore, disbanded many of Vitellius's soldiers, and punished others, and so far was he from granting any extraordinary favors to the sharers of his success, that it was late before he paid the gratuities due to them by law. That he might let slip no opportunity of reforming the discipline of the army, upon a young man, coming much perfumed to return him thanks, 452. For having appointed him to command a squadron of horse, he turned away his head in disgust, and giving him this sharp reprimand, "I had rather you had smelt of garlic," revoked his commission. When the men belonging to the fleet, who traveled by turns from Ostia and Puteoli to Rome, petitioned for an addition to their pay under the name of shoe money, thinking that it would answer little purpose to send them away without a reply, he ordered them for the future to run barefooted, and so they have done ever since. He deprived of their liberties Achaia, Lycia, Rhodes, Byzantium, and Samos, and reduced them into the form of provinces, Thrace also and Cilicia, as well as Commagene, which until that time had been under the government of kings. He stationed some legions in Cappadocia on account of the frequent inroads of the barbarians, and instead of a Roman knight, appointed as governor of it a man of consular rank. The ruins of houses which had been burnt down long before, being a great desight to the city, he gave leave to anyone who would, to take possession of the void ground and build upon it, if the proprietors should hesitate to perform the work themselves. He resolved upon rebuilding the capital, and was the foremost to put his hand to clearing the ground of the rubbish, and removed some of it upon his own shoulder. And he undertook, likewise, to restore the 3,000 tables of brass which had been destroyed in the fire which consumed the Capitol, searching in all quarters for copies of those curious and ancient records, in which were contained the decrees of the Senate, almost from the building of the city, as well as the acts of the people, relative to alliances, treaties, and privileges granted to any person. Roman 9. He likewise erected several new public buildings, namely, the Temple of Peace near the Forum, that of Claudius on the 453 Celian Mount, which had been begun by Agrippina, but almost entirely demolished by Nero, and an amphitheater in the middle of the city, upon finding that Augustus had projected such a work. He purified the senatorian and equestrian orders, which had been much reduced by the havoc made amongst them at several times, and was fallen into disrepute by neglect. Having expelled the most unworthy, he chose in their room the most honorable persons in Italy and the provinces. And to let it be known that those two orders differed not so much in privileges as in dignity, he declared publicly, when some altercation passed between a senator and a Roman knight, that senators ought not to be treated with scurrilous language unless they were the aggressors, and then it was fair and lawful to return it. The business of the courts had prodigiously accumulated, partly from old lawsuits, which, on account of the interruption that had been given to the course of justice, still remained undecided, and partly from the accession of new suits arising out of the disorder of the times. He therefore chose commissioners by lot to provide for the restitution of what had been seized by violence during the war, and others with extraordinary jurisdiction to decide causes belonging to the centumviri, and reduce them to as small a number as possible, for the dispatch of which, otherwise, the lives of the litigants could scarcely allow sufficient time. Lust and luxury, from the license which had long prevailed, had also grown to an enormous height. He, therefore, obtained a decree of the Senate that a woman who formed an union with the slave of another person should be considered, 454, a bondwoman herself, and that usurers should not be allowed to take proceedings at law for the recovery of money lent to young men whilst they lived in their father's family, not even after their fathers were dead. Roman 12. In other affairs, from the beginning to the end of his government, he conducted himself with great moderation and clemency. He was so far from dissembling the obscurity of his extraction that he frequently made mention of it himself. When some affected to trace his pedigree to the founders of Rhete and a companion of Hercules, whose monument is still to be seen on the Salarian road, he laughed at them for it. And he was so little fond of external and adventitious ornaments, that, on the day of his triumph, being quite tired of the length and tediousness of the procession, he could not forbear saying, he was rightly served, for having in his old age been so silly as to desire a triumph, as if it was either due to his ancestors, or had ever been expected by himself. Nor would he for a long time accept of the tribunician authority, or the title of father of his country. And in regard to the custom of searching those who came to salute him, he dropped it even in the time of the Civil War. Roman 13. He bore with great mildness the freedom used by his friends, the satirical allusions of advocates, and the petulance of philosophers. Licinius Mucianus, who had been guilty of notorious acts of lewdness, but presuming upon his great services, treated him very rudely, he reproved only in private. And when complaining of his conduct to a common friend of theirs, he concluded with these words, "However, I am a man." Salvius Liberalis, in pleading the cause of a rich man under prosecution, presuming to say, "What is it to Caesar if Hipparchus possesses 100 millions of sesterces?" He commended him for it. Demetrius, the Cynic philosopher, 455, who had been sentenced to banishment, meeting him on the road, and refusing to rise up or salute him, nay, snarling at him in scurrilous language, he only called him a cur. Roman 14. He was little disposed to keep up the memory of affronts or quarrels, nor did he harbor any resentment on account of them. He made a very splendid marriage for the daughter of his enemy Vitellius, and gave her, besides, a suitable fortune and equipage. Being in a great consternation after he was forbidden the court in the time of Nero, and asking those about him what he should do, or whither he should go. One of those whose office it was to introduce people to the emperor, thrusting him out, bid him go to Morbonia. But when this same person came afterwards to beg his pardon, he only vented his resentment in nearly the same words. He was so far from being influenced by suspicion or fear to seek the destruction of anyone, that, when his friends advised him to beware of Medius Pomponianus, because it was commonly believed, on his nativity being cast, that he was destined by fate to the empire, he made him consul, promising for him that he would not forget the benefit conferred. Roman 15. It will scarcely be found that so much as one innocent person suffered in his reign, unless in his absence, and without his knowledge, or, at least, contrary to his inclination, and when he was imposed upon. Although Helvidius Priscus was the only man who presumed to salute him on his return from Syria by his private name of Vespasian, and, when he came to be praetor, omitted any mark of honor to him, or even any mention of him in his edicts, yet he was not angry, until Helvidius proceeded to inveigh against him with the most scurrilous language. 456, though he did indeed banish him, and afterwards ordered him to be put to death, Yet he would gladly have saved him notwithstanding, and accordingly dispatched messengers to fetch back the executioners. And he would have saved him, had he not been deceived by a false account brought, that he had already perished. He never rejoiced at the death of any man, nay, he would shed tears and sigh at the just punishment of the guilty. Romans 16. The only thing deservedly blamable in his character was his love of money. For not satisfied with reviving the imposts which had been repealed in the time of Galba, he imposed new and onerous taxes, augmented the tribute of the provinces, and doubled that of some of them. He likewise openly engaged in a traffic, which is discreditable even to a private individual, buying great quantities of goods, for the purpose of retailing them again to advantage. Nay, he made no scruple of selling the great offices of the state to candidates, and pardons to persons under prosecution, whether they were innocent or guilty. It is believed that he advanced all the most rapacious amongst the procurators to higher offices, with the view of squeezing them after they had acquired great wealth. He was commonly said to have used them as sponges, because it was his practice, as we may say, to wet them when dry and squeeze them when wet. It is said that he was naturally extremely covetous, and was upbraided with it by an old herdsman of his, who, upon the emperor's refusing to enfranchise him gratis, which on his advancement he humbly petitioned for, cried out, that the fox changed his hair, but not his nature. On the other hand, some are of opinion that he was urged to his rapacious proceedings by necessity, and the extreme poverty of the treasury and exchequer, of which he took public notice in the beginning of his reign, declaring that no less than 400,000 millions of sesterces were wanting to carry on the government. This is the more likely to be true, because he applied to the best purposes what he procured by bad means. Romans 17. His liberality, however, to all ranks of people was excessive. He made up to several senators the estate required, 457 by law to qualify them for that dignity, relieving likewise such men of consular rank as were poor, with a yearly allowance of 500,000 sesterces, and rebuilt, in a better manner than before, several cities in different parts of the empire, which had been damaged by earthquakes or fires. Roman 18. He was a great encourager of learning and the liberal arts. He first granted to the Latin and Greek professors of rhetoric the yearly stipend of 100,000 sesterces each out of the exchequer. He also bought the freedom of superior poets and artists, and gave a noble gratuity to the restorer of the cone of Venus, and to another artist who repaired the Colossus. Some one offering to convey some immense columns into the Capitol at a small expense by a mechanical contrivance, he rewarded him very handsomely for his invention, but would not accept his service, saying, "Suffer me to find maintenance for the poor people." Roman 19. In the games celebrated when the stage scenery of 458, the theater of Marcellus, was repaired, he restored the old musical entertainments. He gave Apollinaris, the tragedian, 400,000 sesterces, and to Turpinus and Diodorus, the harpers, 200,000, to some 100,000, and the least he gave to any of the performers was 40,000, besides many golden crowns. He entertained company constantly at his table, and often in great state and very sumptuously, in order to promote trade. As in the Saturnalia he made presents to the men which they were to carry away with them, so did he to the women upon the calends of March, notwithstanding which he could not wipe off the disrepute of his former stinginess. The Alexandrians called him constantly Cybiosactes, a name which had been given to one of their kings who was sordidly avaricious. Nay, at his funeral, Favo, the principal mimic, personating him, and imitating, as actors do, both his manner of speaking and his gestures, asked aloud of the procurators how much his funeral and the procession would cost, and being answered 10 millions of sesterces, he cried out, "Give him but 100,000 sesterces, and they might throw his body into the Tiber if they would." Roman 20. He was broad-set, strong-limbed, and his features gave the idea of a man in the act of straining himself. In consequence, one of the city wits, upon the emperor's desiring him to say something droll respecting himself, facetiously answered, "I will, when you have done relieving your bowels." He enjoyed a good state of health, though he used no other means to preserve it than repeated friction, as much 459 as he could bear, on his neck and other parts of his body, in the tennis court attached to the baths, besides fasting 1 day in every month. Roman 21. His method of life was commonly this. After he became emperor, he used to rise very early, often before daybreak. Having read over his letters and the briefs of all the departments of the government offices, he admitted his friends, and while they were paying him their compliments, he would put on his own shoes and dress himself with his own hands. Then, after the dispatch of such business as was brought before him, he rode out, and afterwards retired to repose, lying on his couch with one of his mistresses, of whom he kept several after the death of Caenis. Coming out of his private apartments, he passed to the bath, and then entered the supper-room. They say that he was never more good-humored and indulgent than at that time, and therefore his attendants always seized that opportunity when they had any favor to ask. Roman 22. At supper, and indeed at other times, he was extremely free and jocose, for he had humor, but of a low kind, and he would sometimes use indecent language, such as is addressed to young girls about to be married. Yet there are some things related of him not void of ingenious pleasantry, amongst which are the following. Being once reminded by Mestrius Florus that plaustra was a more proper expression than plaustra, he the next day saluted him by the name of Florus. A certain lady pretending to be desperately enamored of him, he was prevailed upon to admit her to his bed, and after he had gratified her desires, he gave her 460,000 sesterces. When his steward desired to know how he would have the sum entered in his accounts, he replied, "For Vespasian's being seduced." Roman 23. He used Greek verses very wittily, speaking of a tall man who had enormous parts. Maxi Bibas, Cradon Dolichoskian Enchos, still shaking as he strode his vast long spear. And of Cyrillus, a freedman who being very rich had begun to pass himself off as freeborn, to elude the exchequer at his decease, and assumed the name of Laches, he said, O lackeys, lackeys epenapothanes, authis ex arches esse Kerillos. Ah, Laches, Laches, when thou art no more, thou'lt Cyrillus be called just as before. He chiefly affected wit upon his own shameful means of raising money, in order to wipe off the odium by some joke, and turn it into ridicule. One of his ministers, who was much in his favor, requesting of him a stewardship for some person, under pretense of his being his brother, he deferred granting him his petition, and in the meantime sent for the candidate, and having squeezed out of him as much money as he had agreed to give to his friend at court, he appointed him immediately to the office. The minister soon after renewing his application, "You must," said he, "find another brother, for the one you adopted is in truth mine." Suspecting once, during a journey, that his mule driver had alighted to shoe his mules, only in order to have an opportunity for allowing a person they met, who was engaged in a lawsuit, to speak to him, he asked him how much he got for shoeing his mules, and insisted on having a share of the profit. When his son Titus blamed him for even laying a tax upon urine, he applied to his nose a piece of the money he received in the first installment, and asked him if it stunk. And he replying no, and yet, said he, it is derived from urine. Some deputies having come to acquaint him that a large statue, which would cost a vast sum, was ordered to be erected for him at the public expense, he told them to pay it down immediately. 461, holding out the hollow of his hand, and saying, there was a base ready for the statue. Not even when he was under the immediate apprehension and peril of death could he forbear jesting. For when, among other prodigies, the mausoleum of the Caesars suddenly flew open, and a blazing star appeared in the heavens, one of the prodigies, he said, concerned Julia Calvina, who was of the family of Augustus, and the other, the king of the Parthians, who wore his hair long. And when his distemper first seized him, I suppose, said he, I shall soon be a god. Roman 24. In his 9th consulship, being seized, while in Campania, with a slight indisposition and immediately returning to the city, he soon afterwards went thence to Cutiliae, and his estates in the country about Rete, where he used constantly to spend the summer. Here, though his disorder much increased, and he injured his bowels by too free use of the cold waters, he nevertheless attended to the dispatch of business, and even gave audience to ambassadors in bed. At last, being taken ill of a diarrhea, to such a degree that he was ready to faint, he cried out, an emperor ought to die standing upright. In endeavoring to rise, he died in the hands of those who were helping him up, upon the 8th of the calends of July, being 69 years, 1 month, and 7 days old. Roman 25. All are agreed that he had such confidence in the calculations on his own nativity and that of his sons, that after several conspiracies against him, he told the Senate, that either his sons would succeed him or nobody. It is said likewise that he once saw in a dream a balance in the middle of the porch of the Palatine house exactly poised. In one 462, scale of which stood Claudius and Nero, in the other, himself and his sons. The event corresponded to the symbol, for the reigns of the two parties were precisely of the same duration. Neither consanguinity nor adoption, as formerly, but great influence in the army having now become the road to the imperial throne, no person could claim a better title to that elevation than Titus Flavius Vespasian. He had not only served with great reputation in the wars both in Britain and Judea, but seemed as yet untainted with any vice which could pervert his conduct in the civil administration of the empire. It appears, however, that he was prompted more by the persuasion of friends than by his own ambition to prosecute the attainment of the imperial dignity. To render this enterprise more successful, recourse was had to a new and peculiar artifice, which, while well accommodated to the superstitious credulity of the Romans, impressed them with an idea that Vespasian's destiny to the throne was confirmed by supernatural indications. But after his elevation, we hear no more of his miraculous achievements. The prosecution of the war in Britain, which had been suspended for some years, was resumed by Vespasian, and he sent thither Petilius Cerealis, who by his bravery extended the limits of the Roman province. Under Julius Frontinus, successor to that general, the invaders continued to make farther progress in the reduction of the island. But the commander who finally established the dominion of the Romans in Britain was Julius Agricola, not less distinguished for his military achievements than for his prudent regard to the civil administration of the country. He began his operations with the conquest of North Wales, whence passing over into the island of Anglesey, which had revolted since the time of Suetonius Paulinus, he again reduced it to subjection. Then proceeding northwards with his victorious army, he defeated the Britons in every engagement, took possession of all the territories in the southern parts of the island, and driving before him all who refused to submit to the Roman arms, penetrated even into the forests and mountains of Caledonia. He defeated the natives under Galgacus, their leader, in a decisive battle, and fixing a line of garrisons between the Friths of Clyde and Forth, he secured the Roman province from the incursions of the people who occupied the parts of the island, 463, beyond that boundary. Wherever he established the Roman power, he introduced laws and civilization amongst the inhabitants, and employed every means of conciliating their affection, as well as of securing their obedience. The war in Judea, which had been commenced under the former reign, was continued in that of Vespasian. But he left the siege of Jerusalem to be conducted by his son Titus, who displayed great valor and military talents in the prosecution of the enterprise. After an obstinate defense by the Jews, that city, so much celebrated in the sacred writings, was finally demolished, and the glorious temple itself, the admiration of the world, reduced to ashes. Contrary, however, to the will of Titus, who exerted his utmost efforts to extinguish the flames. The manners of the Romans had now attained to an enormous pitch of depravity, through the unbounded licentiousness of the times, and, to the honor of Vespasian, he discovered great zeal in his endeavors to effect a national reformation. Vigilant, active, and persevering, he was indefatigable in the management of public affairs, and rose in the winter before daybreak, to give audience to his officers of state. But if we give credit to the whimsical imposition of a tax upon urine, we cannot entertain any high opinion, either of his talents as a financier or of the resources of the Roman Empire. By his encouragement of science, he displayed a liberality, of which there occurs no example under all the preceding emperors, since the time of Augustus. Pliny the Elder was now in the height of reputation, as well as in great favor with Vespasian, and it was probably owing not a little to the advice of that minister that the emperor showed himself so much the patron of literary men. A writer mentioned frequently by Pliny, and who lived in this reign, was Licinius Mucianus, a Roman knight. He treated of the history and geography of the eastern countries. Juvenal, who had begun his satires several years before, continued to inveigh against the flagrant vices of the times. But the only author whose writings we have to notice in the present reign is a poet of a different class. C. Valerius Flaccus wrote a poem in 8 books on the expedition of the Argonauts, a subject which, next to the wars of Thebes and Troy, was in ancient times the most celebrated. Of the life of this author, biographers have transmitted no particulars, but we may place his birth in the reign of Tiberius, before all the writers who flourished in the Augustan age were extinct. He enjoyed the rays of the setting sun, which had illumined that glorious period, and he discovers the efforts of an ambition to recall its meridian splendor. As the poem was left, 464, incomplete by the death of the author, we can only judge imperfectly of the conduct and general consistency of the fable. But the most difficult part having been executed, without any room for the censure of candid criticism, we may presume that the sequel would have been finished with an equal claim to indulgence, if not to applause. The traditional anecdotes relative to the Argonautic expedition are introduced with propriety and embellished with the graces of poetical fiction. In describing scenes of tenderness, this author is happily pathetic, and in the heat of combat, proportionably animated. His similes present the imagination with beautiful imagery, and not only illustrate, but give additional force to the subject. We find in Flaccus a few expressions not countenanced by the authority of the most celebrated Latin writers. His language, however, in general, is pure, but his words are perhaps not always the best that might have been chosen. The versification is elevated, though not uniformly harmonious, and there pervades the whole poem an epic dignity, which renders it superior to the production ascribed to Orpheus or to that of Apollonius on the same subject. Titus Flavius Vespasianus Augustus. 465. Titus, who had the same cognomen with his father, was the darling and delight of mankind. So much did the natural genius, address, or good fortune he possessed tend to conciliate the favor of all. This was, indeed, extremely difficult after he became emperor, as before that time, and even during the reign of his father, he lay under public odium and censure. He was born upon the 3rd of the calends of January, 30th Dec. In the year remarkable for the death of Caius, near the Septizonium, in a mean house, and a very small and dark room, which still exists and is shown to the curious. Roman 2. He was educated in the palace with Britannicus and instructed in the same branches of learning and under the same masters. During this time, they say that a physiognomist being introduced by Narcissus, the freedman of Claudius, to examine the features of Britannicus, positively affirmed that he would never become emperor, but that Titus, who stood by, would. They were so familiar that Titus, being next him at table, is thought to have tasted of the fatal potion which put an end to Britannicus's life, and to have contracted from it a distemper which hung about him a long time. In remembrance of all these circumstances, he afterwards erected a golden statue of him in the Palladium, and dedicated to him an equestrian statue of ivory, attending it in the Circensian procession, in which it is still carried to this day. 466 Roman 3. While yet a boy, he was remarkable for his noble endowments both of body and mind, and as he advanced in years, they became still more conspicuous. He had a fine person, combining an equal mixture of majesty and grace, was very strong, though not tall, and somewhat corpulent. Gifted with an excellent memory and a capacity for all the arts of peace and war. He was a perfect master of the use of arms and writing, very ready in the Latin and Greek tongues, both in verse and prose, and such was the facility he possessed in both, that he would harangue and versify extempore. Nor was he unacquainted with music, but could both sing and play upon the harp sweetly and scientifically. I have likewise been informed by many persons that he was remarkably quick in writing shorthand, would in merriment and just engage with his secretaries in the imitation of any handwriting he saw, and often say that he was admirably qualified for forgery. Roman 4. He filled with distinction the rank of a military tribune both in Germany and Britain, in which he conducted himself with the utmost activity and no less modesty and reputation, as appears evident from the great number of statues, with honorable inscriptions, erected to him in various parts of both those provinces. After serving in the wars, he frequented the courts of law, but with less assiduity than applause. About the same time, he married Euricia, the daughter of Tertullus, who was only a knight but had formerly been prefect of the Praetorian Guards. After her decease, he married Marcia Furnilla, of a very noble family, but afterwards divorced her, taking from her the daughter he had by her. Upon the expiration of his quaestorship, he was raised to the rank of commander of a legion, and took the 2 strong cities of Tarichaea and Gamala in Judea, and having his horse killed under him in a battle, he mounted another, whose rider he had encountered and slain. Soon afterwards, when Galba came to be emperor, he was sent to congratulate him, and turned the eyes of all people upon himself, wherever he came, it being the general opinion amongst them that the emperor had sent for him with a design to adopt him for his son. But finding all things again in confusion, he turned back upon the road, and going to consult, 467, the oracle of Venus at Paphos about his voyage, he received assurances of obtaining the empire for himself. These hopes were speedily strengthened, and being left to finish the reduction of Judea, in the final assault of Jerusalem, he slew 7 of its defenders with the like number of arrows, and took it upon his daughter's birthday. So great was the joy and attachment of the soldiers, that, in their congratulations, they unanimously saluted him by the title of emperor, and, upon his quitting the province soon afterwards, would needs have detained him, earnestly begging him, and that not without threats, either to stay or take them all with him. This occurrence gave rise to the suspicion of his being engaged in a design to rebel against his father, and claim for himself the government of the East, and the suspicion increased when, on his way to Alexandria, he wore a diadem at the consecration of the ox Apis at Memphis, and though he did it only in compliance with an ancient religious usage of the country, yet there was some who put a bad construction upon it. Making, therefore, what haste he could into Italy, he arrived first at Rhegium, and sailing thence in a merchant ship to Puteoli, went to Rome with all possible expedition. Presenting himself unexpectedly to his father, he said, by way of contradicting the strange reports raised concerning him, "I am come, father, I am come." Romans 6. From that time he constantly acted as colleague with his father, and indeed as regent of the empire. He triumphed 468 with his father, bore jointly with him the office of censor, and was besides his colleague not only in the tribunician authority, but in 7 consulships. Taking upon himself the care and inspection of all offices, he dictated letters, wrote proclamations in his father's name, and pronounced his speeches in the Senate in place of the quaestor. He likewise assumed the command of the Praetorian Guards, although no one but a Roman knight had ever before been their prefect. In this he conducted himself with great haughtiness and violence, taking off without scruple or delay all those he had most reason to suspect, after he had secretly sent his emissaries into the theaters and camp to demand, as if by general consent, that the suspected persons should be delivered up to punishment. Among these he invited to supper Caecina, a man of consular rank, whom he ordered to be stabbed at his departure, immediately after he had gone out of the room. To this act, indeed, he was provoked by an imminent danger, for he had discovered a writing under the hand of Caecina containing an account of a plot hatched among the soldiers. By these acts, though he provided for his future security, yet for the present he so much incurred the hatred of the people, that scarcely ever anyone came to the empire with a more odious character or more universally disliked. Romans 7. Besides his cruelty, he lay under the suspicion of giving 469 way to habits of luxury, as he often prolonged his revels till midnight with the most riotous of his acquaintance. Nor was he unsuspected of lewdness, on account of the swarms of catamites and eunuchs about him, and his well-known attachment to Queen Berenice, who received from him, as it is reported, a promise of marriage. He was supposed besides to be of a rapacious disposition, for it is certain that in causes which came before his father he used to offer his interest for sale and take bribes. In short, people publicly expressed an unfavorable opinion of him and said he would prove another Nero. This prejudice, however, turned out in the end to his advantage and enhanced his praises to the highest pitch when he was found to possess no vicious propensities, but, on the contrary, the noblest virtues. His entertainments were agreeable rather than extravagant, and he surrounded himself with such excellent friends that the succeeding princes adopted them as most serviceable to themselves and the state. He immediately sent away Berenice from the city, much against both their inclinations. Some of his old eunuchs, though such accomplished dancers that they bore an uncontrollable sway upon the stage, he was so far from treating with any extraordinary kindness that he would not so much as witness their performances in the crowded theater. He violated no private right, 470, and if ever man refrained from injustice, he did. Nay, he would not accept of the allowable and customary offerings. Yet, in munificence, he was inferior to none of the princes before him. Having dedicated his amphitheater, and built some warm baths close by it with great expedition, he entertained the people with most magnificent spectacles. He likewise exhibited a naval fight in the old Naumatia, besides a combat of gladiators, and in one day brought into the theater 5,000 wild beasts of all kinds. 471, Roman 8. He was by nature extremely benevolent, for whereas all the emperors after Tiberius, according to the example he had set them, would not admit the grants made by former princes to be valid, unless they received their own sanction, he confirmed them all by one general edict, without waiting for any applications respecting them. Of all who petitioned for any favor, he sent none away without hopes. And when his ministers represented to him that he promised more than he could perform, he replied, "No one ought to go away downcast from an audience with his prince." Once at supper, reflecting that he had done nothing for any that day, he broke out into that memorable and justly admired saying, "My friends, I have lost a day." More particularly, he treated the people on all occasions with so much courtesy that, on his presenting them with a show of gladiators, he declared, he should manage it, not according to his own fancy, but that of the spectators, and did accordingly. He denied them nothing, and very frankly encouraged them to ask what they pleased. Espousing the cause of the Thracian party among the gladiators, he frequently joined in the popular demonstrations in their favor, but without compromising his dignity or doing injustice. To omit no opportunity of acquiring popularity, he sometimes made use himself of the baths he had erected, without excluding the common people. There happened in his reign some dreadful accidents, an eruption of Mount Vesuvius in Campania and a fire in Rome, which continued during 3 days and 3 nights, besides a plague, such as was scarcely ever known before. Amidst these many great disasters, he not only manifested the concern, 472, which might be expected from a prince, but even the affection of a father for his people, one while comforting them by his proclamations, and another while relieving them to the utmost of his power. He chose by lot, from amongst the men of consular rank, commissioners for repairing the losses in Campania. The estates of those who had perished by the eruption of Vesuvius, and who had left no heirs, he applied to the repair of the ruined cities. With regard to the public buildings destroyed by fire in the city, he declared that nobody should be a loser but himself. Accordingly, he applied all the ornaments of his palaces to the decoration of the temples and purposes of public utility, and appointed several men of the equestrian order to superintend the work. For the relief of the people during the plague, he employed, in the way of sacrifice and medicine, all means both human and divine. Amongst the calamities of the times were informers and their agents, a tribe of miscreants who had grown up under the license of former reigns. These he frequently ordered to be scourged or beaten with sticks in the forum, and then, after he had obliged them to pass through the amphitheater as a public spectacle, commanded them to be sold for slaves, or else banished them to some rocky islands. and to discourage such practices for the future. Amongst other things, he prohibited actions to be successively brought under different laws for the same cause, or the state of affairs of deceased persons to be inquired into after a certain number of years. Roman 9. Having declared that he accepted the office of Pontifex Maximus for the purpose of preserving his hands undefiled, he faithfully adhered to his promise. For after that time, he was neither directly nor indirectly concerned in the death of any person, though he sometimes was justly irritated. He swore that he would perish himself, rather than prove the destruction of any man. 2 men of patrician rank being convicted of aspiring to the empire, he only advised them to desist, saying that the sovereign power was disposed of by fate, and promised them that if there was anything else they desired of him, he would grant it. He also immediately sent messengers to the mother of one of them, who was at a great distance, and in deep anxiety about her son, to assure her of his safety. Nay, he not only invited them to sup with 473 him, but next day, at a show of gladiators, purposely placed them close by him, and handed to them the arms of the combatants for his inspection. It is said likewise that having had their nativities cast, he assured them that a great calamity was impending on both of them, but from another hand, and not from his. Though his brother was continually plotting against him, almost openly stirring up the armies to rebellion, and contriving to get away, yet he could not endure to put him to death, or to banish him from his presence, nor did he treat him with less respect than before. But from his first accession to the empire, he constantly declared him his partner in it, and that he should be his successor, begging of him sometimes in private, with tears in his eyes, to return the affection he had for him. Amidst all these favorable circumstances, he was cut off by an untimely death, more to the loss of mankind than himself. At the close of the public spectacles, he wept bitterly in the presence of the people, and then retired into the Sabine country, rather melancholy, because a victim had made its escape while he was sacrificing, and loud thunder had been heard while the atmosphere was serene. At the first resting place on the road, he was seized with a fever, and being carried forward in a litter, they say that he drew back the curtains and looked up to heaven, complaining heavily that his life was taken from him, though he had done nothing to deserve it, for there was no action of his that he had occasion to repent of, but one. What that was, he neither disclosed himself, nor is it easy for us to conjecture. Some imagine that he alluded to the connection which he had formerly had with his brother's wife. But Domitia solemnly denied it on oath, which she would never have done had there been any truth in the report. Nay, she would certainly have gloried in it, as she was forward enough to boast of all her scandalous intrigues. Zahi died in the same villa where his father had died, 474 before him, upon the Ides of September, 2 years, 2 months, and 20 days after he had succeeded his father, and in the 140th year of his age. As soon as the news of his death was published, all people mourned for him, as for the loss of some near relative. The Senate assembled in haste, before they could be summoned by proclamation, and locking the doors of their house at first, but afterwards opening them, gave him such thanks, and heaped upon him such praises, now he was dead, as they never had done whilst he was alive and present amongst them. Titus Flavius Vespasian, the younger, was the first prince who succeeded to the empire by hereditary right, and having constantly acted, after his return from Judea, as colleague with his father in the administration, he seemed to be as well qualified by experience as he was by abilities for conducting the affairs of the empire. But with respect to his natural disposition and moral behavior, the expectations entertained by the public were not equally flattering. He was immoderately addicted to luxury. He had betrayed a strong inclination to cruelty, and he lived in the habitual practice of lewdness, no less unnatural than intemperate. But, with a degree of virtuous resolution unexampled in history, he had no sooner taken into his hands the entire reins of government than he renounced every vicious attachment. Instead of wallowing in luxury, as before, he became a model of temperance. Instead of cruelty, he displayed the strongest proofs of humanity and benevolence, and in the room of lewdness, he exhibited a transition to the most unblemished chastity and virtue. In a word, so sudden and great a change was never known in the character of mortal, and he had the peculiar glory to receive the appellation of the darling and delight of mankind. Under a prince of such a disposition, the government of the empire could not but be conducted with the strictest regard to the public welfare. The reform, which was begun in the late reign, he prosecuted with the most ardent application. And, had he lived for a longer time, it is probable that his authority and example would have produced the most beneficial effects upon the manners of the Romans. During the reign of this emperor, in the 79th year of 475, the Christian era, happened the first eruption of Mount Vesuvius, which has ever since been celebrated for its volcano. Before this time, Vesuvius is spoken of, by ancient writers, as being covered with orchards and vineyards, and of which the middle was dry and barren. The eruption was accompanied by an earthquake, which destroyed several cities of Campania, particularly Pompeii and Herculaneum, while the lava, pouring down the mountain in torrents, overwhelmed in various directions the adjacent plains. The burning ashes were carried not only over the neighboring country, but as far as the shores of Egypt, Libya, and even Syria. Amongst those to whom this dreadful eruption proved fatal was Pliny, the celebrated naturalist, whose curiosity to examine the phenomenon led him so far within the verge of danger that he could not afterwards escape. Pliny, surnamed the Elder, was born at Verona of a noble family. He distinguished himself early by his military achievements in the German War, received the dignity of an augur at Rome, and was afterwards appointed governor of Spain. In every public character, he acquitted himself with great reputation and enjoyed the esteem of the several emperors under whom he lived. The assiduity with which he applied himself to the collection of information, either curious or useful, surpasses all example. From an early hour in the morning until late at night, he was almost constantly employed in discharging the duties of his public station, in reading or hearing books read by his amanuensis, and in extracting from them whatever seemed worthy of notice. Even during his meals, and while traveling in his carriage upon business, he prosecuted with unremitting zeal and diligence his taste for inquiry and compilation. No man ever displayed so strong a persuasion of the value of time, or availed himself so industriously of it. He considered every moment as lost which was not employed in literary pursuits. The books which he wrote, in consequence of this indefatigable exertion, were, according to the account transmitted by his nephew, Pliny the Younger, numerous and on various subjects. The catalogue of them is as follows: a book on equestrian archery, which discovered much skill in the art; the Life of Q. Pomponius Secundus; 20 books of the wars of Germany; a complete treatise on the education of an orator, in 6 volumes; 8 books of doubtful discourses, written in the latter part of the reign of Nero, when every kind of moral discussion was attended with danger; with 160 volumes of remarks on the writings of the various authors which he had perused. For the last-mentioned production only, and before it was brought near to its accomplishment, we are told that he, 476, was offered by Largius Licinius 400,000 sesterces, amounting to upwards of £3,200 sterling, an enormous sum for the copyright of a book before the invention of printing. But the only surviving work of this voluminous author is his Natural History, in 37 books, compiled from the various writers who had treated of that extensive and interesting subject. If we estimate this great work either by the authenticity of the information which it contains, or its utility in promoting the advancement of arts and sciences, we should not consider it as an object of any extraordinary encomiums. But when we view it as a literary monument, which displays the whole knowledge of the ancients, relative to natural history, collected during a period of about 700 years, from the time of Thales the Milesian, it has a just claim to the attention of every speculative inquirer. It is not surprising that the progress of the human mind, which in moral science, after the first dawn of inquiry, was rapid both amongst the Greeks and Romans, should be slow in the improvement of such branches of knowledge as depended entirely on observation and facts, which were peculiarly difficult of attainment. Natural knowledge can only be brought to perfection by the prosecution of inquiries in different climates, and by a communication of discoveries amongst those by whom it is cultivated. But neither could inquiries be prosecuted, nor discoveries communicated, with success, while the greater part of the world was involved in barbarism, while navigation was slow and limited, and the art of printing unknown. The consideration of these circumstances will afford sufficient apology for the imperfect state in which natural science existed amongst the ancients. But we proceed to give an abstract of their extent as they appear in the compilation of Pliny. This work is divided into 37 books, the first of which contains the preface, addressed to the Emperor Vespasian, probably the father, to whom the author pays high compliments. The second book treats of the world, the elements, and the stars. In respect to the world, or rather the universe, the author's opinion is the same with that of several ancient philosophers, that it is a deity, uncreated, infinite, and eternal. Their notions, however, as might be expected, on a subject so incomprehensible, are vague, confused, and imperfect. In a subsequent chapter of the same book, where the nature of the deity is more particularly considered, the author's conceptions of infinite power are so inadequate that, by way of consolation for the limited powers of man, he observes that there are many things even beyond the power of the Supreme Being. Such, for instance, as the annihilation of his own existence, to which the author adds the power, 477, of rendering mortals eternal and of raising the dead. It deserves to be remarked that, though a future state of rewards and punishments was maintained by the most eminent among the ancient philosophers, the resurrection of the body was a doctrine with which they were wholly unacquainted. The author next treats of the planets and the periods of their respective revolutions, of the stars, comets, winds, thunder, lightning, and other natural phenomena, concerning all which he delivers the hypothetical notions maintained by the ancients, and mentions a variety of extraordinary incidents which had occurred in different parts of the world. The third book contains a general system of geography, which is continued through the fourth, fifth, and sixth books. The seventh treats of conception and the generation of the human species, with a number of miscellaneous observations, unconnected with the general subject. The eighth treats of quadrupeds, the ninth of aquatic animals, the 10th of birds, the 11th of insects and reptiles, the 12th of trees, the 13th of ointments and of trees which grow near the seacoast, the 14th of vines, the 15th of fruit trees, the 16th of forest trees, the 17th of the cultivation of trees, the 18th of agriculture, the 19th of the nature of lint, hemp, and similar productions, the 20th of the medicinal qualities of vegetables cultivated in gardens, the 21st of flowers, the 22nd of the properties of herbs, the 23rd of the medicines yielded by cultivated trees, the 24th of medicines derived from forest trees, the 25th of the properties of wild herbs and the origin of their use, the 26th of other remedies for diseases and of some new diseases, the 27th of different kinds of herbs, the 28th, 29th, and 30th of medicines procured from animals, the 31st and 32nd of medicines obtained from aquatic animals with some extraordinary facts relative to the subject, the 33rd of the nature of metals, the 34th of brass, iron, lead, and tin, the 35th of pictures and observations relative to painting, the 36th of the nature of stones and marbles, the 37th of the origin of gems. To the contents of each book, the author subjoins a list of the writers from whom his observations have been collected. Of Pliny's talents as a writer, it might be deemed presumptuous to form a decided opinion from his natural history, which is avowedly a compilation from various authors, and executed with greater regard to the matter of the work than to the elegance of composition. Making allowance, however, for a degree of credulity common to the human mind in the early stage of physical 478 researches, he is far from being deficient in the essential qualifications of a writer of natural history. His descriptions appear to be accurate, his observations precise, his narrative is in general perspicuous, and he often illustrates his subject by a vivacity of thought, as well as by a happy turn of expression. It has been equally his endeavor to give novelty to stale disquisitions and authority to new observations. He has both removed the rust and dispelled the obscurity which enveloped the doctrines of many ancient naturalists. But, with all his care and industry, he has exploded fewer errors and sanctioned a greater number of doubtful opinions than was consistent with the exercise of unprejudiced and severe investigation. Pliny was 56 years of age at the time of his death, the manner of which is accurately related by his nephew, the elegant Pliny the Younger, in a letter to Tacitus, who entertained a design of writing the life of the naturalist. Titus Flavius Domitianus. 479. Domitian was born upon the 9th of the calends of November 24th October, when his father was consul-elect, being to enter upon his office the month following, in the 6th region of the city, at the Pomegranate, in the house which he afterwards converted into a temple of the Flavian family. He is said to have spent the time of his youth in so much want and infamy that he had not one piece of plate belonging to him, and it is well known that Clodius Pollio, a man of Praetorian rank, against whom there is a poem of Nero's extant entitled Lucio, kept a note in his handwriting, which he sometimes produced, in which Domitian made an assignation with him for the foulest purposes. Some likewise have said that he prostituted himself to Nerva, who succeeded him. In the war with Vitellius, he fled into the capital with his uncle Sabinus, and a part of the troops they had in the city. But the enemy breaking in and the temple being set on fire, he hid himself all night with the sacristan. And next morning, assuming the disguise of a worshipper of Isis, and mixing with the priests of that idol superstition, he got over the Tiber with only one attendant, to the house of a woman who was the mother of one of his school fellows, and lurked there so close that, though the enemy who were at his heels searched very strictly after him, they could not discover him. At last, after the success of his party appearing in public and being unanimously saluted by the title of Caesar, he assumed the office of praetor of the city, with consular authority, but in fact had nothing but the name. For the jurisdiction he transferred to his next colleague. He used, however, his absolute 480 power so licentiously that even then he plainly discovered what sort of prince he was likely to prove. Not to go into details, after he had made free with the wives of many men of distinction, he took Domitia Longina from her husband, alias Lamia, and married her, and in one day disposed of above 20 offices in the city and the provinces, upon which Vespasian said several times, he wondered he did not send him a successor too. Roman 2. He likewise designed an expedition into Gaul and Germany without the least necessity for it, and contrary to the advice of all his father's friends. And this he did only with the view of equaling his brother in military achievements and glory. But for this he was severely reprimanded, and that he might the more effectually be reminded of his age and position, was made to live with his father, and his litter had to follow his father's and brother's carriage as often as they went abroad. But he attended them in their triumph for the conquest of Judea, mounted on a white horse. Of the 6 consulships which he held, only one was ordinary, and that he obtained by the cession and interest of his brother. He greatly affected a modest behavior, and above all a taste for poetry, insomuch that he rehearsed his performances in public, though it was an art he had formerly little cultivated, and which he afterwards despised and abandoned. Devoted, however, as he was at this time to poetical pursuits, yet when Vologeses, king of the Parthians, desired succors against the Alani, with one of Vespasian's sons to command them, he labored hard to procure for himself that appointment. But the scheme proving abortive, he endeavored by presents and promises to engage other kings of the East to make a similar request. After his father's death, he was for some time in doubt whether he should not offer the soldiers a donative double to that of his brother, and made no scruple of saying frequently that he had been left his partner in the empire, but that his father's will had been fraudulently set aside. From that time forward, he was constantly engaged in plots against his brother, both publicly and privately, until, falling dangerously ill, he ordered all his attendants to 481 leave him, under pretense of his being dead before he really was so, and at his decease paid him no other honor than that of enrolling him amongst the gods, and he often, both in speeches and edicts, carped at his memory by sneers and insinuations. Roman 3. In the beginning of his reign, he used to spend daily an hour by himself in private, during which time he did nothing else but catch flies and stick them through the body with a sharp pin. When someone therefore inquired whether anyone was with the emperor, it was significantly answered by Vibius Crispus, not so much as a fly. Soon after his advancement, his wife Domitia, by whom he had a son in his second consulship, and whom the year following he complimented with the title of Augusta, being desperately in love with Paris, the actor, he put her away. But within a short time afterwards, being unable to bear the separation, he took her again, under pretense of complying with the people's importunity. During some time, there was in his administration a strange mixture of virtue and vice, until at last his virtues themselves degenerated into vices. Being, as we may reasonably conjecture concerning his character, inclined to avarice through want and to cruelty through fear. Roman 4. He frequently entertained the people with most magnificent and costly shows, not only in the amphitheater but the circus, where, besides the usual races with chariots drawn by 2 or 4 horses abreast, he exhibited the representation of an engagement between both horse and foot and a sea fight in the amphitheater. The people were also entertained with the chase of wild beasts and the combat of gladiators, even in the night time, by torchlight. Nor did men only fight in these spectacles, but women also. He constantly attended at the games given by the quaestors, which had been disused for some time, but were revived by him, and upon those occasions always gave the people the liberty of demanding 2 pair of gladiators out of his own school, who appeared last in court uniforms. Whenever he attended the shows of gladiators, there stood at his feet a little boy dressed in scarlet, with a prodigiously small head, with whom he used to talk very much and sometimes seriously. We are assured that he was 482 overheard asking him if he knew for what reason he had in the late appointment made Medius Rufus governor of Egypt. He presented the people with naval fights performed by fleets almost as numerous as those usually employed in real engagements, making a vast lake near the Tiber and building seats round it. And he witnessed them himself during a very heavy rain. He likewise celebrated the secular games, reckoning not from the year in which they had been exhibited by Claudius, but from the time of Augustus's celebration of them. In these, upon the day of the Circensian sports, in order to have 100 races performed, he reduced each course from 7 rounds to 5. He likewise instituted, in honor of Jupiter Capitolinus, a solemn contest in music to be performed every 5 years, besides horse racing and gymnastic exercises with more prizes than are at present allowed. There was also a public performance in elocution, both Greek and Latin, and besides the musicians who sung to the harp, there were others who played concerted pieces or solos, without vocal accompaniment. Young girls also ran races in the stadium, at which he presided in his sandals, dressed in a purple robe, made after the Grecian fashion, and wearing upon his head a golden crown bearing the effigies of Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, with the flamen of Jupiter, and the college of priests sitting by his side in the same dress, excepting only that their crowns had also his own image on them. He celebrated also upon the Alban Mount every year the festival of Minerva, for whom he had appointed a college of priests, out of which were chosen by lot persons to preside as governors over the college, who were obliged to entertain the people with extraordinary chases of wild beasts and stage plays, besides contests for prizes in oratory and poetry. He thrice bestowed upon the people a largess of 300 sesterces each man, and, at a public show of gladiators, a very plentiful feast. At the festival of the 7 Hills, he distributed large hampers of provisions, 483, to the senatorian and equestrian orders, and small baskets to the common people, and encouraged them to eat by setting them the example. The day after, he scattered among the people a variety of cakes and other delicacies to be scrambled for, and on the greater part of them falling amidst the seats of the crowd, he ordered 500 tickets to be thrown into each range of benches belonging to the senatorian and equestrian orders. He rebuilt many noble edifices which had been destroyed by fire, and amongst them the Capitol, which had been burnt down a second time. But all the inscriptions were in his own name, without the least mention of the original founders. He likewise erected a new temple in the Capitol to Jupiter Custos, and a forum, which is now called Nervas, as also the temple of the Flavian family, a stadium and odium and a naumatia, out of the stone dug from which the sides of the Circus Maximus, which had been burnt down, were rebuilt. Roman 6. He undertook several expeditions, some from choice and some from necessity. That against the Catti was unprovoked, but that against the Sarmatians was necessary, an entire legion with its commander having been cut off by them. He sent 2 expeditions against the Dacians, the first upon the defeat of Appius Sabinus, a man of consular rank, and 484 the other, upon that of Cornelius Fuscus, prefect of the Praetorian cohorts, to whom he had entrusted the conduct of that war. After several battles with the Catti and Daci, he celebrated a double triumph. But for his successes against the Sarmatians, he only bore in procession the laurel crown to Jupiter Capitolinus. The civil war, begun by Lucius Antonius, governor of Upper Germany, he quelled, without being obliged to be personally present at it, with remarkable good fortune. For, at the very moment of joining battle, the Rhine suddenly thawing, the troops of the barbarians which were ready to join L. Antonius were prevented from crossing the river. Of this victory he had notice by some presages, before the messengers who brought the news of it arrived. For upon the very day the battle was fought, a splendid eagle spread its wings round his statue at Rome, making most joyful cries. And shortly after, a rumor became common that Antonius was slain. Nay, many positively affirmed that they saw his head brought to the city. Roman 7. He made many innovations in common practices. He abolished the sportula and revived the old practice of regular suppers. To the 4 former parties in the Circensian games, he added 2 new, who were gold and scarlet. He prohibited the players from acting in the theater, but permitted them the practice of their art in private houses. He forbade the castration of males, and reduced the price of the eunuchs who were still left in the hands of the dealers in slaves. On the occasion of a great abundance of wine, accompanied by a scarcity of corn, supposing that the tillage of the ground was neglected for the sake of attending too much to the cultivation of vineyards, he published a proclamation forbidding the planting of any new vines in Italy, and ordering the vines in the provinces to be cut down, nowhere permitting more than 1/2 of them to remain. But he did not persist in the execution of this project. Some of the greatest offices he conferred upon his freedmen and soldiers. He forbade 2 legions to be quartered in the same camp, and more than 1,000 sesterces to be deposited by any soldier with the standards, because it was thought that Lucius Antonius had been encouraged in his late project by the large sum deposited in the military chest by the 2 legions which he had in the same winter quarters. He made an addition to the soldiers' pay of 3 gold pieces a year. Roman 8. In the administration of justice, he was diligent and assiduous, and frequently sat in the forum out of course, to cancel the judgments of the court of the 100, which had been procured through favor or interest. He occasionally cautioned the judges of the court of recovery to beware of being too ready to admit claims for freedom brought before them. He set a mark of infamy upon judges who were convicted of taking bribes, as well as upon their assessors. He likewise instigated the tribunes of the people to prosecute a corrupt edile for extortion, and to desire the Senate to appoint judges for his trial. He likewise took such effectual care in punishing magistrates of the city, and governors of provinces, guilty of malversation, that they never were at any time more moderate or more just. Most of these, since his reign, we have seen prosecuted for crimes of various kinds. Having taken upon himself the reformation of the public manners, he restrained the license of the populace in sitting promiscuously with the knights in the theater. Scandalous libels, published to defame persons of rank of either sex, he suppressed, and inflicted upon their authors a mark of infamy. He expelled a man of quaestorian rank from the Senate for practicing mimicry and dancing. He debarred infamous women the use of litters, as also the right of receiving legacies or inheriting estates. He struck out of the list of judges a Roman knight for taking again his wife whom he had divorced and prosecuted for adultery. He condemned several men of the senatorian and equestrian orders upon the Scantinian law. The lewdness of the Vestal virgins, which had been overlooked by his father and brother, he punished severely, but in different ways, viz., offenses committed before his reign with death and those since its commencement, according to ancient custom. For to the 2 sisters called Ocellatae, he gave liberty to choose the mode of death which they preferred, and banished 486 their paramours. But Cornelia, the president of the Vestals, who had formerly been acquitted upon a charge of incontinence, being a long time after again prosecuted and condemned, he ordered to be buried alive, and her gallants to be whipped to death with rods in the comitium, excepting only a man of praetorian rank, to whom, because he confessed the fact while the case was dubious, and it was not established against him, though the witnesses had been put to the torture, he granted the favor of banishment. And to preserve pure and undefiled the reverence due to the gods, he ordered the soldiers to demolish a tomb, which one of his freedmen had erected for his son out of the stones designed for the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, and to sink in the sea the bones and relics buried in it. Roman 9. Upon his first succeeding to power, he felt such an abhorrence for the shedding of blood that, before his father's arrival in Rome, calling to mind the verse of Virgil, Impia quam cecies, gens est epulata juvencis. Ere impious man, restrained from blood in vain, began to feast on flesh of bullocks slain. He designed to have published a proclamation to forbid the sacrifice of oxen. Before his accession to the imperial authority, and during some time afterwards, he scarcely ever gave the least grounds for being suspected of covetousness or avarice. But on the contrary, he often afforded proofs not only of his justice, but his liberality. To all about him he was generous even to profusion, and recommended nothing more earnestly to them than to avoid doing anything mean. He would not accept the property left him by those who had children. He also set aside a legacy bequeathed by the will of Ruscus Scipio, who had ordered his heir to make a present yearly to each of the senators upon their first assembling. He exonerated all those who had been under prosecution from the treasury for above 5 years before, and would not suffer suits to be renewed unless it was done within a year, and on condition that the prosecutor should be banished if he could not make good his cause. The secretaries of the quaestors having engaged in trade, according to custom, but contrary to 487, the Clodian law, he pardoned them for what was past. Such portions of land as had been left when it was divided amongst the veteran soldiers, he granted to the ancient possessors, as belonging to them by prescription. He put a stop to false prosecutions in the exchequer, by severely punishing the prosecutors, and this saying of his was much taken notice of, that a prince who does not punish informers encourages them. But he did not long persevere in this course of clemency and justice, although he sooner fell into cruelty than into avarice. He put to death a scholar of Paris, the pantomimic, though a minor, and then sick, only because both in person and the practice of his art he resembled his master, as he did likewise Hermogenes of Tarsus for some oblique reflections in his history, crucifying, besides, the scribes who had copied the work. One who was master of a band of gladiators happening to say that a thrax was a match for a marmillo, but not so for the exhibitor of the games, he ordered him to be dragged from the benches into the arena and exposed to the dogs with this label upon him, a parmularian guilty of talking impiously. He put to death many senators, and amongst them several men of consular rank. In this number were Civicus Cerealis, when he was proconsul in Africa, Salvidianus Orfitus, and Acilius Glabrio in exile, under the pretense of their planning to revolt against him. The rest he punished upon very trivial occasions, as alias Lamia for some jocular expressions, which were of old date and perfectly harmless, because, upon his commending his voice after he had taken his wife from him, he replied, "Alas, I hold my tongue." And when Titus advised him to take another wife, he answered him thus, "What, have you a mind to marry?" Salvius Coxianus was condemned to death for keeping the birthday of his uncle Otho, the emperor. Medius Pomposianus, because he was commonly reported to have an imperial nativity, and to carry about with 488 him a map of the world upon vellum, with the speeches of kings and generals extracted out of Titus Livius, and for giving his slaves the names of Mago and Hannibal. Salustius Lucullus, lieutenant in Britain, for suffering some lances of a new invention to be called Lucullian, and Junius Rusticus, for publishing a treatise in praise of Paetus Thracia and Helvidius Priscus, and calling them both most upright men. Upon this occasion, he likewise banished all the philosophers from the city and Italy. He put to death the younger Helvidius, for writing a farce, in which, under the character of Paris and Oenone, he reflected upon his having divorced his wife, and also Flavius Sabinus, one of his cousins, because, upon his being chosen at the consular election to that office, the public crier had by a blunder proclaimed him to the people not consul, but emperor. Becoming still more savage after his success in the civil war, he employed the utmost industry to discover those of the adverse party who absconded. Many of them he racked with a new invented torture, inserting fire through their private parts, and from some he cut off their hands. It is certain that only 2 of any note were pardoned, a tribune who wore the narrow stripe, and a centurion, who, to clear themselves from the charge of being concerned in any rebellious project, proved themselves to have been guilty of prostitution, and consequently incapable of exercising any influence either over the general or the soldiers. So his cruelties were not only excessive, but subtle and unexpected. The day before he crucified a collector of his rents, he sent for him into his bedchamber, made him sit down upon the bed by him, and sent him away well pleased, and, so far as could be inferred from his treatment, in a state of perfect security, having vouchsafed him the favor of a plate of meat from his own table. When he was on the point of condemning to death Aretinus Clemens, a man of consular rank, and one of his friends and emissaries, he retained him about his person in the same or greater favor than ever, until at last, as they were riding together in the same litter, upon seeing the man who had informed against him, he said, "Are you willing that we should hear this base slave tomorrow?" Contemptuously abusing the patience of men, he never pronounced a severe sentence without prefacing it, 489, with words which gave hopes of mercy, so that, at last, there was not a more certain token of a fatal conclusion than a mild commencement. He brought before the Senate some persona accused of treason, declaring that he should prove that day how dear he was to the Senate, and so influenced them that they condemned the accused to be punished according to the ancient usage. Then, as if alarmed at the extreme severity of their punishment, to lessen the odiousness of the proceeding, he interposed in these words, "For it is not foreign to the purpose to give them precisely as they were delivered. Permit me, conscript fathers, so far to prevail upon your affection for me, however extraordinary the request may seem, as to grant the condemned criminals the favor of dying in the manner they choose. For by so doing, ye will spare your own eyes, and the world will understand that I interceded with the Senate on their behalf." Roman 12. Having exhausted the exchequer by the expense of his buildings and public spectacles, with the augmentation of pay lately granted to the troops, he made an attempt at the reduction of the army in order to lessen the military charges. But reflecting that he should, by this measure, expose himself to the insults of the barbarians, while it would not suffice to extricate him from his embarrassments, he had recourse to plundering his subjects by every mode of exaction. The estates of the living and the dead were sequestered upon any accusation, by whomsoever preferred. The unsupported allegation of any one person, relative to a word or action construed to affect the dignity of the emperor, was sufficient. Inheritances, to which he had not the slightest pretension, were confiscated, if there was found so much as one person to say, he had heard from the deceased when living, that he had made the emperor his heir. Besides the exactions from others, the poll tax on the Jews was levied with extreme rigor, both on those who lived after the manner of Jews in the city, without publicly professing themselves to be such, and on those who, by 490, concealing their origin, avoided paying the tribute imposed upon that people. I remember, when I was a youth, to have been present, when an old man, 90 years of age, had his person exposed to view in a very crowded court, in order that, on inspection, the procurator might satisfy himself whether he was circumcised. From his earliest years Domitian was anything but courteous, of a forward, assuming disposition, and extravagant both in his words and actions. When Caenis, his father's concubine, upon her return from Istria, offered him a kiss, as she had been used to do, he presented her his hand to kiss. Being indignant that his brother's son-in-law should be waited on by servants dressed in white, he exclaimed, "Auk agathon polyquaranii, too many princes are not good." Roman 13. After he became emperor, he had the assurance to boast in the Senate that he had bestowed the empire on his father and brother, and they had restored it to him. And upon taking his wife again, after the divorce, he declared by proclamation that he had recalled her to his pulvinar. He was not a little pleased, too, at hearing the acclamations of the people in the amphitheater on a day of festival, all happiness to our Lord and Lady. But when, during the celebration of the Capitoline trial of skill, the whole concourse of people entreated him with one voice to restore Palfurius Sura to his place in the Senate, from which he had been long before expelled, he, having then carried away the prize of eloquence, from all the orators who had contended for it, he did not vouchsafe to give them any answer, but only commanded silence to be proclaimed by the voice of the crier. With equal arrogance, when he dictated the form of a letter to be used by his procurators, he began it thus: "Our Lord and God commands so and so," whence it became a rule that no one should 491 style him otherwise either in writing or speaking. he suffered no statues to be erected for him in the Capitol, unless they were of gold and silver and of a certain weight. He erected so many magnificent gates and arches, surmounted by representations of chariots drawn by 4 horses, and other triumphal ornaments in different quarters of the city, that a wag inscribed on one of the arches the Greek word axge. It is enough. He filled the office of consul 17 times, which no one had ever done before him, and for the 7 middle occasions in successive years. But in scarcely any of them had he more than the title, for he never continued in office beyond the calends of May, and for the most part only till the Ides of January. After his 2 triumphs, when he assumed the cognomen of Germanicus, he called the months of September and October Germanicus and Domitian after his own names, because he commenced his reign in the one and was born in the other. Roman 14. Becoming by these means universally feared and odious, he was at last taken off by a conspiracy of his friends and favorite freedmen in concert with his wife. He had long entertained a suspicion of the year and day when he should die, and even of the very hour and manner of his death, all which he had learned from the Chaldeans when he was a very young man. His father once at supper laughed at him for refusing to eat some mushrooms, saying that if he knew his fate, he would rather be afraid of the sword. Being, therefore, in perpetual apprehension and anxiety, he was keenly alive to the slightest suspicions, insomuch that he is thought to have withdrawn the edict ordering the destruction of the vines, chiefly because the copies of it which were dispersed had the following lines written upon them: Quinmi fagis epi rhizonomos, epi cardophoriso ossen epispesi Caesari thuamino. Gnaw thou my root, yet shall my juice suffice to pour on Caesar's head in sacrifice. 492, it was from the same principle of fear that he refused a new honor, devised and offered him by the Senate, though he was greedy of all such compliments. It was this, that as often as he held the consulship, Roman knights, chosen by lot, should walk before him, clad in the trabea, with lances in their hands, amongst his lictors and apparitors. As the time of the danger which he apprehended drew near, he became daily more and more disturbed in mind, insomuch that he lined the walls of the porticos in which he used to walk, with the stone called fengites, by the reflection of which he could see every object behind him. He seldom gave an audience to persons in custody, unless in private, being alone, and he himself holding their chains in his hand. To convince his domestics that the life of a master was not to be attempted upon any pretext, however plausible, he condemned to death Epaphroditus his secretary, because it was believed that he had assisted Nero, in his extremity, to kill himself. Roman 15. His last victim was Flavius Clemens, his cousin german, a man below contempt for his want of energy, whose sons, then of very tender age, he had avowedly destined for his successors, and discarding their former names, had ordered one to be called Vespasian, and the other Domitian. Nevertheless, he suddenly put him to death upon some very slight suspicion, almost before he was well out of his consulship. By this violent act, he very much hastened his own destruction. During 8 months together there was so much lightning at Rome, and such accounts of the phenomenon were brought from other parts, that at last he cried out, "Let him now strike whom he will." The Capitol was struck by lightning, as well as the temple of the Flavian family, with the Palatine house and his own bedchamber. The tablet also, inscribed upon the base of his triumphal statue, was carried away by the violence of the storm, and fell upon a neighboring 493 monument. The tree which just before the advancement of Vespasian had been prostrated, and rose again, suddenly fell to the ground. The goddess Fortune of Praenest, to whom it was his custom on New Year's Day to commend the empire for the ensuing year, and who had always given him a favorable reply, at last returned him a melancholy answer, not without mention of blood. He dreamt that Minerva, whom he worshipped even to a superstitious excess, was withdrawing from her sanctuary, declaring she could protect him no longer, because she was disarmed by Jupiter. Nothing, however, so much affected him as an answer given by Asclepius, the astrologer, and his subsequent fate. This person had been informed against, and did not deny his having predicted some future events, of which, from the principles of his art, he confessed he had a foreknowledge. Domitian asked him what end he thought he should come to himself, to which replying, "I shall in a short time be torn to pieces by dogs," he ordered him immediately to be slain, and, in order to demonstrate the vanity of his art, to be carefully buried. But during the preparations for executing this order, it happened that the funeral pile was blown down by a sudden storm, and the body, half burnt, was torn to pieces by dogs, which being observed by Latinus, the comic actor, as he chanced to pass that way, he told it, amongst the other news of the day, to the emperor at supper. Romans 16. The day before his death, he ordered some dates, served up at table to be kept till the next day, adding, "If I have the luck to use them." And turning to those who were nearest him, he said, "Tomorrow the moon in Aquarius will be bloody instead of watery, and an event will happen, which will be much talked of all the world over." About midnight, he was so terrified that he leaped out of bed. That morning he tried and passed sentence on a soothsayer sent from Germany, who being consulted about the lightning that had lately, 494 happened, predicted from it a change of government. The blood running down his face as he scratched an ulcerous tumor on his forehead, he said, "Would this were all that is to befall me." Then, upon his asking the time of the day instead of 5 o'clock, which was the hour he dreaded, they purposely told him it was 6. Overjoyed at this information, as if all danger were now past, and hastening to the bath, Parthenius, his chamberlain, stopped him, by saying that there was a person come to wait upon him about a matter of great importance, which would admit of no delay. Upon this, ordering all persons to withdraw, he retired into his chamber, and was there slain. Romans 17. Concerning the contrivance and mode of his death, the common account is this. The conspirators being in some doubt when and where they should attack him, whether while he was in the bath or at supper, Stephanus, a steward of Domitilla, then under prosecution for defrauding his mistress, offered them his advice and assistance. And wrapping up his left arm, as if it was hurt, in wool and bandages for some days, to prevent suspicion, at the hour appointed, he secreted a dagger in them. Pretending then to make a discovery of a conspiracy, and being for that reason admitted, he presented to the emperor a memorial, and while he was reading it in great astonishment, stabbed him in the groin. But Domitian, though wounded, making resistance, Clodianus, one of his guards, Maximus, a freedman of Parthenius's, Saturius, his principal chamberlain with some gladiators, fell upon him and stabbed him in 7 places. A boy who had the charge of the Lares in his bedchamber, and was then in attendance as usual, gave these further particulars. That he was ordered by Domitian, upon receiving his first wound, to reach him a dagger which lay under his pillow, and call in his domestics. But that he found nothing at the head of the bed, excepting the hilt of a 495 poniard, and that all the doors were fastened. That the emperor in the meantime got hold of Stephanus, and throwing him upon the ground, struggled a long time with him, one while endeavoring to wrench the dagger from him, another while, though his fingers were miserably mangled, to tear out his eyes. He was slain upon the 14th of the calends of October, in the 45th year of his age, and the 15th of his reign. His corpse was carried out upon a common bier by the public bearers, and buried by his nurse Phillis at his suburban villa on the Latin Way. But she afterwards privately conveyed his remains to the temple of the Flavian family, and mingled them with the ashes of Julia, the daughter of Titus, whom she had also nursed. Roman 18. He was tall in stature, his face modest and very ruddy. He had large eyes, but was dim-sighted. Naturally graceful in his person, particularly in his youth, excepting only that his toes were bent somewhat inward. He was at last disfigured by baldness, corpulence, and the slenderness of his legs, which were reduced by a long illness. He was so sensible how much the modesty of his countenance recommended him, that he once made this boast to the Senate: "Thus far you have approved both of my disposition and my countenance." His baldness so much annoyed him, that he considered it an affront to himself if any other person was reproached with it, either in jest or in earnest, though in a small tract he published, addressed to a friend, concerning the preservation of the hair, he uses for their mutual consolation the words following: "Ouch oras oios kego kalos ti megas ti, seest thou my graceful mien, my stately form. And yet the fate of my hair awaits me. However, I bear with fortitude this loss of my hair while I am still young. Remember that nothing is more fascinating than beauty, but nothing of shorter duration." Roman 19. He so shrunk from undergoing fatigue that he scarcely ever walked through the city on foot. In his 496 expeditions and on a march, he seldom rode on horseback, but was generally carried in a litter. He had no inclination for the exercise of arms, but was very expert in the use of the bow. Many persons have seen him often kill 100 wild animals of various kinds at his Alban retreat and fix his arrows in their heads with such dexterity that he could, in 2 shots, plant them, like a pair of horns, in each. He would sometimes direct his arrows against the hand of a boy standing at a distance, and expanded as a mark with such precision that they all passed between the boy's fingers without hurting him. Roman 20. In the beginning of his reign, he gave up the study of the liberal sciences, though he took care to restore, at a vast expense, the libraries which had been burnt down, collecting manuscripts from all parts and sending scribes to Alexandria, either to copy or correct them. Yet he never gave himself the trouble of reading history or poetry, or of employing his pen even for his private purposes. He perused nothing but the commentaries and acts of Tiberius Caesar. His letters, speeches, and edicts were all drawn up for him by others, though he could converse with elegance, and sometimes expressed himself in memorable sentiments. "I could wish," said he once, "that I was but as handsome as Medius fancies himself to be." And of the head of someone whose hair was partly reddish and partly gray, he said that it was snow sprinkled with mead. Roman 21. The lot of princes, he remarked, was very miserable, for no one believed them when they discovered a conspiracy until they were murdered. When he had leisure, he amused himself with dice, even on days that were not festivals and in the morning. He went to the bath early and made a plentiful dinner, insomuch that he seldom ate more at supper than a Mason apple, to which he added a 497 draught of wine out of a small flask. He gave frequent and splendid entertainments, but they were soon over, for he never prolonged them after sunset and indulged in no revel after. For, till bedtime, he did nothing else but walk by himself in private. Roman 22. He was insatiable in his lusts, calling frequent commerce with women, as if it was a sort of exercise, clinopaline, bed-wrestling, and it was reported that he plucked the hair from his concubines and swam about in company with the lowest prostitutes. His brother's daughter was offered him in marriage when she was a virgin, but being at that time enamored of Domitian, he obstinately refused her. Yet not long afterwards, when she was given to another, he was ready enough to debauch her, and that even while Titus was living. But after she had lost both her father and her husband, he loved her most passionately, and without disguise, insomuch that he was the occasion of her death, by obliging her to procure a miscarriage when she was with child by him. Roman 23. The people showed little concern at his death, but the soldiers were roused by it to great indignation, and immediately endeavored to have him ranked among the gods. They were also ready to revenge his loss, if there had been any to take the lead. However, they soon after effected it, by resolutely demanding the punishment of all those who had been concerned in his assassination. On the other hand, the Senate was so overjoyed that they met in all haste, and in a full assembly reviled his memory in the most bitter terms, ordering ladders to be brought in, and his shields and images to be pulled down before their eyes, and dashed in pieces upon the floor of the Senate house, passing at the same time a decree to obliterate his titles everywhere and abolish all memory of him. A few months before he was slain, a raven on the Capitol uttered these words, "All will be well." Some person gave the following interpretation of this prodigy. 498 Nuper Tarpio qui sidit culmine cornix, est bene, non potuit dicer, dixit, erit. Late croaked a raven from Tarpeia's height, all is not yet, but shall be right. They say likewise that Domitian dreamed that a golden hump grew out of the back of his neck, which he considered as a certain sign of happy days for the empire after him. Such an auspicious change indeed shortly afterwards took place, through the justice and moderation of the succeeding emperors. If we view Domitian in the different lights in which he is represented, during his lifetime, and after his decease, his character and conduct discover a greater diversity than is commonly observed in the objects of historical detail. But his posthumous character is always the most just. Its decisive verdict affords the surest criterion by which this variegated emperor must be estimated by impartial posterity. According to this rule, it is beyond a doubt that his vices were more predominant than his virtues. And when we follow him into his closet, for some time after his accession, when he was 30 years of age, the frivolity of his daily employment, in the killing of flies, exhibits an instance of dissipation, which surpasses all that has been recorded of his imperial predecessors. The encouragement, however, which the first Vespasian had shown to literature continued to operate during the present reign, and we behold the first fruits of its auspicious influence in the valuable treatise of Quintilian. Of the life of this celebrated writer, little is known upon any authority that has a title to much credit. We learn, however, that he was the son of a lawyer in the service of some of the preceding emperors, and was born in Rome, though in what consulship, or under what emperor, it is impossible to determine. He married a woman of a noble family, by whom he had 2 sons. The mother died in the flower of her age, and the sons, at the distance of some time from each other, when their father was advanced in years. The precise time of Quintilian's own death is equally inauthenticated with that of his birth. Nor can we rely upon an author of suspicious veracity, who says that he passed the latter part of his life in a state of indigence which was alleviated by the liberality of his pupil, Pliny the Younger. Quintilian opened a school of rhetoric at Rome, where he not only discharged that laborious employment with great applause, 499, during more than 20 years, but pleaded at the bar, and was the first who obtained a salary from the state for executing the office of a public teacher. He was also appointed by Domitian preceptor to the 2 young princes who were intended to succeed him on the throne. After his retirement from the situation of a teacher, Quintilian devoted his attention to the study of literature and composed a treatise on the causes of the corruption of eloquence. At the earnest solicitation of his friends, he was afterwards induced to undertake his institution's oratoriae, the most elaborate system of oratory extant in any language. This work is divided into 12 books, in which the author treats with great precision of the qualities of a perfect orator, explaining not only the fundamental principles of eloquence, as connected with the constitution of the human mind, but pointing out, both by argument and observation, the most successful method of exercising that admirable art for the accomplishment of its purpose. So minutely, and upon so extensive a plan, has he prosecuted the subject, that he delineates the education suitable to a perfect orator, from the stage of infancy in the cradle, to the consummation of rhetorical fame in the pursuits of the bar, or those, in general, of any public assembly. It is sufficient to say that in the execution of this elaborate work, Quintilian has called to the assistance of his own acute and comprehensive understanding, the profound penetration of Aristotle, the exquisite graces of Cicero, all the stores of observation, experience, and practice, and in a word, the whole accumulated exertions of ancient genius on the subject of oratory. It may justly be regarded as an extraordinary circumstance in the progress of scientific improvement, that the endowments of a perfect orator were never fully exhibited to the world, until it had become dangerous to exercise them for the important purposes for which they were originally cultivated. And it is no less remarkable that, under all the violence and caprice of imperial despotism which the Romans had now experienced, their sensibility to the enjoyment of poetical compositions remained still unabated, as if it served to console the nation for the irretrievable loss of public liberty. From this source of entertainment, they reaped more pleasure during the present reign than they had done since the time of Augustus. The poets of this period were Juvenal, Statius, and Martial. Juvenal was born at Aquinum, but in what year is uncertain, though from some circumstances it seems to have been in the reign of Augustus. Some say that he was the son of a freedman, 500, while others, without specifying the condition of his father, relate only that he was brought up by a freedman. He came at an early age to Rome, where he declaimed for many years and pleaded causes in the forum with great applause. But at last he betook himself to the writing of satires, in which he acquired great fame. One of the first and the most constant object of his satire was the pantomime Paris, the great favorite of the Emperor Nero and afterwards of Domitian. During the reign of the former of these emperors, no resentment was shown towards the poet, but he experienced not the same impunity after the accession of the latter, when, to remove him from the capital, he was sent as governor to the frontiers of Egypt, but in reality into an honorable exile. According to some authors, he died of chagrin in that province, but this is not authenticated and seems to be a mistake, for in some of Martial's epigrams, which appear to have been written after the death of Domitian, Juvenal is spoken of as residing at Rome. It is said that he lived to upwards of 80 years of age. The remaining compositions of this author are 16 satires, all written against the dissipation and enormous vices which prevailed at Rome in his time. The various objects of animadversion are painted in the strongest colors and placed in the most conspicuous points of view. Giving loose reins to just and moral indignation, Juvenal is everywhere animated, vehement, petulant, and incessantly acrimonious. Disdaining the more lenient modes of correction or despairing of their success, he neither adopts the raillery of Horace nor the derision of Persius, but prosecutes vice and folly with all the severity of sentiment, passion, and expression. He sometimes exhibits a mixture of humor with his invectives, but it is a humor which partakes more of virulent rage than of pleasantry, broad, hostile, but coarse, and rivaling in indelicacy the profligate manners which it assails. The satires of Juvenal abound in philosophical apophthegms, and, where they are not sullied by obscene description, are supported with a uniform air of virtuous elevation. Amidst all the intemperance of sarcasm, his numbers are harmonious. Had his zeal permitted him to direct the current of his impetuous genius into the channel of ridicule, and endeavor to put to shame the vices and follies of those licentious times, as much as he perhaps exasperated conviction rather than excited contrition, he would have carried satire to the highest possible pitch, both of literary excellence and moral utility. With every abatement of attainable perfection, we hesitate not to place him at the head of this arduous department of poetry. Of Statius, no farther particulars are preserved than that he, 501, was born at Naples, that his father's name was Statius of Epirus, and his mother's Islina, and that he died about the end of the 1st century of the Christian era. Some have conjectured that he maintained himself by writing for the stage, but of this there is no sufficient evidence, and if ever he composed dramatic productions, they have perished. The works of Statius now extant are 2 poems, viz. the Thebais and the Achilles, besides a collection named Sylvie. The Thebais consists of 12 books, and the subject of it is the Theban War, which happened 1236 years before the Christian era, in consequence of a dispute between Ediocles and Polynices, the sons of Oedipus and Jocasta. These brothers had entered into an agreement with each other to reign alternately for a year at a time, and Ediocles, being the elder, got first possession of the throne. This prince refusing to abdicate at the expiration of the year, Polynices fled to Argos, where marrying Arga, the daughter of Adrastus, king of that country, he procured the assistance of his father-in-law to enforce the engagement stipulated with his brother Ediocles. The Argives marched under the command of 7 able generals, who were to attack separately the 7 gates of Thebes. After much blood had been spilt without any effect, it was at last agreed between the 2 parties that the brothers should determine the dispute by single combat. In the desperate engagement which ensued, they both fell, and being burnt together upon the funeral pile, it is said that their ashes separated, as if actuated by the implacable resentment which they had borne to each other. If we accept the Aeneid, this is the only Latin production extant which is epic in its form, and it likewise approaches nearest in merit to that celebrated poem, which Statius appears to have been ambitious of emulating. In unity and greatness of action, the Thebais corresponds to the laws of the Epopea, but the fable may be regarded as defective in some particulars, which, however, arise more from the nature of the subject than from any fault of the poet. The distinction of the hero is not sufficiently prominent, and the poem possesses not those circumstances which are requisite towards interesting the reader's affections in the issue of the contest. To this, it may be added that the unnatural complexion of the incestuous progeny diffuses a kind of gloom which obscures the splendor of thought, and restrains the sympathetic indulgence of fancy to some of the boldest excursions of the poet. For grandeur, however, and animation of sentiment and description, as well as for harmony of numbers, the Thebais is eminently conspicuous, and deserves to be held in a much higher degree of estimation than it has, 502, generally obtained. In the contrivance of some of the episodes, and frequently in the modes of expression, Statius keeps an attentive eye to the style of Virgil. It is said that he was 12 years employed in the composition of this poem, and we have his own authority for affirming that he polished it with all the care and assiduity practiced by the poets in the Augustan age. Quip te fido monitor, nostra Thebais, multa cruciata lima tentet Odyssei fide mantuini gaudia fami, Sylvie, lib. Roman 4. 7. For taught by you, With steadfast care I trim my Song of Thebes, and dare with generous rivalry to share the glories of the Mantuan bard. The Achilles relates to the same hero who is celebrated by Homer in the Iliad. But it is the previous history of Achilles, not his conduct in the Trojan War, which forms the subject of the poem of Statius. While the young hero is under the care of the centaur Chiron, Thetis makes a visit to the preceptor's sequestered habitation, where, to save her son from the fate which, it was predicted, would befall him at Troy, if he should go to the siege of that place, she orders him to be dressed in the disguise of a girl, and sent to live in the family of Lycomedes, king of Scyros. But as Troy could not be taken without the aid of Achilles, Ulysses, accompanied by Diomed, is deputed by the Greeks to go to Scyros, and bring him thence to the Grecian camp. The artifice by which the sagacious ambassador detected Achilles amongst his female companions was by placing before them various articles of merchandise, amongst which was some armor. Achilles no sooner perceived the latter than he eagerly seized a sword and shield, and manifesting the strongest emotions of heroic enthusiasm, discovered his sex. After an affectionate parting with Lycomedes, daughter Deidamia, whom he left pregnant of a son, he set sail with the Grecian chiefs, and, during the voyage, gives them an account of the manner of his education with Chiron. This poem consists of 2 books in heroic measure, and is written with taste and fancy. Commentators are of opinion that the Achilles was left incomplete by the death of the author, but this is extremely improbable from various circumstances and appears to be founded only upon the word hactenus in the conclusion of the poem. 503 Hactenus anorum, comites elementa meorum et memini, et meminis juvet, sit caetera mater. Thus far, companions dear, with mindful joy I've told my youthful deeds, the rest my mother can unfold. That any consequential reference was intended by Hactenus seems to me plainly contradicted by the words which immediately follow, sit caetera mater. Statius could not propose the giving any further account of Achilles' life, because a general narrative of it had been given in the first book. The voyage from Scyros to the Trojan coast, conducted with the celerity which suited the purpose of the poet, admitted of no incidents which required description or recital. And after the voyagers had reached the Grecian camp, it is reasonable to suppose that the action of the Iliad immediately commenced. But that Statius had no design of extending the plan of the Achilles beyond this period is expressly declared in the exordium of the poem. Magnanimum Eocidem, formidatum ctanenti progenem, et patrio vetitam succederir silo diva refer, quamquam acta viri multum inclita cantum ionio, sed plura vacant. Nos ire per omnem, sic amor est hier ovelis, siroc latentum dulicia profera tuba, nec in Hector tracto sister, sed tota juvenum deducere Troja. Aid me, O goddess, while I sing of him, who shook the thunderer's throne and for his crime was doomed to lose his birthright in the skies, the great Aeacides. Meonian strains have made his mighty deeds their glorious theme, still much remains. Be mine the pleasing task to trace the future hero's young career, not dragging Hector at his chariot wheels, but while disguised in Scyros yet he lurked, till trumpet stirred, he sprung to manly arms, and sage Ulysses led him to the Trojan coast. The Sylvae is a collection of poems almost entirely in heroic verse, divided into 5 books, and for the most part written extempore. Statius himself affirms, in his dedication to Stella, that the production of none of them employed him more than 2 days. Yet many of them consist of between 100 and 200 hexameter lines. We meet with one of 216 lines, one of 234, one of 262, and one of 277, a rapidity of composition approaching to what Horace mentions of the poet Lucilius. It is no small encomium to observe that, considered as extemporaneous productions, 504, the meanest in the collection, is far from meriting censure, either in point of sentiment or expression, and many of them contain passages which command our applause. The poet Martial, surnamed likewise Cocquus, was born at Bilbilis in Spain of obscure parents. At the age of 21, he came to Rome, where he lived during 35 years under the emperors Galba Otho, Vitellius, the 2 Vespasians, Domitian, Nerva, and the beginning of the reign of Trajan. He was the panegyrist of several of those emperors, by whom he was liberally rewarded, raised to the equestrian order, and promoted by Domitian to the tribuneship. But being treated with coldness and neglect by Trajan, he returned to his native country, and a few years after ended his days at the age of 75. He had lived at Rome in great splendor and affluence, as well as in high esteem for his poetical talents. But upon his return to Bilbilis, it is said that he experienced a great reverse of fortune, and was chiefly indebted for his support to the gratuitous benefactions of Pliny the Younger, whom he had extolled in some epigrams. The poems of Martial consist of 14 books, all written in the epigrammatic form, to which species of composition, introduced by the Greeks, he had a peculiar propensity. Amidst such a multitude of verses, on a variety of subjects, often composed extempore, and many of them probably in the moments of fashionable dissipation, it is not surprising that we find a large number unworthy the genius of the author. Delicacy, and even decency, is often violated in the productions of Martial. Grasping at every thought which afforded even the shadow of ingenuity, he gave unlimited scope to the exercise of an active and fruitful imagination. In respect to composition, he is likewise liable to censure. At one time he wearies, and at another tantalizes the reader with the prolixity or ambiguity of his preambles. His prelusive sentiments are sometimes far-fetched, and converge not with a natural declination into the focus of epigram. In dispensing praise and censure, he often seems to be governed more by prejudice or policy than by justice and truth, and he is more constantly attentive to the production of wit than to the improvement of morality. But while we remark the blemishes and imperfections of this poet, we must acknowledge his extraordinary merits. In composition he is, in general, elegant and correct, and where the subject is capable of connection with sentiment, his inventive ingenuity never fails to extract from it the essence of delight and surprise. His fancy is prolific of beautiful images, and his 505 judgment expert in arranging them to the greatest advantage. He bestows panegyric with inimitable grace and satirizes with equal dexterity. In a fund of Attic salt, he surpasses every other writer, and though he seems to have at command all the varied stores of Gaul, he is not destitute of candor. With almost every kind of versification he appears to be familiar, and notwithstanding a facility of temper, too accommodating, perhaps, on many occasions, to the licentiousness of the times, we may venture from strong indications to pronounce that, as a moralist, his principles were virtuous. It is observed of this author, by Pliny the Younger, that, though his compositions might, perhaps, not obtain immortality, he wrote as if they would. Eterna, qui scripsit, non erunt fortes, illet tamen scripsit tanquam futura. The character which Martial gives of his epigrams is just and comprehensive. Sunt bona, sunt quidem mediocria, sunt mala plura qui legis. Hic a lighter non fit, avate liber. Some are good, some indifferent, and some again still worse. Such, Avitus, you will find is a common case with verse. The end of the 12 Caesars. Lives of Eminent Grammarians. 506. The science of grammar was in ancient times far from being in vogue at Rome. Indeed, it was of little use in a rude state of society, when the people were engaged in constant wars, and had not much time to bestow on the cultivation of the liberal arts. At the outset, its pretensions were very slender, for the earliest men of learning, who were both poets and orators, may be considered as half-Greek. I speak of Livius and Annaeus, who are acknowledged to have taught both languages as well at Rome as in foreign parts. But they, 507, only translated from the Greek, and if they composed anything of their own in Latin, it was only from what they had before read. For although there are those who say that this Annaeus published 2 books, one on letters and syllables, and the other on meters, Lucius Cotta has satisfactorily proved that they are not the works of the poet Annaeus, but of another writer of the same name, to whom also the treatise on the rules of augury is attributed. Roman 2. Crates of Mallows, then, was, in our opinion, the first who introduced the study of grammar at Rome. He was contemporary with Aristarchus, and having been sent by King Attalus as envoy to the Senate in the interval between the Second and Third Punic Wars, soon after the death of Annaeus, he had the misfortune to fall into an open sewer in the Palatine quarter of the city and broke his leg. After which, during the whole period of his embassy and convalescence, he gave frequent lectures, taking much pains to instruct his hearers, and he has left us an example well worthy of imitation. It was so far followed that poems hitherto little known, the works either of deceased friends or other approved writers, were brought to light, and being read and commented on, were explained to others. Thus, Caius Octavius Lampadio edited the Punic War of Naevius, which having been written in 1 volume without any break in the manuscript, he divided into 7 books. After that, Quintus Vargontaeus undertook the Annals of Annaeus, which he read on certain fixed days to crowded audiences. So Laelius Archelaus and Vectius Philocomus read and commented on the satires of their friend Lucilius, which Lennius Pompeius, a freedman, tells us he studied under Archelaus, and Valerius Cato under Philocomus. 2 others also taught and promoted, 508, grammar in various branches, namely Lucius Aelius Lanovinus, the son-in-law of Quintus Aelius and Servius Claudius, both of whom were Roman knights, and men who rendered great services both to learning and the Republic. Roman 3. Lucius Aelius had a double cognomen, for he was called Preconius, because his father was a herald, Stilo, because he was in the habit of composing orations for most of the speakers of highest rank. Indeed, he was so strong a partisan of the nobles that he accompanied Quintus Metellus Numidicus in his exile. Servius, having clandestinely obtained his father-in-law's book before it was published, was disowned for the fraud, which he took so much to heart, that, overwhelmed with shame and distress, he retired from Rome, and being seized with a fit of the gout, in his impatience, he applied a poisonous ointment to his feet, which half killed him, so that his lower limbs mortified while he was still alive. After this, more attention was paid to the science of letters, and it grew in public estimation, insomuch that men of the highest rank did not hesitate in undertaking to write something on the subject, and it is related that sometimes there were no less than 20 celebrated scholars in Rome. So high was the value, and so great were the rewards of grammarians that Lutatius Daphnides, jocularly called Pan's herd by Lennius Melissus, was purchased by Quintus Catulus for 200,000 sesterces, and shortly afterwards made a freedman, and that Lucius Apuleius, who was taken into the pay of Epicius Calvinus, a wealthy Roman knight at the annual salary of 10,000 crowns, had many scholars. Grammar also penetrated into the provinces, and some of the most eminent amongst the learned taught it in foreign parts, particularly in Gallia Togata. In the number of these we may reckon Octavius, 509, Teucer, Sicinius Jaccus, and Oppius Cares, who persisted in teaching to a most advanced period of his life, at a time when he was not only unable to walk, but his sight failed. Roman 4. The appellation of grammarian was borrowed from the Greeks, but at first, the Latins called such persons literati. Cornelius Nepos, also in his book, where he draws a distinction between a literate and a philologist, says that in common phrase, those are properly called literati who are skilled in speaking or writing with care or accuracy, and those more especially deserve the name who translated the poets and were called grammarians by the Greeks. It appears that they were named literators by Messala Corvinus in one of his letters when he says that it does not refer to Furius by Baculus, nor even to Sigida, nor to Cato, the literator, meaning, doubtless, that Valerius Cato was both a poet and an eminent grammarian. Some there are who draw a distinction between a literati and a literator, as the Greeks do between a grammarian and a grammatist, applying the former term to men of real erudition, the latter to those whose pretensions to learning are moderate. And this opinion Orbilius supports by examples. For he says that in old times, when a company of slaves was offered for sale by any person, it was not customary, without good reason, to describe either of them in the catalogue as a literati, but only as a literator, meaning that he was not a proficient in letters, but had a smattering of knowledge. The early grammarians taught rhetoric also, and we have many of their treatises which include both sciences. Whence it arose, I think, that in later times, although the two professions had then become distinct, the old custom was retained, or the grammarians introduced into their teaching some of the elements required for public speaking, such as the problem, the periphrasis, the choice of words, description of character, and the like, in order that they might not transfer, 510, their pupils to the rhetoricians no better than ill-taught boys. But I perceive that these lessons are now given up in some cases, on account of the want of application, or the tender years, of the scholar, for I do not believe that it arises from any dislike in the master. I recollect that when I was a boy it was the custom of one of these, whose name was Princeps, to take alternate days for declaiming and disputing, and sometimes he would lecture in the morning, and declaim in the afternoon, when he had his pulpit removed. I heard also that even within the memories of our own fathers, some of the pupils of the grammarians passed directly from the schools to the courts, and at once took a high place in the ranks of the most distinguished advocates. The professors at that time were, indeed, men of great eminence, of some of whom I may be able to give an account in the following chapters. V. Flavius Nicanor first acquired fame and reputation by his teaching, and besides, he made commentaries, the greater part of which, however, are said to have been borrowed. He also wrote a satire, in which he informs us that he was a freedman and had a double cognomen in the following verses. Flavius Nicanor Marsi libertas negabit, Flavius posthumius idem, sed Marcus dospit. What Flavius Nicanor, the freedman of Marcus, will deny, the same Flavius, called also posthumius Marcus, will assert. It is reported that in consequence of some infamy attached to his character, he retired to Sardinia, and there ended his days. Romans 6. Aurelius Apicius, the freedman of some Epicurean, first taught philosophy, then rhetoric, and last of all, grammar. 511 having closed his school, he followed Rutilius Rufus when he was banished to Asia, and there the two friends grew old together. He also wrote several volumes on a variety of learned topics, 9 books of which he distinguished by the number and names of the 9 muses, as he says, not without reason, they being the patrons of authors and poets. I observe that its title is given in several indexes by a single letter, but he uses 2 in the heading of a book called Pinax. Romans 7. Marcus Antonius Nifo, a freeborn native of Gaul, was exposed in his infancy, and afterwards received his freedom from his foster father, and, as some say, was educated at Alexandria, where Dionysius Cytobracion was his fellow pupil. This, however, I am not very ready to believe, as the times at which they flourished scarcely agree. He is said to have been a man of great genius, of singular memory, well read in Greek as well as Latin, and of a most obliging and agreeable temper, who never haggled about remuneration, but generally left it to the liberality of his scholars. He first taught in the house of Julius Caesar, when the latter was yet but a boy, and afterwards in his own private house. He gave instruction in rhetoric also, teaching the rules of eloquence every day, but declaiming only on festivals. It is said that some very celebrated men frequented his school, and among others Marcus Cicero, during the time he held the praetorship. He wrote a number of works, although he did not live beyond his 50th year, but Ateus, the philologist, says that he left only 2 volumes, De Latino Sermon, and that the other works ascribed to him were composed by his disciples and were not his, although his name is sometimes to be found in them. Roman 8. M. Pompilius Andronicus, a native of Syria, while he professed to be a grammarian, was considered an idle follower of the Epicurean sect, and little qualified to be a master, 512 of a school. Finding, therefore, that at Rome, not only Antonius Nifo, but even other teachers of less note were preferred to him, he retired to Cumae, where he lived at his ease. and though he wrote several books, he was so needy and reduced to such straits as to be compelled to sell that excellent little work of his, the Index to the Annals, for 16,000 sesterces. Orbilius has informed us that he redeemed this work from the oblivion into which it had fallen, and took care to have it published with the author's name. Roman 9. Orbilius Pupillus of Beneventum, being left an orphan by the death of his parents, who both fell a sacrifice to the plots of their enemies on the same day, acted, at first, as apparitor to the magistrates. He then joined the troops in Macedonia, when he was first decorated with the plumed helmet, and afterwards promoted to serve on horseback. Having completed his military service, he resumed his studies, which he had pursued with no small diligence from his youth upwards, and, having been a professor for a long period in his own country, at last, during the consulship of Cicero, made his way to Rome, where he taught with more reputation than profit. For in one of his works he says that he was then very old and lived in a garret. He also published a book with the title of Periologos, containing complaints of the injurious treatment to which professors submitted without seeking redress at the hands of parents. His sour temper betrayed itself, not only in his disputes with the sophists opposed to him, whom he lashed on every occasion, but also towards his scholars, as Horace tells us, who calls him a flogger, and Domitius Marsus, who says of him, Si quos Orbilius ferulus judicac cessidit, if those Orbilius with rod or ferule thrashed. 513, and not even men of rank escaped his sarcasms, for before he became noticed, happening to be examined as a witness in a crowded court, Varro, the advocate on the other side, put the question to him, what he did and by what profession he gained his livelihood. He replied, that he lived by removing hunchbacks from the sunshine into the shade, alluding to Murina's deformity. He lived till he was near 100 years old, but he had long lost his memory, as the verse of Bibaculus informs us. Orbilius ubinam est, literarum oblivio, where is Orbilius now, that wreck of learning lost? His statue is shown in the Capitol at Beneventum. It stands on the left hand and is sculptured in marble, representing him in a sitting posture, wearing the pallium with 2 writing cases in his hand. He left a son, named also Orbilius, who, like his father, was a professor of grammar. Exeteus, the philologist, a freedman, was born at Athens. Of him, Capito Ateus, the well-known jurisconsult, says that he was a rhetorician among the grammarians and a grammarian among the rhetoricians. Asinius Pollio, in the book in which he finds fault with the writings of Sallust for his great affectation of obsolete words, speaks thus. In this work his chief assistant was a certain Ateus, a man of rank, a splendid Latin grammarian, the aider and preceptor of those who studied the practice of declamation. In short, one who claimed for himself the cognomen of Philologus. Writing to Lucius Hermes, he says that he had made great proficiency in Greek literature, and some in Latin, that he had been a hearer of Antonius Nifo and his Hermes, and afterwards began to teach others. Moreover, that he had for pupils many illustrious youths, among whom were the 514 brothers, Appius and Pulcher Claudius, and that he even accompanied them to their province. He appears to have assumed the name of Philologus, because, like Eratosthenes, who first adopted that cognomen, he was in high repute for his rich and varied stores of learning, which indeed is evident from his commentaries, though but few of them are extant. Another letter, however, to the same Hermes shows that they were very numerous. Remember, it says, to recommend generally our extracts, which we have collected, as you know, of all kinds into 800 books. He afterwards formed an intimate acquaintance with Caius Sallustius, and on his death with Asinius Pollio, and when they undertook to write a history, he supplied the one with short annals of all Roman affairs, from which he could select at pleasure, and the other with rules on the art of composition. I am, therefore, surprised that Asinius Pollio should have supposed that he was in the habit of collecting old words and figures of speech for Sallust, when he must have known that his own advice was that none but well-known and common and appropriate expressions should be made use of, and that, above all things, the obscurity of the style of Sallust and his bold freedom in translations should be avoided. Valerius Cato was, as some have informed us, the freedman of one Bursenus, a native of Gaul. He himself tells us in his little work called Indignatio that he was born free, and being left an orphan, was exposed to be easily stripped of his patrimony during the license of Sylla's administrations. He had a great number of distinguished pupils, and was highly esteemed as a preceptor suited to those who had a poetical turn, as appears from these short lines. Cado grammaticus, Latina siren, qui solus legit ac facit poetas. Cado, the Latin siren, grammar taught in verse, to form the poet skilled and poetry rehearse. Besides his treatise on grammar, he composed some poems, 515 of which his Lydia and Diana are most admired. Ticida mentions his Lydia. Lydia doctorum maxima cura liber, Lydia, a work to men of learning dear. Cinna thus notices the Diana. Secula permanet nostri Diana Catinis, immortal be Arcado's song of Diane. He lived to extreme old age, but in the lowest state of penury, and almost in actual want. Having retired to a small cottage when he gave up his Tusculan villa to his creditors, as Bibaculus tells us. Si quis forte me domum Catinis depictas minio Aesulas, et allos custodes vidit hortulos Priapi murreter, quibus alle disciplinis tantum sit sapientium assecutus, quam tres colliculi et celebra feris, recimi duo, tegula sub una ad summum prop nutrient senectam. If perchance anyone has seen the house of my Cado, with marble slabs of the richest hues, and his gardens worthy of having Priapus for their guardian, he may well wonder by what philosophy he has gained so much wisdom, that a daily allowance of 3 coleworts, half a pound of meal, and 2 bunches of grapes under a narrow roof should serve for his subsistence to extreme old age. And he says in another place, Catinis modo gala Tusculanum tot accreditor urb venditahat, Marati sumus unicum magistrum, summum grammaticum, optimum poetam omnes solver posse questions, unum difficile expedere nomen, en cor zenidoti, en jecer cratedes. We lately saw my Gallus Cado's Tusculan villa exposed to public sale by his creditors, and wondered that such an unrivaled master of 516, the school's most eminent grammarian and accomplished poet, could solve all propositions, and yet found one question too difficult for him to settle: how to pay his debts. We find in him the genius of Zenodotus, the wisdom of Crates. Roman 12. Cornelius Epicadius, a freedman of Lucius Cornelius Sylla, the dictator, was his apparitor in the augural priesthood, and much beloved by his son Faustus, so that he was proud to call himself the freedman of both. He completed the last book of Sylla's commentaries, which his patron had left unfinished. Roman 13. Laborius Hiera was bought by his master out of a slave dealer's cage, and obtained his freedom on account of his devotion to learning. It is reported that his disinterestedness was such that he gave gratuitous instruction to the children of those who were proscribed in the time of Sylla. Roman 14. Curtius Nicia was the intimate friend of Cneus Pompeius and Caius Memmius, but having carried notes from Memmius to Pompey's wife when she was debauched by Memmius, Pompey was indignant and forbade him his house. He was also on familiar terms with Marcus Cicero, who thus speaks of him in his epistle to Dolabella: I have more need of receiving letters from you than you have of desiring them from me. For there is nothing going on at Rome in which I think you would take any interest, except, perhaps, that you may like to know that I am appointed umpire between our friends Nicias and Vitius. The one, it appears, alleges in 2 short verses that Nicias owes him 517 money, the other, like an Aristarchus, cavils at them. I, like an old critic, am to decide whether they are Nicias's or spurious. Again, in a letter to Atticus, he says, As to what you write about Nicias, nothing could give me greater pleasure than to have him with me if I was in a position to enjoy his society. But my province is to me a place of retirement and solitude. Sicca easily reconciled himself to this state of things, and therefore I would prefer having him. Besides, you are well aware of the feebleness and the nice and luxurious habits of our friend Nicias. Why should I be the means of making him uncomfortable when he can afford me no pleasure? At the same time, I value his goodwill. Roman 15. Lennius was a freedman of Pompey the Great and attended him in most of his expeditions. On the death of his patron and his sons, he supported himself by teaching in a school which he opened near the temple of Tellus, in the Carium, in the quarter of the city where the house of the Pompeys stood. Such was his regard for his patron's memory that when Sallust described him as having a brazen face and a shameless mind, he lashed the historian in a most bitter satire, as a bull's petzl, a gormandizer, a braggart, and a tippler, a man whose life and writings were equally monstrous. Besides charging him with being a most unskillful plagiarist who borrowed the language of Cato and other old writers. It is related that, in his youth, having escaped from slavery by the contrivance of some of his friends, he took refuge in his own country, and that after he had applied himself to the liberal arts, he brought the price of his freedom to his former master, who, however, struck by his talents and learning, gave him manumission gratuitously. Romans 16. Quintus Caecilius, an Epirot by descent but born at Tusculum, was a freedman of Atticus Satrius, a Roman 518 knight to whom Cicero addressed his epistles. He became the tutor of his patron's daughter, who was contracted to Marcus Agrippa, but being suspected of an illicit intercourse with her, and sent away on that account, he betook himself to Cornelius Gallus, and lived with him on terms of the greatest intimacy, which, indeed, was imputed to Gallus as one of his heaviest offenses by Augustus. Then, after the condemnation and death of Gallus, he opened a school but had few pupils, and those very young, nor any belonging to the higher orders, excepting the children of those he could not refuse to admit. He was the first, it is said, who held disputations in Latin, and who began to lecture on Virgil and the other modern poets, which the verse of Domitius Marcus points out. Epirota tenellorum, nutricula vatum. The epirot who, with tender care, our unfledged poets nursed. Romans 17. Varius Flaccus, a freedman, distinguished himself by a new mode of teaching, for it was his practice to exercise the wits of his scholars by encouraging emulation among them, not only proposing the subjects on which they were to write, but offering rewards for those who were successful in the contest. These consisted of some ancient, handsome, or rare book. Being, in consequence, selected by Augustus as preceptor to his grandsons, he transferred his entire school to the Palladium, but with the understanding that he should admit no fresh scholars. The hall in Catiline's house, 519, which had then been added to the palace, was assigned him for his school, with a yearly allowance of 100,000 sesterces. He died of old age in the reign of Tiberius. There is a statue of him at Praenest, in the semicircle at the lower side of the forum, where he had set up calendars arranged by himself, and inscribed on slabs of marble. Roman 18. Lucius Crassicius, a native of Tarentum and in rank a freedman, had the cognomen of Pasides, which he afterwards changed for Pansa. His first employment was connected with the stage, and his business was to assist the writers of farces. After that, he took to giving lessons in a gallery attached to a house, until his commentary on the Smyrna so brought him into notice that the following lines were written on him. Uni Crassidio si credir Smyrna probavit, desinite indocti, conjugio Hanc Peter soli Crassidio si dixit, nuber vel, intima cui soli nota sua extiterent. Crassicius only counts on Smyrna's love, fruitless the wooings of the unlettered prove. Crassicius she receives with loving arms, for he alone unveiled her hidden charms. However, after having taught many scholars, some of whom were of high rank, and amongst others Julius Antonius, the triumvir's son, so that he might be even compared with Varius Flaccus, he suddenly closed his school and joined the sect of Quintus Septimius, the philosopher. Roman 19. Scribonius Aphrodisius, the slave and disciple of Orbilius, who was afterwards redeemed and presented with his freedom by Scribonia, the daughter of Libo who had been the wife of Augustus, taught in the time of Varius, whose books on orthography he also revised, not without some severe remarks on his pursuits and conduct. Roman 20. C. Julius Hyginus, a freedman of Augustus, was a native of Spain, although some say he was born at Alexandria. 520, and that when that city was taken, Caesar brought him, then a boy, to Rome. He closely and carefully imitated Cornelius Alexander, a Greek grammarian who for his antiquarian knowledge was called by many polyhistor and by some history. He had the charge of the Palatine Library, but that did not prevent him from having many scholars, and he was one of the most intimate friends of the poet Ovid and of Caius Licinius, the historian, a man of consular rank, who has related that Hyginus died very poor and was supported by his liberality as long as he lived. Julius Modestus, who was a freedman of Hyginus, followed the footsteps of his patron in his studies and learning. Roman 21. Caius Melissus, a native of Spoltum, was freeborn, but having been exposed by his parents in consequence of quarrels between them, he received a good education from his foster father, by whose care and industry he was brought up, and was made a present of to Mecaenas as a grammarian. Finding himself valued and treated as a friend, he preferred to continue in his state of servitude, although he was claimed by his mother, choosing rather his present condition than that which his real origin entitled him to. In consequence, his freedom was speedily given him, and he even became a favorite with Augustus. By his appointment, he was made curator of the library in the portico of Octavia, and, as he himself informs us, undertook to compose, when he was a sexagenarian, his books of witticisms, which are now called the Book of Jests. Of these he accomplished 150, to which he afterwards added several more. He, 521, also composed a new kind of story about those who wore the toga, and called it Trebat. Roman 22. Marcus Pomponius Marcellus, a very severe critic of the Latin tongue, who sometimes pleaded causes, in a certain address on the plaintiff's behalf, persisted in charging his adversary with making a solcism, until Cassius Severus appealed to the judges to grant an adjournment until his client should produce another grammarian, as he was not prepared to enter into a controversy respecting a solecism, instead of defending his client's rights. On another occasion, when he had found fault with some expression in a speech made by Tiberius Ateius Capito, affirmed that if it was not Latin, at least it would be so in time to come. "Capito is wrong," cried Marcellus. "It is certainly in your power, Caesar, to confer the freedom of the city on whom you please, but you cannot make words for us." Asinius Gallus tells us that he was formerly a pugilist in the following epigram: "Qui caput ad levem decit, glossimata nobis praecipit, os nullum vel podius pugiles," who ducked his head to shun another's fist, though he expound old saws yet, well I wist with pummel nose and face, he's but a pugilist. Roman 23. Remmius Palaemon of Vicentia, the offspring of a bondwoman, acquired the rudiments of learning, first as the companion of a weaver S, and then of his master S' son at school. Being afterwards made free, he taught at Rome, where he stood highest in the rank of the grammarians. But he was so infamous for every sort of vice, that Tiberius and his successor Claudius publicly denounced him as an improper person to have the education of boys and young men entrusted to him. Still, his powers of narrative and agreeable style of speaking made him very popular, besides which, he had the gift of making extempore verses. He also wrote a great many in 522 various and uncommon meters. His insolence was such that he called Marcus Varro a hog, and bragged that letters were born and would perish with him, and that his name was not introduced inadvertently in the bucolics, as Virgil divined that a Palaemon would some day be the judge of all poets and poems. He also boasted that having once fallen into the hands of robbers, they spared him on account of the celebrity his name had acquired. He was so luxurious that he took the bath many times in a day, nor did his means suffice for his extravagance, although his school brought him in 40,000 sesterces yearly, and he received not much less from his private estate, which he managed with great care. He also kept a broker's shop for the sale of old clothes, and it is well known that a vine he planted himself yielded 350 bottles of wine. But the greatest of all his vices was his unbridled licentiousness in his commerce with women, which he carried to the utmost pitch of foul indecency. They tell a droll story of someone who met him in a crowd, and upon his offering to kiss him, could not escape the salute. "Master," said he, "do you want to mouth everyone you meet with in a hurry?" Roman 24. Marcus Valerius Probus of Berytus, after long aspiring to the rank of centurion, being at last tired of waiting, devoted himself to study. He had met with some old authors at a bookseller's shop in the provinces, where the memory of ancient times still lingers, and is not quite forgotten, as it is at Rome. Being anxious carefully to reperuse these, and afterwards to make acquaintance with other works of the same kind, he found himself an object of contempt, and was laughed 523 at for his lectures, instead of their gaining him fame or profit. Still, however, he persisted in his purpose, and employed himself in correcting, illustrating, and adding notes to many works which he had collected, his labors being confined to the province of a grammarian and nothing more. He had, properly speaking, no scholars, but some few followers. For he never taught in such a way as to maintain the character of a master, but was in the habit of admitting one or two, perhaps at most 3 or 4 disciples in the afternoon. And while he lay at ease and chatted freely on ordinary topics, he occasionally read some book to them, but that did not often happen. He published a few slight treatises on some subtle questions, besides which, he left a large collection of observations on the language of the ancients. Lives of Eminent Rhetoricians. 524. Rhetoric also, as well as grammar, was not introduced amongst us till a late period, and with still more difficulty, inasmuch as we find that, at times, the practice of it was even prohibited. In order to leave no doubt of this, I will subjoin an ancient decree of the Senate, as well as an edict of the censors. In the consulship of Caius Fannius Strabo and Marcus Palerius Messala, the praetor Marcus Pomponius moved the Senate that an act be passed respecting philosophers and rhetoricians. In this matter they have decreed as follows. It shall be lawful for M. Pomponius, the praetor, to take such measures, and make such provisions as the good of the republic and the duty of his office require that no philosophers or rhetoricians be suffered at Rome. After some interval, the censor Cneius Domitius Enobarbus and Lucius Licinius Crassus issued the following edict upon the same subject. It is reported to us that certain persons have instituted a new kind of discipline, that our youth resort to their schools, that they have assumed the title of Latin rhetoricians, and that young men waste their time there for whole days together. Our ancestors have ordained what instruction it is fitting their children should receive, and what schools they should attend. These novelties, contrary to the customs and instructions of our ancestors, we neither approve, nor do they appear to us good. Wherefore it appears to be our duty that we should notify our judgment both to those who keep such schools, and those who are in the practice of frequenting them, that they meet our disapprobation. However, by slow degrees, rhetoric manifested itself to be a 525, useful and honorable study, and many persons devoted themselves to it, both as a means of defense and of acquiring reputation. Cicero declaimed in Greek until his praetorship, but afterwards, as he grew older, in Latin also, and even in the consulship of Hirtius and Pansa, whom he calls his great and noble disciples. Some historians state that Cneius Pompey resumed the practice of declaiming even during the Civil War, in order to be better prepared to argue against Caius Curio, a young man of great talents, to whom the defense of Caesar was entrusted. They say, likewise, that it was not forgotten by Mark Antony, nor by Augustus, even during the War of Modena. Nero also declaimed even after he became emperor, in the first year of his reign, which he had done before in public but twice. Many speeches of orators were also published. In consequence, public favor was so much attracted to the study of rhetoric that a vast number of professors and learned men devoted themselves to it, and it flourished to such a degree that some of them raised themselves by it to the rank of senators and the highest offices. But the same mode of teaching was not adopted by all, nor, indeed, did individuals always confine themselves to the same system, but each varied his plan of teaching according to circumstances. For they were accustomed, in stating their argument with the utmost clearness, to use figures and apologies, to put cases, as circumstances required, and to relate facts, sometimes briefly and succinctly, and at other times more at large and with greater feeling. Nor did they omit, on occasion, to resort to translations from the Greek, and to expatiate in the praise, or to launch their censures on the faults, of illustrious men. They also dealt with matters connected with everyday life, pointing out such as are useful and necessary, and such as are hurtful and needless. They had occasion often to support the authority of fabulous accounts, and to detract from that of historical narratives, which sort the Greeks call propositions, refutations, and corroboration, until by a gradual process they have exhausted these topics and arrive at the gist of the argument. Among the ancients, subjects of controversy were drawn either from history, as indeed some are even now, or from 526 actual facts of recent occurrence. It was, therefore, the custom to state them precisely, with details of the names of places. We certainly so find them collected and published, and it may be well to give one or two of them literally, by way of example. A company of young men from the city, having made an excursion to Ostia in the summer season, and going down to the beach, fell in with some fishermen who were casting their nets in the sea. Having bargained with them for the haul, whatever it might turn out to be, for a certain sum, they paid down the money. They waited a long time while the nets were being drawn, and when at last they were dragged on shore, there was no fish in them, but some gold sewn up in a basket. The buyers claim the haul is theirs, the fishermen assert that it belongs to them. Again, some dealers having to land from a ship at Brundusium a cargo of slaves, among which there was a handsome boy of great value, they, in order to deceive the collectors of the customs, smuggled him ashore in the dress of a free-born youth, with the bullum hung about his neck. The fraud easily escaped detection. They proceed to Rome. The affair becomes the subject of judicial inquiry. It is alleged that the boy was entitled to his freedom because his master had voluntarily treated him as free. Formerly, they called these by a Greek term, syntaxes, but of late, controversies. But they may be either fictitious cases or those which come under trial in the courts. Of the eminent professors of this science, of whom any memorials are extant, it would not be easy to find many others than those of whom I shall now proceed to give an account. Roman 2. Lucius Plotius Gallus. Of him Marcus Tullius Cicero thus writes to Marcus Titinius, I remember well that when we were boys, one Lucius Plotius first began to teach Latin, and as great numbers flocked to his school, so that all who were most devoted to study were eager to take lessons from him, it was a great trouble to me that I too was not allowed to do so. I was prevented, however, by the decided opinion, 527, of men of the greatest learning, who considered that it was best to cultivate the genius by the study of Greek. This same Gallus, for he lived to a great age, was pointed at by M. Caelius, in a speech which he was forced to make in his own cause, as having supplied his accuser Atrasinus with materials for his charge. Suppressing his name, he says that such a rhetorician was like barley bread compared to a wheaten loaf windy, chaffy, and coarse. Roman 3. Lucius Octacilius Pilatus is said to have been a slave, and according to the old custom, chained to the door like a watchdog, until, having been presented with his freedom for his genius and devotion to learning, he drew up for his patron the act of accusation in a cause he was prosecuting. After that, becoming a professor of rhetoric, he gave instructions to Cneus Pompey the Great, and composed an account of his actions, as well as of those of his father, being the first freedman, according to the opinion of Cornelius Nepos, who ventured to write history, which before his time had not been done by anyone who was not of the highest ranks in society. Roman 4. About this time, Epidius, having fallen into disgrace for bringing a false accusation, opened a school of instruction, in which he taught, among others, Mark Antony and Augustus. On one occasion Caius Canudius jeered them for presuming to belong to the party of the consul Isauricus in his administration of the Republic, upon which he replied that he would rather be the disciple of Isauricus than of Epidius, the false accuser. This Epidius claimed to be descended from Epidius Nuncio, who, as 528 ancient traditions assert, fell into the fountain of the river Sarnus when the streams were overflown, and not being afterwards found, was reckoned among the number of the gods. V. Sextus Clodius, a native of Sicily, a professor both of Greek and Latin eloquence, had bad eyes and a facetious tongue. It was a saying of his that he lost a pair of eyes from his intimacy with Mark Antony, the triumvir. Of his wife, Fulvia, when there was a swelling in one of her cheeks, he said that she tempted the point of his style. Nor did Antony think any the worse of him for the joke, but quite enjoyed it. And soon afterwards, when Antony was consul, he even made him a large grant of land, which Cicero charges him with in his Philippics. "You patronize," he said, "a master of the schools for the sake of his buffoonery, and make a rhetorician one of your pot companions, allowing him to cut his jokes on anyone he pleased. A witty man, no doubt, but it was an easy matter to say smart things of such as you and your companions. But listen, conscript fathers, while I tell you what reward was given to this rhetorician, and let the wounds of the Republic be laid bare to view. You assigned 2,000 acres of the Leontine territory to Sextus Clodius. The rhetorician, and not content with that, exonerated the estate from all taxes. Hear this, and learn from the extravagance of the grant how little wisdom is displayed in your acts. Roman 6. Caius Albutius Silius of Novara, while, in the execution, 529 of the office of edile in his native place, he was sitting for the administration of justice, was dragged by the feet from the tribunal by some persons against whom he was pronouncing a decree. In great indignation at this usage, he made straight for the gate of the town and proceeded to Rome. There he was admitted to fellowship, and lodged with Plancus the orator, whose practice it was, before he made a speech in public, to set up someone to take the contrary side in the argument. The office was undertaken by Albutius with such success that he silenced Plancus, who did not venture to put himself in competition with him. This bringing him into notice, he collected an audience of his own, and it was his custom to open the question proposed for debate, sitting. But as he warmed with the subject, he stood up and made his peroration in that posture. His declamations were of different kinds, sometimes brilliant and polished, at others, that they might not be thought to savor too much of the schools. He curtailed them of all ornament, and used only familiar phrases. He also pleaded causes, but rarely, being employed in such as were of the highest importance, and in every case undertaking the peroration only. In the end, he gave up practicing in the forum, partly from shame, partly from fear. For, in a certain trial before the court of the 100, having lashed the defendant as a man void of natural affection for his parents, he called upon him by a bold figure of speech, to swear by the ashes of his father and mother which lay unburied. His adversary taking him up for the suggestion, and the judges frowning upon it, he lost his cause, and was much blamed. At another time, on a trial for murder at Milan, before Lucius Pies, the proconsul, having to defend the culprit, he worked himself up to such a pitch of vehemence, that in a crowded court, who loudly applauded him, notwithstanding all the efforts of the lictor to maintain order, he broke out into a lamentation on the miserable state of Italy, then in danger of being again reduced, he said, into 530 the form of a province, and turning to the statue of Marcus Brutus, which stood in the forum, he invoked him as the founder and vindicator of the liberties of the people. For this he narrowly escaped a prosecution. Suffering, at an advanced period of life, from an ulcerated tumor, he returned to Novara, and calling the people together in a public assembly, addressed them in a set speech, of considerable length, explaining the reasons which induced him to put an end to existence, and this he did by abstaining from food. End of the Lives of Grammarians and Rhetoricians. Lives of the Poets. 531. The Life of Terence. Publius Terentius of Fur, a native of Carthage, was a slave, at Rome, of the senator Terentius Lucanus, who, struck by his abilities and handsome person, gave him not only a liberal education in his youth, but his freedom when he arrived at years of maturity. Some say that he was a captive taken in war, but this, as Fenestella informs us, could by no means have been the case, since both his birth and death took place in the interval between the termination of the Second Punic War and the commencement of the Third. Nor, even supposing that he had been taken prisoner by the Numidian or Gætulian tribes, could he have fallen into the hands of a Roman general, as there was no commercial intercourse between the Italians and Africans until after the fall of Carthage. Terence lived in great familiarity with many persons of high station, and especially with Scipio Africanus and Caius Delius, whose favor he is even supposed to have purchased by the foulest means. But Fenestella reverses the charge, contending that Terence was older than either of them. Cornelius Nepos, however, 532, informs us that they were all of nearly equal age, and Portius intimates a suspicion of this criminal commerce in the following passage. While Terence plays the wanton with the great, and recommends himself to them by the meretricious ornaments of his person, while with greedy ears he drinks in the divine melody of Africanus's voice, while he thinks of being a constant guest at the table of Furius and the handsome Laelius, while he thinks that he is fondly loved by them, and often invited to Albanum for his youthful beauty, he finds himself stripped of his property and reduced to the lowest state of indigence. Then, withdrawing from the world, he betook himself to Greece, where he met his end, dying at Strymphalos, a town in Arcadia. What availed him the friendship of Scipio, of Laelius, or of Furius, three of the most affluent nobles of that age? They did not even minister to his necessities so much as to provide him a hired house, to which his slave might return with the intelligence of his master's death. He wrote comedies, the earliest of which, the Andria, having to be performed at the public spectacles given by the aediles, he was commanded to read it first before Caecilius. Having been introduced while Caecilius was at supper, and being meanly dressed, he is reported to have read the beginning of the play seated on a low stool near the great man's couch. But after reciting a few verses, he was invited to take his place at table, and having supped with his host, went through the rest to his great delight. This play and 5 others were received by the public with similar applause, although Valcadius, in his enumeration of them, says that the Hesyra must not be reckoned among these. The eunuch was even acted twice the same day, and earned more money than any comedy, whoever was the writer, had 533, ever done before, namely 8,000 sesterces, besides which assert some accrued to the author for the title. But Varro prefers the opening of the Adelphi to that of Menander. It is very commonly reported that Terence was assisted in his works by Laelius and Scipio, with whom he lived in such great intimacy. He gave some currency to this report himself, nor did he ever attempt to defend himself against it, except in a light way, as in the prologue to the Adelphi. Nam quod isti dicunt malevali, homines nohels hunc adjuder, aciduc unus scriber, quod illi maledictum vehemens existiment, eam laudum hic ducit maximam. Cumilis placit, qui vobis universis et populo placent, quorum opera in bello, in odio, in negodio, suo quisque tempor usus est sine superbia. For this, which malice tells that certain noble persons assist the bard, and write in concert with him, that which they deem a heavy slander, he esteems his greatest praise. That he can please those who in war, in peace, as counselors, have rendered you the dearest services, and ever borne their faculties so meekly. Calman. He appears to have protested against this imputation with less earnestness, because the notion was far from being disagreeable to Laelius and Scipio. It therefore gained ground and prevailed in after times. Quintus Memmius, in his speech in his own defense, says Publius Africanus, who borrowed from Terence a character which he had acted in private, brought it on the stage in his name. Nepos tells us he found in some book that C. Laelius, when he was on some occasion at Puteoli, on the calends of March, being requested by his wife to rise early, 534, begged her not to suffer him to be disturbed, as he had gone to bed late, having been engaged in writing with more than usual success. On her asking him to tell her what he had been writing, he repeated the verses which are found in the Heuton Timoraminos. Satis Paul proterv miseri promesahuten. Roman 4, 1. Faith, the rogue Cyrus's impudent pretenses. Santra is of opinion that if Terence required any assistance in his compositions, he would not have had recourse to Scipio and Laelius, who were then very young men, but rather to Sulpicius Gallus, an accomplished scholar who had been the first to introduce his plays at the games given by the consuls, or to Q. Fabius Labeo or Marcus Popilius, both men of consular rank as well as poets. It was for this reason that, in alluding to the assistance he had received, he did not speak of his coadjutors as very young men, but as persons of whose services the people had full experience in peace, in war, and in the administration of affairs. After he had given his comedies to the world, at a time when he had not passed his 35th year, in order to avoid suspicion, as he found others publishing their works under his name, or else to make himself acquainted with the modes of life and habits of the Greeks, for the purpose of exhibiting them in his plays, he withdrew from home, to which he never returned. Valcadius gives this account of his death. Sedat afer se populo dedit commodias iter hic in aeseum fecit, navum cum semel consendit, visus nunquam est. Sic vita vacat. 535, when Afer had produced 6 plays for the entertainment of the people, he embarked for Asia, but from the time he went on board ship he was never seen again. Thus he ended his life. Q. Consentius reports that he perished at sea on his voyage back from Greece, and that 108 plays, of which he had made a version from Menander, were lost with him. Others say that he died at Stymphalos, in Arcadia, or in Leucadia, during the consulship of Cn. Cornelius Dolabella and Marcus Fulvius Nobilior, worn out with a severe illness, and with grief and regret for the loss of his baggage, which he had sent forward in a ship that was wrecked, and contained the last new plays he had written. In person, Terence is reported to have been rather short and slender, with a dark complexion. He had an only daughter, who was afterwards married to a Roman knight, and he left also 20 acres of garden ground on the Appian Way at the Villa of Mars. I, therefore, wonder the more how Portius could have written the verses. Nihil Publius Scipio perfuit, nihil et Laelius, nihil furious tres per idem tempus qui agitabant nobles facilime, earum, ille opera ni domum quaedam habuit conductitium, saltum ut esset, quo referit obidem domini servulus. Afranius places him at the head of all the comic writers, declaring, in his Compitalia, Terentio non similem dices quempium, Terence's equal cannot soon be found. On the other hand, Valcadius reckons him inferior not only 536 to Naevius, Plautus, and Caecilius, but also to Licinius. Cicero pays him this high compliment in his Limo. Tu quoque, qui solus lecto sermon, Terenti, conversum expressum Latina voce menendrum in medio populi sedatis vocibus offers, quidquid cum loquens, ac omnia dulcia dicens. You only, Terence, translated into Latin and clothed in choice language the plays of Menander, and brought them before the public, who in crowded audiences hung upon hushed applause. Grace marked each line, and every period charmed. So also Caius Caesar. Tu quoque tu in summis, o dimitiate Menander, ponris et merito puri sermonis amator. Lenibus ac utinam scriptis adjuncta fort vis comica, ut equato virtus polerit honor cum Grecis, nec in hoc dispectus part gesirs, unum hoc macerer, et dolio tibi dies Terenti. You, too, who divide your honors with Menander, will take your place among poets of the highest order, and justly too, such is the purity of your style. Would only that to your graceful diction was added more comic force, that your works might equal in merit the Greek masterpieces, and your inferiority in this particular should not expose you to censure. This is my only regret. In this, Terence, I grieve to say you are wanting. The Life of Juvenal. D. Junius Juvenalis, who was either the son of a wealthy freedman or brought up by him, it is not known which, declaimed till the middle of life, more from the bent of his inclination than from any desire to prepare himself either for the schools or the forum. But having composed a short satire, which was clever enough, on Paris, the actor of pantomimes, 537, and also on the poet of Claudius Nero, who was puffed up by having held some inferior military rank for 6 months only. He afterwards devoted himself with much zeal to that style of writing. For a while, indeed, he had not the courage to read them even to a small circle of auditors, but it was not long before he recited his satires to crowded audiences, and with entire success. And this he did twice or thrice, inserting new lines among those which he had originally composed. Quod non dant prosers, dabit histrio, tu camarinos, et barias, tu nobilium magna atria curas, perfectos pelopia facit, philomela tribunos. Behold, an actor's patronage affords a surer means of rising than a lord. S. And wilt thou still the Camarino's court, or to the halls of Baria's resort, when tribunes Pelopia can create and Philomela prefects, who shall rule the state? At that time the player was in high favor at court, and many of those who fawned upon him were daily raised to posts of honor. Juvenal therefore incurred the suspicion of having covertly satirized occurrences which were then passing, and, although 80 years old at that time, he was immediately removed from the city, being sent into honorable banishment as prefect of a cohort, which was under orders to proceed to a station at the extreme frontier of Egypt. That 538 sort of punishment was selected, as it appeared severe enough for an offense which was venial and a mere piece of drollery. However, he died very soon afterwards, worn down by grief and weary of his life. The Life of Persius. Aulus Persius Flaccus was born the day before the nones of December 4th dec, in the consulship of Fabius Persicus and L. Vitellius. He died on the 8th of the calends of December in the consulship of Rubrius Marius and Asinius Gallus. Though born at Volterra, in Etruria, he was a Roman knight, allied both by blood and marriage to persons of the highest rank. He ended his days at an estate he had at the 8th milestone on the Appian Way. His father, Flaccus, who died when he was barely 6 years old, left him under the care of guardians, and his mother, Fulvia Silena, who afterwards married Fusius, a Roman knight, buried him also in a very few years. Persius Flaccus pursued his studies at Volterra till he was 12 years old, and then continued them at Rome, under Remmius Palaemon, the grammarian, and Virginius Flaccus, the rhetorician. Arriving at the age of 21, he formed a friendship with Annaeus Cornutus, which lasted through life, and from him he learned the rudiments of philosophy. Among his earliest friends were Ctesius Basius and Calpurnius Statera, the latter of whom died while Persius himself was yet in his youth. Servilius, 539 Numenus, he reverenced as a father. Through Cornutus he was introduced to Annaeus, as well as to Lucan, who was of his own age and also a disciple of Cornutus. At that time, Cornutus was a tragic writer. He belonged to the sect of the Stoics, and left behind him some philosophical works. Lucan was so delighted with the writings of Persius Flaccus that he could scarcely refrain from giving loud tokens of applause while the author was reciting them, and declared that they had the true spirit of poetry. It was late before Persius made the acquaintance of Seneca, and then he was not much struck with his natural endowments. At the house of Cornutus, he enjoyed the society of two very learned and excellent men, who were then zealously devoting themselves to philosophical inquiries, namely Claudius Agathernus, a physician from Lacedaemon, and Petronius Aristocrates of Magnesia, men whom he held in the highest esteem, and with whom he vied in their studies, as they were of his own age, being younger than Cornutus. During nearly the last 10 years of his life, he was much beloved by Thracias, so that he sometimes traveled abroad in his company, and his cousin Aurea was married to him. Persius was remarkable for gentle manners, for a modesty amounting to bashfulness, a handsome form, and an attachment to his mother, sister, and aunt which was most exemplary. He was frugal and chaste. He left his mother and sister 20,000 sesterces, requesting his mother, in a written codicil, to present to Cornutus, as some say, 100 sesterces, or as others, 20 pounds of wrought silver, besides about 700 books, which indeed included his whole library. Cornutus, however, would only take the books, and gave up the legacy to the sisters, whom his brother had constituted his heirs. He wrote seldom, and not very fast. Even the work we possess he left incomplete. Some verses are wanting at the end of the book, but Cornutus thoughtlessly recited it, as if 540 it was finished, and on Caesius Bashu's requesting to be allowed to publish it, he delivered it to him for that purpose. In his younger days, Persius had written a play, as well as an itinerary, with several copies of verses on Thracia's father-in-law and Aurea's mother, who had made away with herself before her husband. But Cornutus used his whole influence with the mother of Persius to prevail upon her to destroy these compositions. As soon as his book of satires was published, all the world began to admire it and were eager to buy it up. He died of a disease in the stomach, in the 30th year of his age. But no sooner had he left school and his masters than he set to work with great vehemence to compose satires, from having read the 10th book of Lucilius, and made the beginning of that book his model, presently launching his invectives all around with so little scruple that he did not spare contemporary poets and orators, and even lashed Nero himself, who was then the reigning prince. The verse ran as follows: Auricula's Asini Meta Rex habit, King Midas has an ass's ears. But Cornutus altered it thus: Auricula's Asini quis non hahit, who has not an ass's ears? In order that it might not be supposed that it was meant to apply to Nero. The Life of Horace. Horatius Flaccus was a native of Venusium, his father having been, by his own account, a freedman and collector of taxes, but, as it is generally believed, a dealer in salted 541 provisions. For someone with whom Horace had a quarrel jeered him by saying, "How often have I seen your father wiping his nose with his fist?" In the Battle of Philippi, he served as a military tribune, which post he filled at the instance of Marcus Brutus, the general, and having obtained a pardon on the overthrow of his party, he purchased the office of scribe to a quaestor. Afterwards insinuating himself first into the good graces of Mecines, and then of Augustus, he secured no small share in the regard of both. And first, how much Mæcenas loved him may be seen by the epigram in which he says, Niti visceribus meis horati, plus jam diligo tidium sodilum, gino tu vidias strigoserum. But it was more strongly exhibited by Augustus, in a short sentence uttered in his last moments. Be as mindful of Horatius Flaccus as you are of me. Augustus offered to appoint him his secretary, signifying his wishes to Mæcenas in a letter to the following effect. Hitherto, I have been able to write my own epistles to friends, but now I am too much occupied and in an infirm state of health. I wish, therefore, to deprive you of our Horace. Let him leave, therefore, your luxurious table and come to the palace, and he shall assist me in writing my letters. And upon his refusing to accept the office, he neither exhibited the smallest displeasure, nor ceased to heap upon him tokens of his regard. Letters of his are extant, from which I will make some short extracts to establish this. Use your influence over me with the same freedom as you would do if we were living together as friends. In so doing you will be perfectly right and guilty of no impropriety, for I could wish that our intercourse should be on that footing if your health admitted of it. And again, how I hold you in memory you may learn 542 from our friend Septimius, for I happened to mention you when he was present. And if you are so proud as to scorn my friendship, that is no reason why I should lightly esteem yours in return. Besides this, among other drolleries, he often called him his most immaculate penis and his charming little man, and loaded him from time to time with proofs of his munificence. He admired his works so much, and was so convinced of their enduring fame, that he directed him to compose the secular poem, as well as that on the victory of his stepsons Tiberius and Drusus over the Vindelica. And for this purpose urged him to add, after a long interval, a fourth book of odes to the former three. After reading his sermons, in which he found no mention of himself, he complained in these terms: You must know that I am very angry with you, because in most of your works of this description you do not choose to address yourself to me. Are you afraid that, in times to come, your reputation will suffer, in case it should appear that you lived on terms of intimate friendship with me? And he wrung from him the eulogy which begins with, Cum tot sustenias, et tanta negotia solis, resitalis armis tutoris, moribus orns legibus amends. In publica commoda pexum, si longo sermon morer tua tempora, Caesar epist Roman II. I. While you alone sustain the important weight of Rome's affairs, so various and so great, while you the public weal with arms defend, adorn with morals, and with laws amend, shall not the tedious letter prove a crime, that steals one moment of our Caesar's time Francis? In person, Horace was short and fat, as he is described by himself in his satires, and by Augustus in the following letter. Dionysius has brought me your small volume, which, little as it is, not to blame you for that, I shall judge favorably. You seem to me, however, to be afraid lest your volumes should be bigger than yourself, but if you are short in stature, you are corpulent enough. You may, therefore, 543, if you will, write in a quart, when the size of your volume is as large round as your paunch. It is reported that he was immoderately addicted to venery, for he is said to have had obscene pictures so disposed in a bedchamber lined with mirrors, that, whichever way he looked, lascivious images might present themselves to his view. He lived for the most part in the retirement of his farm, on the confines of the Sabine and Tiburtine territories, and his house is shewn in the neighborhood of a little wood not far from Tibur. Some elegies ascribed to him, and a prose epistle apparently written to commend himself to Mæcenas, have been handed down to us, but I believe that neither of them are genuine works of his, for the elegies are commonplace, and the epistle is wanting in perspicuity, a fault which cannot be imputed to his style. He was born on the 6th of the Ides of December, in the consulship of Lucius Cotta and Lucius Torquatus, and died on the 5th of the calends of December, in the consulship of Caius Marcius Censorinus and Caius Asinius Gallus, having completed his 59th year. He made a nuncupatory will, declaring Augustus his heir, not being able from the violence of his disorder to sign one in due form. He was interred and lies buried on the skirts of the Esquiline Hill, near the tomb of Mæcenas. 544. Annaeus Lucanus, a native of Corduba, first tried the powers of his genius in an encomium on Nero at the Quinquennial Games. He afterwards recited his poem on the civil war carried on between Pompey and Caesar. His vanity was so immense, and he gave such liberty to his tongue, that in some preface, comparing his age and his first efforts with those of Virgil, he had the assurance to say, "And what now remains for me is to deal with a gnat." In his early youth, after being long informed of the sort of life his father led in the country, in consequence of an unhappy marriage, he was recalled from Athens by Nero, who admitted him into the circle of his friends and even gave him the honor of the quaestorship. But he did not long remain in favor. Smarting at this, and having publicly stated that Nero had withdrawn, all of a sudden, without communicating with the Senate, and without any other motive than his own recreation. After this, he did not cease to assail the emperor both with foul words and with acts which are still notorious. So that on one occasion, when easing his bowels in the common privy, there being a louder explosion than usual, he gave vent to the nemistich of Nero. One would suppose it was thundering underground, in the hearing of those who were sitting there for the same purpose, and who took to their heels in much consternation. In a poem also, which was in everyone's hands, he severely lashed both the emperor and his most powerful adherents. At length, he became nearly the most active leader in Piso's conspiracy, and while he dwelt without reserve in many quarters on the glory of those who dipped their hands in the 545 blood of tyrants, he launched out into open threats of violence, and carried them so far as to boast that he would cast the emperor's head at the feet of his neighbors. When, however, the plot was discovered, he did not exhibit any firmness of mind. A confession was wrung from him without much difficulty, and, humbling himself to the most abject entreaties, he even named his innocent mother as one of the conspirators, hoping that his want of natural affection would give him favor in the eyes of a parricidal prince. Having obtained permission to choose his mode of death, he wrote notes to his father, containing corrections of some of his verses, and, having made a full meal, allowed a physician to open the veins in his arm. I have also heard it said that his poems were offered for sale, and commented upon, not only with care and diligence, but also in a trifling way. The Life of Pliny. Plinius Secundus, a native of New Como, having served in 546, the wars with strict attention to his duties, in the rank of a knight distinguished himself, also by the great integrity with which he administered the high functions of procurator for a long period in the several provinces entrusted to his charge. But still he devoted so much attention to literary pursuits that it would not have been an easy matter for a person who enjoyed entire leisure to have written more than he did. He comprised, in 20 volumes, an account of all the various wars carried on in successive periods with the German tribes. Besides this, he wrote a natural history, which extended to 7 books. He fell a victim to the calamitous event which occurred in Campania. For having the command of the fleet at Misenum, when Vesuvius was throwing up a fiery eruption, he put to sea with his galleys for the purpose of exploring the causes of the phenomenon close on the spot. But being prevented by contrary winds from sailing back, he was suffocated in the dense cloud of dust and ashes. Some, however, think that he was killed by his slave, having implored him to put an end to his sufferings when he was reduced to the last extremity by the fervent heat. The end of Lives of the Poets. Footnotes. Footnote 3. Julius Caesar Divis. Romulus, the founder of Rome, had the honor of an apotheosis conferred on him by the Senate, under the title of Quirinus, to obviate the people's suspicion of his having been taken off by a conspiracy of the patrician order. Political circumstances again concurred with popular superstition to revive this posthumous adulation in favor of Julius Caesar, the founder of the empire, who also fell by the hands of conspirators. It is remarkable in the history of a nation so jealous of public liberty that, in both instances, they bestowed the highest mark of human homage upon men who owed their fate to the introduction of arbitrary power. Footnote 4. Pliny informs us that Caius Julius, the father of Julius Caesar, a man of Praetorian rank, died suddenly at Pisa. Footnote 5. AUC. In the year from the foundation of Rome, 670 AC, before Christ, about 92. Footnote 6. Flamen Diales. This was an office of great dignity, but subjected the holder to many restrictions. He was not allowed to ride on horseback, nor to absent himself from the city for a single night. His wife was also under particular restraints and could not be divorced. If she died, the flamen resigned his office because there were certain sacred rites which he could not perform without her assistance. Besides other marks of distinction, he wore a purple robe called lina and a conical mitre called apex. Footnote 7. Two powerful parties were contending at Rome for the supremacy, Sylla being at the head of the faction of the nobles, while Marius espoused the cause of the people. Sylla suspected Julius Caesar of belonging to the Marian party because Marius had married his aunt Julia. Footnote 9. Bithynia in Asia Minor was bounded on the south by Phrygia, on the west by the Bosphorus and Propontis, and on the north by the Euxine Sea. Its boundaries towards the east are not clearly ascertained, Strabo, Pliny, and Ptolemy differing from each other on the subject. Footnote 10. Mytilene was a city in the island of Lesbos, famous for the study of philosophy and eloquence. According to Pliny, it remained a free city and in power 1,500 years. It suffered much in the Peloponnesian War from the Athenians and in the Mithridatic from the Romans, by whom it was taken and destroyed. But it soon rose again, having recovered its ancient liberty by the favor of Pompey, and was afterwards much embellished by Trajan, who added to it the splendor of his own name. This was the country of Pittacus, one of the 7 wise men of Greece, as well as of Alcaeus and Sappho. The natives showed a particular taste for poetry, and had, as Plutarch informs us, stated times for the celebration of poetical contests. Footnote 11. The civic crown was made of oak leaves and given to him who had saved the life of a citizen. The person thus decorated wore it at public spectacles and sat next the senators. When he entered, the audience rose up as a mark of respect. Footnote 12. A very extensive country of Hither Asia, lying between Pamphylia to the west, Mount Taurus and Amanus to the north, Syria to the east, and the Mediterranean to the south. It was anciently famous for saffron, and haircloth, called by the Romans Cilician, was the manufacture of this country. Footnote 13. A city and an island, near the coast of Caria, famous for the huge statue of the sun, called the Colossus. The Rhodians were celebrated not only for skill in naval affairs, but for learning, philosophy, and eloquence. During the latter periods of the Roman Republic, and under some of the emperors, numbers resorted there to prosecute their studies, and it also became a place of retreat to discontented Romans. Footnote 14. Pharmacusa, an island lying off the coast of Asia, near Maltus. It is now called Parmosa. Footnote 15. The ransom, too large for Caesar's private means, was raised by the voluntary contributions of the cities in the Asiatic province, who were equally liberal from their public funds in the case of other Romans who fell into the hands of pirates at that period. Footnote 18. Rex, it will be easily understood, was not a title of dignity in a Roman family, but the surname of the Marcii. Footnote 19. The rites of the Bona Dea, called also fauna, which were performed in the night and by women only. Footnote 20. Hispania Boudica, the hither province being called Hispania Tarraconensis. Footnote 21. Alexander the Great was only 33 years at the time of his death. Footnote 22. The proper office of the master of the horse was to command the knights and execute the orders of the dictator. He was usually nominated from amongst persons of consular and praetorian dignity, and had the use of a horse, which the dictator had not, without the order of the people. Footnote 23. Seneca compares the annals of Tanusius to the life of a fool, which, though it may be long, is worthless, while that of a wise man, like a good book, is valuable, however short. Epist. 94. Footnote 24. Bibulus was Caesar's colleague, both as edile and consul. Cicero calls his edicts Archilochian, that is, as full of spite as the verses of Archilochus ad. Attic, B7, Ep. 24. Footnote 25. AUC 689. Cicero holds both the curios, father and son, very cheap brute. C. 60. Footnote 26. Regnum, the kingly power, which the Roman people considered an insupportable tyranny. Footnote 28. The assemblies of the people were at first held in the open forum. Afterwards, a covered building, called the Comitium, was erected for that purpose. There are no remains of it, but Lumiston thinks that it probably stood on the south side of the forum, on the site of the present Church of the Consolation Antic of Rome, p. 357. Footnote 29. Basilicas from Basilius, a king. They were indeed the palaces of the sovereign people, stately and spacious buildings with halls which served the purpose of exchanges, council chambers, and courts of justice. Some of the basilicas were afterwards converted into Christian churches. The form was oblong, the middle was an open space to walk in, called testudo, and which we now call the nave. On each side of this were rows of pillars, which formed what we should call the sidiles, and which the ancients called porticus. The end of the testudo was curved, like the apse of some of our churches, and was called tribunal, from causes being heard there. Hence the term tribune is applied to that part of the Roman churches which is behind the high altar. Burton's Antic. Of Rome, p. 204. Footnote 31. It appears to have stood at the foot of the Capitoline Hill. Piranesi thinks that the two beautiful columns of white marble, which are commonly described as belonging to the portico of the temple of Jupiter Stator, are the remains of the temple of Castor and Pollux. Footnote 34. The temple of Jupiter Capitolinus was commenced and completed by the Tarquins, kings of Rome, but not dedicated till the year after their expulsion, when that honor devolved on M. Horatius Fulvulus, the first of the consuls. Having been burnt down during the civil wars, A.U.C. 670, Sylla restored it on the same foundations, but did not live to consecrate it. Footnote 35. Meaning Pompey, not so much for the sake of the office, as having his name inserted in the inscription recording the repairs of the Capitol, instead of Catullus. The latter, however, secured the honor, and his name is still seen inscribed in an apartment at the Capitol as its restorer. Footnote 36. It being the calends of January, the first day of the year, on which the magistrates solemnly entered on their offices, surrounded by their friends. Footnote 37. Among others, one for recalling Pompey from Asia, under the pretext that the Commonwealth was in danger. Cato was one of the colleagues who saw through the design and opposed the decree. Footnote 39. Plutarch informs us that Caesar, before he came into office, owed his creditors 1,300 talents, somewhat more than £565,000 of our money. But his debts increased so much after this period, if we may believe Appian, that upon his departure for Spain, at the expiration of his praetorship, he is reported to have said, Bis millis et quingentis centina minis sibi ades oporter, ut nihil haberit, i.e., that he was 2,000,000 and nearly 20,000 sesterces worse than penniless. Crassus became his security for 830 talents, about £871,500. Footnote 40. For his victories in Galicia and Lusitania, having led his army to the shores of the ocean, which had not before been reduced to submission. Footnote 41. Caesar was placed in this dilemma that if he aspired to a triumph, he must remain outside the walls until it took place, while as a candidate for the consulship, he must be resident in the city. Footnote 42. Even the severe censor was biased by political expediency to sanction a system, under which what little remained of public virtue and the love of liberty at Rome were fast decaying. The strict laws against bribery at elections were disregarded, and it was practiced openly and accepted without a blush. Sallust says that everything was venal, and that Rome itself might be bought if anyone was rich enough to purchase it. Jugurth Romanate, 23. Footnote 44. The proceedings of the Senate were reported in short notes taken by one of their own order, strangers not being admitted at their sittings. These notes included speeches as well as acts. These and the proceedings of the assemblies of the people were daily published in journals. Footnote Diurna, which contained also accounts of the trials at law, with miscellaneous intelligence of births and deaths, marriages and divorces. The practice of publishing the proceedings of the Senate, introduced by Julius Caesar, was discontinued by Augustus. Footnote 45. Within the city, the lictors walked before only one of the consuls, and that commonly for a month alternately. A public officer, called excensus, preceded the other consul, and the lictors followed. This custom had long been disused, but was now restored by Caesar. Footnote 46. In order that he might be a candidate for the tribuneship of the people, it was done late in the evening, at an unusual hour for public business. Footnote 47. Gaul was divided into two provinces, Transalpine or Gallia Ulterior and Cisalpina or Citerior. The Citerior, having nearly the same limits as Lombardy in after times, was properly a part of Italy occupied by colonists from Gaul, and having the Rubicon, the ancient boundary of Italy, on the south. It was also called Gallia Togata, from the use of the Roman toga, the inhabitants being, after the social war, admitted to the right of citizens. The Gallia Transalpina or Ulterior was called Comata, from the people wearing their hair long, while the Romans wore it short. And the southern part, afterwards called Narbonensis, came to have the epithet Bracata, from the use of the bracci, which were no part of the Roman dress. Some writers suppose the bracci to have been breeches, but Aldus, in a short disquisition on the subject, affirms that they were a kind of upper dress. And this opinion seems to be countenanced by the name bracken being applied by the modern Celtic nations, the descendants of the Gallic Celts, to signify their upper garment or plaid. Footnote 48, alluding, probably, to certain scandals of a gross character which were rife against Caesar. See before, see Roman 2, p. 2, and see also see Roman 49. Footnote 49, so called from the feathers on their helmets resembling the crest of a lark, alauda, fr. Alouette. Footnote 50. Days appointed by the Senate for public thanksgiving in the temples in the name of a victorious general who had in the decrees the title of emperor, by which they were saluted by the legions. Footnote 54. Conquest had so multiplied business at Rome that the Roman Forum became too little for transacting it, and could not be enlarged without clearing away the buildings with which it was surrounded. Hence the enormous sum which its site is said to have cost, amounting, it is calculated, to £809,291 of our money. It stood near the old Forum, behind the temple of Romulus and Remus, but not a vestige of it remains. Footnote 55. Comum was a town of the Orobe, of ancient standing and formerly powerful. Julius Caesar added to it 5,000 new colonists, whence it was generally called Novacomum, but in time it recovered its ancient name, Comum, Pliny the Younger, who was a native of this place, calling it by no other name. Footnote 57. Iper gar adikene cri, tyrannidos piri caliston adikene tala de Eusebine creon. Europe. Phonus. Act 2, where Eteocles aspires to become the tyrant of Thebes. Footnote 58. Now the Pisadalo, near Rimini. There was a very ancient law of the Republic, forbidding any general, returning from the wars, to cross the Rubicon with his troops under arms. Footnote 59. The ring was worn on the finger next to the little finger of the left hand. Footnote 60. Suetonius here accounts for the mistake of the soldiers with great probability. The class to which they imagined they were to be promoted was that of the equites, or knights, who wore a gold ring and were possessed of property to the amount stated in the text. Great as was the liberality of Caesar to his legions, the performance of this imaginary promise was beyond all reasonable expectation. Footnote 62. Elephants were first introduced at Rome by Pompey the Great in his African triumph. Footnote 65. Gladiators were first publicly exhibited at Rome by two brothers called Brudi at the funeral of their father, AUC 490, and for some time they were exhibited only on such occasions. But afterwards they were also employed by the magistrates to entertain the people, particularly at the Saturnalia and feasts of Minerva. These cruel spectacles were prohibited by Constantine, but not entirely suppressed until the time of Honorius. Footnote 66. The Circensian games were shows exhibited in the Circus Maximus and consisted of various kinds. First, chariot and horse races, of which the Romans were extravagantly fond. The charioteers were distributed into 4 parties, distinguished by the color of their dress. The spectators, without regarding the speed of the horses or the skill of the men, were attracted merely by one or the other of the colors, as caprice inclined them. In the time of Justinian, no less than 30,000 men lost their lives at Constantinople, in a tumult raised by a contention amongst the partisans of the several colors. Secondly, contests of agility and strength, of which there were 5 kinds, hence called pentathlum. These were running, leaping, boxing, wrestling, and throwing the discus or quoit. Thirdly, ludus trii, a mock fight, performed by young noblemen on horseback, revived by Julius Caesar, and frequently celebrated by the succeeding emperors. We meet with a description of it in the 5th book of the Aeneid, beginning with the following lines. Incedunt puri, periturc ante ora parentum frenatis lucent in equis, quos omnes iunts trinacri mirata fremit traic juventus. Fourthly, venatio, which was the fighting of wild beasts with one another, or with men called bestiae, who were either forced to the combat by way of punishment, as the primitive Christians were, or fought voluntarily, either from a natural ferocity of disposition or induced by hire. An incredible number of animals of various kinds were brought from all quarters, at a prodigious expense, for the entertainment of the people. Pompey, in his second consulship, exhibited at once 500 lions, which were all dispatched in 5 days, also 18 elephants. Fifthly, the representation of a horse and foot battle, with that of an encampment or a siege. Sixthly, the representation of a sea fight naumatia, which was at first made in the Circus Maximus, but afterwards elsewhere. The combatants were usually captives or condemned malefactors, who fought to death, unless saved by the clemency of the emperor. If anything unlucky happened at the games, they were renewed, and often more than once. Footnote 67. A meadow beyond the Tiber, in which an excavation was made supplied with water from the river. Footnote 68. Julius Caesar was assisted by Sosigenes, an Egyptian philosopher, in correcting the calendar. For this purpose, he introduced an additional day every 4th year, making February to consist of 29 days instead of 28, and of course, the whole year to consist of 366 days. The 4th year was denominated bisextile, or leap year, because the 6th day before the calends, or 1st of March, was reckoned twice. The Julian year was introduced throughout the Roman Empire, and continued in general use till the year 1582. But the true correction was not 6 hours, but 5 hours, 49 minutes, hence the addition was too great by 11 minutes. This small fraction would amount in 100 years to 3/4 of a day, and in 1,000 years to more than 7 days. It had in fact amounted, since the Julian correction, in 1582, to more than 7 days. Pope Gregory Roman XIII, therefore, again reformed the calendar, first bringing forward the year 10 days by reckoning the 5th of October the 15th, and then prescribing the rule which has gradually been adopted throughout Christendom, except in Russia and the Greek Church generally. Footnote 70. The latus clavis was a broad stripe of purple on the front of the toga. Its width distinguished it from that of the knights, who wore it narrow. Footnote 71. The Subura lay between the Celian and Esquiline hills. It was one of the most frequented quarters of Rome. Footnote 72. Bede, quoting Solinus, we believe, says that excellent pearls were found in the British seas, and that they were of all colors but principally white. Eckel, Hist, BIC 1. Footnote 73. Bithynia quicquid et predicator Caesaris unquam habuit. Footnote 74. Gallia's Caesar subigit, Nicomed's Caesarem, ex Caesar nunc triumphat, qui subigit Gallia's, Nicomed's non triumphat, qui subigit Caesarem. Footnote 75. Aegisthus, who, like Caesar, was a pontiff, debauched Clytemnestra while Agamemnon was engaged in the Trojan War, as Caesar did Mucia, the wife of Pompey, while absent in the war against Mithridates. Footnote 76. A double entendre. Tertia signifying the third of the value of the farm, as well as being the name of the girl, for whose favors the deduction was made. Footnote 77. Urbani servate uxors, mochem calvum adducimus, orum in Gallia effuduisti, hic subsisti mutuum. Footnote 78. Plutarch tells us that the oil was used in a dish of asparagus. Every traveler knows that in those climates oil takes the place of butter as an ingredient in cookery, and it needs no experience to fancy what it is when rancid. Footnote 79. Meritoria reta, a light four-wheeled carriage, apparently hired either for the journey or from town to town. They were tolerably commodious, for Cicero writes to Atticus, v. 17. Hanc epistolam dictavi sedens in reta, cum in castra proficisurur. Footnote 80. Plutarch informs us that Caesar traveled with such expedition that he reached the Rhone on the 8th day after he left Rome. Footnote 81. Caesar tells us himself that he employed C. Volusenus to reconnoiter the coast of Britain, sending him forward in a long ship, with orders to return and make his report before the expedition sailed. Footnote 83. The standard of the Roman legions was an eagle fixed on the head of a spear. It was silver, small in size, with expanded wings, and clutching a golden thunderbolt in its claw. Footnote 86. The title of emperor was not new in Roman history, one it was sometimes given by the acclamations of the soldiers to those who commanded them. 2. It was synonymous with conqueror, and the troops hailed him by that title after a victory. In both these cases it was merely titular and not permanent, and was generally written after the proper name, as Cicero Imperator, Lentulus Imperator. 3. It assumed a permanent and royal character first in the person of Julius Caesar, and was then generally prefixed to the emperor's name in inscriptions as Imp Caesar, Divi, etc. Footnote 87. Cicero was the first who received the honor of being called Pater Patriae. Footnote 88. Statues were placed in the capital of each of the 7 kings of Rome, to which an 8th was added in honor of Brutus, who expelled the last. The statue of Julius Caesar was afterwards raised near them. Footnote 89. The white fillet was one of the insignia of royalty. Plutarch, on this occasion, uses the expression diademati basilico, a royal diadem. Footnote 90. The Lupercalia was a festival, celebrated in a place called the Lupercal, in the month of February. In honor of Pan during the solemnity, the Luperci, or priests of that god, ran up and down the city naked, with only a girdle of goat's skin round their waist, and thongs of the same in their hands, with which they struck those they met, particularly married women, who were thence supposed to be rendered prolific. Footnote 91. Persons appointed to inspect and expound the Sibylline books. Footnote 94. This Senate house stood in that part of the campus Martius which is now the Campo di Fior, and was attached by Pompey, Spoliis Orientis Honestus, to the magnificent theatre which he built AUC 698 in his second consulship. His statue, at the foot of which Caesar fell, as Plutarch tells us, was placed in it. We shall find that Augustus caused it to be removed. Footnote 95. The stylus or graphium was an iron pen, broad at one end with a sharp point at the other, used for writing upon waxen tables, the leaves or bark of trees, plates of brass or lead, etc. for writing upon paper or parchment. The Romans employed a reed, sharpened and split in the point like our pens, called calamus, arundo, or canna. This they dipped in the black liquor emitted by the cuttle fish, which served for ink. Footnote 96. It was customary among the ancients, in great extremities to shroud the face, in order to conceal any symptoms of horror or alarm which the countenance might express. The skirt of the toga was drawn round the lower extremities, that there might be no exposure in falling, as the Romans, at this period, wore no covering for the thighs and legs. Footnote 97. Caesar's dying apostrophe to Brutus is represented in all the editions of Suetonius as uttered in Greek, but with some variations. The words, as here translated, are kai su I ekinen, kai su teknon. The Salmasian manuscript omits the latter clause. Some commentators suppose that the words "my son" were not merely expressive of the difference of age or former familiarity between them, but an avowal that Brutus was the fruit of the connection between Julius and Servilia, mentioned before, CP 33. But it appears very improbable that Caesar, who had never before acknowledged Brutus to be his son, should make so unnecessary an avowal at the moment of his death. Exclusively of this objection, the apostrophe seems too verbose, both for the suddenness and urgency of the occasion. But this is not all. Can we suppose that Caesar, though a perfect master of Greek, would at such a time have expressed himself in that language, rather than in Latin, his familiar tongue, and in which he spoke with peculiar elegance? Upon the whole, the probability is that the words uttered by Caesar were, et tu Brute, which, while equally expressive of astonishment with the other version, and even of tenderness, are both more natural and more emphatic. Footnote 99. The bulla, generally made of gold, was a hollow globe, which boys wore upon their breast, pendant from a string or ribbon put round the neck. The sons of freedmen and poor citizens used globes of leather. Footnote 100. Josephus frequently mentions the benefits conferred on his countrymen by Julius Caesar. Antic. Judd, Roman 14, 15, 16. Footnote 101. Appian informs us that it was burnt by the people in their fury, B.C. p. 521. Footnote 102. Suetonius particularly refers to the conspirators who perished at the Battle of Philippi or in the 3 years which intervened. The survivors were included in the reconciliation of Augustus, Antony, and Pompey, AUC. 715. Footnote 103. Suetonius alludes to Brutus and Cassius, of whom this is related by Plutarch and Dio. Footnote 104. For observations on Dr. Thomson's essays appended to Suetonius's History of Julius Caesar and the succeeding emperors, see the preface to this volume. Footnote 105. He who has a devoted admiration of Cicero may be sure that he has made no slight proficiency himself. Footnote 106. A town in the ancient Volscian territory, now called Velytra. It stands on the verge of the Pontine marshes on the road to Naples. Footnote 107. Thurium was a territory in Magna Graecia, on the coast near Tarentum. Footnote 108. Argentarius. A banker, one who dealt in exchanging money as well as lent his own funds at interest to borrowers. As a class, they possessed great wealth and were persons of consideration in Rome at this period. Footnote 109. Now Larissia or Rixia, a town of the Campagna di Roma, on the Appian Way, about 10 miles from Rome. Footnote 111. The Palatine Hill was not only the first seat of the colony of Romulus, but gave its name to the first and principal of the 4 regions into which the city was divided, from the time of Servius Tullius, the 6th king of Rome, to that of Augustus, the others being the Subura, Esquilina, and Collina. Footnote 112. There were 7 streets or quarters in the Palatine region, one of which was called ad capita bubula, either from the butchers, stalls at which ox heads are hung up for sale, or from their being sculptured on some edifice. Thus, the remains of a fortification near the tomb of Cecilia Metella are now called Capo di Bove, from the arms of the Gitani family over the gate. Footnote 117. After being defeated in the second engagement, Brutus retired to a hill and slew himself in the night. Footnote 118. The Triumvir. There were 3 distinguished brothers of the name of Antony, Mark the consul, Caius who was praetor, and Lucius, a tribune of the people. Footnote 119. Virgil was one of the fugitives, having narrowly escaped being killed by the centurion Ario and being ejected from his farm. Eclogue. I. Footnote 123. The Romans employed slaves in their wars only in cases of great emergency and with much reluctance. After the great slaughter at the Battle of Cannae, 8,000 were bought and armed by the Republic. Augustus was the first who manumitted them and employed them as rowers in his galleys. Footnote 124. In the triumvirate consisting of Augustus, Mark Antony, and Lepidus. Footnote 126. There is no other authority for Augustus having viewed Antony's corpse. Plutarch informs us that on hearing his death, Augustus retired into the interior of his tent and wept over the fate of his colleague and friend, his associate in so many former struggles, both in war and the administration of affairs. Footnote 127. The poison proved fatal, as everyone knows, see Velleius Roman 2. 27, Florus Roman 4. 11. The Scilli were a people of Africa, celebrated for sucking the poison from wounds inflicted by serpents, with which that country anciently abounded. They pretended to be endowed with an antidote, which rendered their bodies insensible to the virulence of that species of poison, and the ignorance of those times gave credit to the physical immunity which they arrogated. But Celsus, who flourished about 50 years after the period we speak of, has exploded the vulgar prejudice which prevailed in their favor. He justly observes that the venom of serpents, like some other kinds of poison, proves noxious only when applied to the naked fiber, and that, provided there is no ulcer in the gums or palate, the poison may be received into the mouth with perfect safety. Footnote 128. Strabo informs us that Ptolemy caused it to be deposited in a golden sarcophagus, which was afterwards exchanged for one of glass, in which probably Augustus saw the remains. Footnote 129. A custom of all ages and of people the most remote from each other. Footnote 133. Because his father was a Roman and his mother of the race of the Partheni, an Illyrian tribe. Footnote 134. It was usual at Rome, before the elections, for the candidates to endeavor to gain popularity by the usual arts. They would therefore go to the houses of the citizens, shake hands with those they met, and address them in a kindly manner. It being of great consequence upon those occasions to know the names of persons, they were commonly attended by a nomenclator, who whispered into their ears that information, wherever it was wanted. Though this kind of officer was generally an attendant on men, we meet with instances of their having been likewise employed in the service of ladies, either with the view of serving candidates to whom they were allied, or of gaining the affections of the people. Footnote 135. Not a bridge over a river, but a military engine used for gaining admittance into a fortress. Footnote 136. Cantabria, in the north of Spain, now the Basque province. Footnote 137. The ancient Pannonia includes Hungary and part of Austria-Styria and Carniola. Footnote 138. The Rhaetian Alps are that part of the chain bordering on the Tyrol. Footnote 139. The Vindelici principally occupied the country which is now the Kingdom of Bavaria, and the Salicae, that part of Piedmont which includes the Valley of Aosta. Footnote 140. The temple of Mars Ultor was erected by Augustus in fulfillment of a vow made by him at the Battle of Philippi. It stood in the forum which he built, mentioned in chapter Roman 39. There are no remains of either. Footnote 141. The ovatio was an inferior kind of triumph, granted in cases where the victory was not of great importance or had been obtained without difficulty. The general entered the city on foot or on horseback, crowned with myrtle, not with laurel, and instead of bullocks, the sacrifice was performed with a sheep, whence this procession acquired its name. Thomson. Footnote 142. The greater triumph, in which the victorious general and his army advanced in solemn procession through the city to the capital, was the highest military honor which could be obtained in the Roman state. Foremost in the procession went musicians of various kinds, singing and playing triumphal songs. Next were led the oxen to be sacrificed, having their horns gilt, and their heads adorned with fillets and garlands. Then in carriages were brought the spoils taken from the enemy, statues, pictures, plate, armor, gold and silver and brass, with golden crowns and other gifts sent by the allied and tributary states. The captive princes and generals followed in chains with their children and attendants. After them came the lictors, having their fasces wreathed with laurel, followed by a great company of musicians and dancers dressed like satyrs and wearing crowns of gold, in the midst of whom was one in a female dress, whose business it was, with his looks and gestures, to insult the vanquished. Next followed a long train of persons carrying perfumes. Then came the victorious general, dressed in purple embroidered with gold, with a crown of laurel on his head, a branch of laurel in his right hand, and in his left an ivory scepter, with an eagle on the top having his face painted with vermilion, in the same manner as the statue of Jupiter on festival days, and a golden bulla hanging on his breast, and containing some amulet or magical preservative against envy. He stood in a gilded chariot, adorned with ivory and drawn by 4 white horses, sometimes by elephants, attended by his relations and a great crowd of citizens, all in white. His children used to ride in the chariot with him, and that he might not be too much elated, a slave, carrying a golden crown sparkling with gems, stood behind him and frequently whispered in his ear, "Remember that thou art a man." After the general followed the consuls and senators on foot, at least according to the appointment of Augustus, for they formerly used to go before him. His legati and military tribunes commonly rode by his side. The victorious army, horse and foot, came last, crowned with laurel and decorated with the gifts which they had received for their valor, singing their own and their general's praises, but sometimes throwing out railleries against him, and often exclaiming, "Io triumph," in which they were joined by all the citizens as they passed along. The oxen having been sacrificed, the general gave a magnificent entertainment in the Capitol to his friends and the chief men of the city, after which he was conducted home by the people, with music and a great number of lamps and torches. Thomson. Footnote 143. The Sella Curialis was a chair on which the principal magistrates sat in the tribunal upon solemn occasions. It had no back, but stood on 4 crooked feet, fixed to the extremities of cross pieces of wood, joined by a common axis, somewhat in the form of the letter X, was covered with leather and inlaid with ivory. From its construction, it might be occasionally folded together for the convenience of carriage and set down where the magistrate chose to use it. Thomson. Footnote 145. A great and wise man, if he is the same person to whom Cicero's letters on the calamities of the times were addressed. Fam. Epist. See Romans 6, 20-21. Footnote 147. The lustrum was a period of 5 years, at the end of which the census of the people was taken. It was first made by the Roman kings, then by the consuls, but after the year 310 from the building of the city, by the censors, who were magistrates created for that purpose. It appears, however, that the census was not always held at stated periods, and sometimes long intervals intervened. Footnote 148. Augustus appears to have been in earnest on these occasions, at least in his desire to retire into private life and release himself from the cares of government, if we may believe Seneca. De Breve, Vit. C5 of his 2 intimate advisers, Agrippa gave this counsel, while Mecaenas was for continuing his career of ambition. Eutrop. 153. Footnote 149. The Tiber has been always remarkable for the frequency of its inundations and the ravages they occasioned, as remarked by Pliny, Roman 3. 5. Livy mentions several such occurrences, as well as one extensive fire which destroyed great part of the city. Footnote 150. The well-known saying of Augustus, recorded by Suetonius, that he found a city of bricks but left it of marble, has another version given it by Dio, who applies it to his consolidation of the government to the following effect. That Rome which I found built of mud, I shall leave you firm as a rock. Dio. LVI, p. 589. Footnote 151. The same motive which engaged Julius Caesar to build a new forum induced Augustus to erect another. See his life, see Roman 20. It stood behind the present churches of St. Adrian and St. Luke and was almost parallel with the public forum, but there are no traces of it remaining. The temple of Mars altar, adjoining, has been mentioned before, p. 84. Footnote 152. The temple of the Palatine Apollo stood, according to Bianchini, a little beyond the triumphal arch of Titus. It appears, from the reverse of a medal of Augustus, to have been a rotondo with an open portico, something like the Temple of Vesta. The statues of the 50 daughters of Danae surrounded the portico, and opposite to them were their husbands on horseback. In this temple were preserved some of the finest works of the Greek artists, both in sculpture and painting. Here, in the presence of Augustus, Horace's Carmen Seculaire was sung by 27 noble youths and as many virgins. And here, as our author informs us, Augustus, towards the end of his reign, often assembled the Senate. Footnote 153. The library adjoined the temple and was under the protection of Apollo. Caius Julius Heginus, a freedman of Augustus and an eminent grammarian, was the librarian. Footnote 154. The 3 fluted Corinthian columns of white marble, which stand on the declivity of the Capitoline Hill, are commonly supposed to be the remains of the temple of Jupiter Tonans, erected by Augustus. Part of the frieze and cornice are attached to them, which with the capitals of the columns are finely wrought. Suetonius tells us on what occasion this temple was erected. Of all the epithets given to Jupiter, none conveyed more terror to superstitious minds than that of the Thunderer. Silo tanentem credidimus Jovem regnare hor, 1 Roman 3, Ode 5. We shall find this temple mentioned again in CXCI, of the Life of Augustus. Footnote 155. The portico of Octavia stood between the Flaminian Circus and the theatre of Marcellus, enclosing the temples of Jupiter and Juno, said to have been built in the time of the Republic. Several remains of them exist in the Peschiria or Fish Market. They were of the Corinthian order and have been traced and engraved by Piranesi. Footnote 156. The magnificent theatre of Marcellus was built on the site where Suetonius has before informed us that Julius Caesar intended to erect one p30. It stood between the portico of Octavia and the hill of the Capitol. Augustus gave it the name of his nephew Marcellus, though he was then dead. Its ruins are still to be seen in the Piazza Montanara, where the Orsini family have a palace erected on the site. Footnote 157. The theatre of Balbus was the third of the 3 permanent theatres of Rome. Those of Pompey and Marcellus have been already mentioned. Footnote 158. Among these were, at least, the noble portico, if not the whole, of the Pantheon, still the pride of Rome, under the name of the Rotondo, on the frieze of which may be seen the inscription: M. Agrippa, L. Efkos tertium, fecit. Agrippa also built the Temple of Neptune and the portico of the Argonauts. Footnote 159. To whatever extent Augustus may have cleared out the bed of the Tiber, the process of its being encumbered with an alluvium of ruins and mud has been constantly going on. Not many years ago, a scheme was set on foot for clearing it by private enterprise, principally for the sake of the valuable remains of art which it is supposed to contain. Footnote 160. The Via Flaminia was probably undertaken by the censor Caius Flaminius and finished by his son of the same name, who was consul A.U.C. 566, and employed his soldiers in forming it after subduing the Ligurians. It led from the Flumentan Gate, now the Porta del Popolo, through Etruria and Umbria into the Cisalpine Gaul, ending at Ariminum, the frontier town of the territories of the Republic, now Rimini on the Adriatic, and is traveled by every tourist who takes the route, north of the Apennines, through the states of the Church, to Rome. Everyone knows that the great highways, not only in Italy but in the provinces, were among the most magnificent and enduring works of the Roman people. Footnote 161. It had formed a sort of honorable retirement in which Lepidus was shelved, to use a familiar expression, when Augustus got rid of him quietly from the triumvirate. Augustus assumed it AUC 740, thus centering the last of all the great offices of the state in his own person, that of Pontifex Maximus, being of high importance from the sanctity attached to it and the influence it gave him over the whole system of religion. Footnote 162. In the 36 years since the calendar was corrected by Julius Caesar, the priests had erroneously intercalated 11 days instead of 9. See Julius, see XL. Footnote 163. Sextiles, the 6th month, reckoning from March, in which the year of Romulus commenced. Footnote 164. So Cicero called the day on which he returned from exile, the day of his nativity and his new birth, Palaegenesian, a word which had afterwards a theological sense from its use in the New Testament. Footnote 165. Capi. There is a peculiar force in the word here adopted by Suetonius, the form used by the Pontifex Maximus when he took the novice from the hand of her father, being T. Capio amata, I have you, my dear, implying the forcible breach of former ties, as in the case of a captive taken in war. Footnote 166. At times when the temple of Janus was shut, and then only, certain divinations were made, preparatory to solemn supplication for the public health. As if, says Dio, even that could not be implored from the gods unless the signs were propitious. It would be an inquiry of some interest, now that the care of the public health is becoming a department of the state, with what sanatory measures these becoming solemnities were attended. Footnote 167. Theophrastus mentions the spring and summer flowers most suited for these chaplets. Among the former were hyacinths, roses, and white violets. Among the latter, lichines, amaryllis, iris, and some species of lilies. Footnote 168. Ergostules. These were subterranean strong rooms, with narrow windows like dungeons in the country houses, where incorrigible slaves were confined in fetters, in the intervals of the severe tasks in grinding at the handmills, quarrying stones, drawing water, and other hard agricultural labor in which they were employed. Footnote 169. These months were not only the long vacation of the lawyers, but during them there was a general cessation of business at Rome, the calendar exhibiting a constant succession of festivals. The month of December, in particular, was devoted to pleasure and relaxation. Footnote 170. Causes are mentioned, the hearing of which was so protracted that lights were required in the court, and sometimes they lasted, we are told, as long as 11 or 12 days. Footnote 171. Orsini. They were also called Charonites, the point of the sarcasm being that they owed their elevation to a dead man, one who was gone to Orcus, namely Julius Caesar, after whose death Mark Antony introduced into the Senate many persons of low rank who were designated for that honor in a document left by the deceased emperor. Footnote 172. Cordus Cremutius wrote a history of the civil wars and the times of Augustus, as we are informed by Dio, 652. Footnote 174. The Senate usually assembled in one of the temples, and there was an altar consecrated to some god in the Curia, where they otherwise met, as that to Victory in the Julian Curia. Footnote 175. To allow of their absence during the vintage, always an important season in rural affairs in wine-growing countries. In the middle and south of Italy, it begins in September, and, in the worst aspects, the grapes are generally cleared before the end of October. In elevated districts, they hung on the trees, as we have witnessed, till the month of November. Footnote 176. Julius Caesar had introduced the contrary practice. See Julius, see Roman 20. Footnote 177. AUC 312, 2 magistrates were created, under the name of censors, whose office at first was to take an account of the number of the people and the value of their estates. Power was afterwards granted them to inspect the morals of the people, and from this period the office became of great importance. After Sylla, the election of censors was intermitted for about 17 years. Under the emperors, the office of censor was abolished, but the chief functions of it were exercised by the emperors themselves, and frequently both with caprice and severity. Footnote 178. Young men until they were 17 years of age, and young women until they were married, wore a white robe bordered with purple, called toga praetexta. The former, when they had completed this period, laid aside the dress of minority and assumed the toga virilis, or manly habit. The ceremony of changing the toga was performed with great solemnity before the images of the Lares, to whom the bulla was consecrated. On this occasion, they went either to the Capitol or to some temple to pay their devotions to the gods. Footnote 179. Transfectio. A procession of the equestrian order, which they made with great splendor through the city every year on the 15th of July. They rode on horseback from the Temple of Honor, or of Mars, without the city, to the Capitol, with wreaths of olive on their heads, dressed in robes of scarlet, and bearing in their hands the military ornaments which they had received from their general, as a reward of their valor. The knights rode up to the censor, seated on his curule chair in front of the Capitol, and dismounting, led their horses in review before him. If any of the knights was corrupt in his morals, had diminished his fortune below the legal standard, or even had not taken proper care of his horse, the censor ordered him to sell his horse, by which he was considered as degraded from the equestrian order. Footnote 180. Pugillaria were a kind of pocketbook, so called, because memorandums were written or impinged by the styli on their wax surface. They appear to have been of very ancient origin, for we read of them in Homer under the name of pinocs. Roman 2. Z 169. Graphes and Pinaki Tukto Thyrphthorapala, writing dire things upon his tablets roll. Footnote 181. Politorum, dusky, either from their dark color or their being soiled. The toga was white and was the distinguishing costume of the sovereign people of Rome, without which they were not to appear in public, as members of an university are forbidden to do so without the academical dress or officers in garrisons out of their regimentals. Footnote 183. It is hardly necessary to direct the careful reader's attention to views of political economy so worthy of an enlightened prince. But it was easier to make the Roman people wear the toga than to forego the cry of panem et circenses. Footnote 184. Septa were enclosures made with boards, commonly for the purpose of distributing the people into distinct classes and erected occasionally like our hustings. Footnote 185. The thensa was a splendid carriage with 4 wheels and 4 horses, adorned with ivory and silver, in which at the Circensian games the images of the gods were drawn in solemn procession from their shrines, to a place in the circus called the pulvinar, where couches were prepared for their reception. It received its name from thongs, lura tensa, stretched before it, and was attended in the procession by persons of the first rank in their most magnificent apparel. The attendants took delight in putting their hands to the traces, and if a boy happened to let go the thong which he held, it was an indispensable rule that the procession should be renewed. Footnote 186. The cavea was the name of the whole of that part of the theater where the spectators sat. The foremost rows were called cavea prima of cavea, the last cavea ultima or summa, and the middle cavea media. Footnote 191. Tertullian, in his Apology, c. 34, makes the same remark. The word seems to have conveyed then, as it does in its theological sense now, the idea of divinity, for it is coupled with Deus, God, nunquam si dominum vel diem appellere volurit. Footnote 192. An enclosure in the middle of the forum, marking the spot where Curtius leapt into the lake, which had been long since filled up. Footnote 193. Sandalarium, Trajotum, names of streets in which temples of tame gout stood, as we now say St. Peter, Cornhill, etc. Footnote 195. The Senate, as instituted by Romulus, consisted of 100 members, who were called paters, i.e. fathers, either upon account of their age or their paternal care of the state. The number received some augmentation under Tullus Hostilius, and Tarquinius Priscus, the 5th king of Rome, added 100 more, who were called paters minorum gentium, those created by Romulus being distinguished by the name of paters majorum gentium. Those who were chosen into the Senate by Brutus, after the expulsion of Tarquin the Proud, to supply the place of those whom that king had slain, were called conscripti, i.e. persons written or enrolled among the old senators, who alone were properly styled paters. Hence arose the custom of summoning to the Senate those who were paters, and those who were conscripti, and hence also was applied to the senators in general the designation of paters conscripti, the particle et, and being understood to connect the 2 classes of senators. In the time of Julius Caesar, the number of senators was increased to 900, and after his death to 1,000, many worthless persons having been admitted into the Senate during the civil wars. Augustus afterwards reduced the number to 600. Footnote 196. Antonius Musa was a freedman and had acquired his knowledge of medicine while a domestic slave, a very common occurrence. Footnote 199. One of them was Scipio, the father of Cornelia, whose death is lamented by Propertius, Roman 4. 12. The other is unknown. Footnote 201. He is mentioned by Horace. Occidit daci codis onus agemen, Ode 8 b Roman 3. Most probably Antony knew the imputation to be unfounded, and made it for the purpose of excusing his own marriage with Cleopatra. Footnote 202, this form of adoption consisted in a fictitious sale. See Cicero, topic, Roman 3. Footnote 203, Curiae. Romulus divided the people of Rome into 3 tribes, and each tribe into 10 curiae. The number of tribes was afterwards increased by degrees to 35, but that of the curiae always remained the same. Footnote 205. Agrippa was first banished to the little desolate island of Planasia, now Pianosa. It is one of the group in the Tuscan Sea between Elba and Corsica. Footnote 206. A quotation from the Iliad 40, Roman 3, where Hector is venting his rage on Paris. The inflection is slightly changed, the line in the original commencing, eighth, Opheles, etc., would thou wert, etc. Footnote 207. Women called ustriculi, the barbers, were employed in thin, delicate operation. It is alluded to by Juvenal, Roman 9, 4, and Martial, v. 61. Footnote 208. Cybele. Gallus was either the name of a river in Phrygia, supposed to cause a certain frenzy in those who drank of its waters, or the proper name of the first priest of Cybele. Footnote 209. A small drum, beat by the finger or thumb, was used by the priests of Cybele in their lascivious rites and in other orgies of a similar description. These drums were made of inflated skin, circular in shape, so that they had some resemblance to the orb which, in the statues of the emperor, he is represented as holding in his hand. The populace, with the coarse humor which was permitted to vent itself freely at the spectacles, did not hesitate to apply what was said in the play of the lewd priest of Cybele to Augustus in reference to the scandals attached to his private character. The word sinitus, translated wanton, might have been rendered by a word in vulgar use, the coarsest in the English language, and there is probably still more in the allusion too indelicate to be dwelt upon. Footnote 210. Mark Antony makes use of fondling diminutives of the names of Tertia, Terentia, and Rufa, some of Augustus's favorites. Footnote 211. Dodekatheos, the 12 Dei majors, they are enumerated in 2 verses by Aeneas. Juno, Vesta, Minerva, Ceres, Diana, Venus, Mars, Mercurius, Jovis, Neptunus, Vulcanus, Apollo. Footnote 212. Probably in the Subura, where Martial informs us that torturing scourges were sold. Tenatrix suberi faucibus et primis, crunta pendent qua flagella tortorum. Mart, Xi 15:1. Footnote 213. Like the gold and silversmiths of the Middle Ages, the Roman moneylenders united both trades. See afterwards, Nero, c. 5. It is hardly necessary to remark that vases or vessels of the compound metal which went by the name of Corinthian brass or bronze were esteemed even more valuable than silver plate. Footnote 215. The Romans, at their feasts during the intervals of drinking, often played at dice, of which there were 2 kinds, the tesserae and tali. The former had 6 sides like the modern dice, the latter 4 oblong sides, for the 2 ends were not regarded. In playing, they used 3 tesserae and 4 tali, which were all put into a box wider below than above, and being shaken, were thrown out upon the gaming board or table. Footnote 217. Enlarged by Tiberius and succeeding emperors. The ruins of the palace of the Caesars are still seen on the Palatine. Footnote 218. Probably travertine, a soft limestone from the Alban Mount, which was, therefore, cheaply procured and easily worked. Footnote 219. It was usual among the Romans to have separate sets of apartments for summer and winter use, according to their exposure to the sun. Footnote 220. This word may be interpreted the cabinet of arts. It was common, in the houses of the great among the Romans, to have an apartment called the study or museum. Pliny says beautifully, Omer, O Litis, verum secretumque Mausian quam multum venitus quam multa dictatis? O sea, O shore, thou real and secluded museum, what treasures of science do you not discover to us, how much do you teach us? Epist. I9. Footnote 221. Mecines had a house and gardens on the Esquiline Hill, celebrated for their salubrity. Nunc licet Esquiles habiter salubribus, Hor, Sat. I3:14. Footnote 222. Such as Baiae and the islands of Ischia, Procida, Capri, and others, the resorts of the opulent nobles, where they had magnificent marine villas. Footnote 223. Now Tivoli, a delicious spot, where Horace had a villa in which he hoped to spend his declining years. Ver ubi longum, tepidasque prebit Jupiter brumas, ibi, tu calentum debita sparges lacrima favelem vatis amici. Odes, B. Roman 2. 5. Adrian also had a magnificent villa near Tibur. Footnote 224. The toga was a loose woolen robe, which covered the whole body, close at the bottom, but open at the top down to the girdle and without sleeves. The right arm was thus at liberty, and the left supported a flap of the toga, which was drawn up and thrown back over the left shoulder, forming what is called the sinus, a fold or cavity upon the breast, in which things might be carried, and with which the face or head might be occasionally covered. When a person did any work, he tucked up his toga and girt it round him. The toga of the rich and noble was finer and larger than that of others, and a new toga was called pexa. None but Roman citizens were permitted to wear the toga, and banished persons were prohibited the use of it. The color of the toga was white. The clavis was a purple border, by which the senators and other orders with the magistrates were distinguished, the breadth of the stripe corresponding with their rank. Footnote 225. In which the whole humor of the thing consisted either in the uses to which these articles were applied, or in their names having in Latin a double signification, matters which cannot be explained with any decency. Footnote 226. Casum bubulum monopressum, probably soft cheese, not reduced to solid consistence in the cheese press. Footnote 227. A species of fig tree, known in some places as Adam's fig. We have gathered them, in those climates, of the latter crop, as late as the month of November. Footnote 228. Sabbatis jejunium. Augustus might have been better informed of the Jewish rites, from his familiarity with Herod and others, for it is certain that their Sabbath was not a day of fasting. Justin, however, fell into the same error. He says that Moses appointed the Sabbath day to be kept forever by the Jews as a fast, in memory of their fasting for 7 days in the deserts of Arabia, Roman 36. 2:14. But we find that there was a weekly fast among the Jews, which is perhaps what is here meant. The Sabbatis jejunium being equivalent to the nistuo dis tu sabbatu. I fast twice in the week of the Pharisee, in St. Luke Roman 18, 12. Footnote 229. The Rhaetian wines had a great reputation. Virgil says, Ex quoti carmine dicam Rhetica Jorg, Roman 2, 96. The vineyards lay at the foot of the Rhaetian Alps. Their produce, we have reason to believe, was not a very generous liquor. Footnote 230. A custom in all warm countries, the siesta of the Italians in later times. Footnote 231. The strigil was used in the baths for scraping the body when in a state of perspiration. It was sometimes made of gold or silver, and not unlike in form the instrument used by grooms about horses when profusely sweating or splashed with mud. Footnote 234. Feminalibus et tibialibus. Neither the ancient Romans or the Greeks wore breeches, trews, or trousers, which they despised as barbarian articles of dress. The coverings here mentioned were swathings for the legs and thighs, used mostly in cases of sickness or infirmity, and when otherwise worn, reckoned effeminate. But soon after the Romans became acquainted with the German and Celtic nations, the habit of covering the lower extremities, barbarous as it had been held, was generally adopted. Footnote 235. Albula. On the left of the road to Tivoli, near the ruins of Adrian's villa. The waters are sulphurous, and the deposit from them causes incrustations on twigs and other matters plunged in the springs. See a curious account of this stream in Gell's Topography, published by Bone, p. 40. Footnote 236. In spungem incubuus literally has fallen upon a sponge, as Ajax is said to have perished by falling on his own sword. Footnote 237. Myrobraches. Suetonius often preserves expressive Greek phrases which Augustus was in the habit of using. This compound word meant literally myrcented, perfumed. Footnote 238. These are variations of language of small importance, which can only be understood in the original language. Footnote 239. It may create a smile to hear that, to prevent danger to the public, Augustus decreed that no new buildings erected in a public thoroughfare should exceed in height 70 feet. Trajan reduced it to 60. Footnote 240. Virgil is said to have recited before him the whole of the 2nd, 4th, and 6th books of the Aeneid, and Octavia, being present, when the poet came to the passage referring to her son, commencing, Tu Marcellus eris, was so much affected that she was carried out fainting. Footnote 242. Perhaps the point of the reply lay in the temple of Jupiter Tonans being placed at the approach to the Capitol from the Forum, CC Roman 29, and C Roman 15, with the note. Footnote 243. If these trees flourished at Rome in the time of Augustus, the winters there must have been much milder than they now are. There was one solitary palm standing in the garden of a convent some years ago, but it was of very stunted growth. Footnote 244. The Republican forms were preserved in some of the larger towns. Footnote 245. The Nundini occurred every 9th day when a market was held at Rome and the people came to it from the country. The practice was not then introduced amongst the Romans of dividing their time into weeks, as we do in imitation of the Jews. Dio, who flourished under Severus, says that it first took place a little before his time and was derived from the Egyptians. Thomson. A fact, if well-founded, of some importance. Footnote 246. The Romans divided their months into calends, nones, and ides. The first day of the month was the calends of that month, whence they reckoned backwards, distinguishing the time by the day before the calends, the second day before the calends, and so on to the ides of the preceding month. In 8 months of the year, the nones were the 5th day and the ides the 13th, but in March, May, July, and October, the nones fell on the 7th and the ides on the 15th. From the nuns they reckoned backwards to the calends, as they also did from the ides to the nones. Ib. Footnote 247. The early Christians shared with the Jews the aversion of the Romans to their religion, more than that of others, arising probably from its monotheistic and exclusive character. But we find from Josephus and Philo that Augustus was in other respects favorable to the Jews. Footnote 248. Strabo tells us that Mendes was a city of Egypt near Lycopolis. Asclepius wrote a book in Greek with the idea of theologomenon in defense of some very strange religious rites, of which the example in the text is a specimen. Footnote 249. Velletri stands on very high ground, commanding extensive views of the Pontine marshes and the sea. Footnote 250. Munda was a city in the Hispania Boeotica where Julius Caesar fought a battle. CC LVI. Footnote 251. The good omen in this instance was founded upon the etymology of the names of the ass and its driver, the former of which, in Greek, signifies fortunate, and the latter, victorious. Footnote 252. Isar is a Greek word with an Etruscan termination, asus signifying fate. Footnote 253. Istera stood not far from Terracina, on the road to Naples. Augustus embarked there for the islands lying off that coast. Footnote 254. Puteoli, a ship of Alexandria. Words which bring to our recollection a passage in the voyage of St. Paul, Acts Roman 28. 11:13. Alexandria was at that time the seat of an extensive commerce, and not only exported to Rome and other cities of Italy vast quantities of corn and other products of Egypt, but was the mart for spices and other commodities, the fruits of the traffic with the East. Footnote 255. The toga has been already described in a note to C. LXCI. The pallium was a cloak, generally worn by the Greeks, both men and women, freemen and slaves, but particularly by philosophers. Footnote 256. Masgabas seems, by his name, to have been of African origin. Footnote 257. A courtly answer from the professor of science, in which character he attended Tiberius. We shall hear more of him in the reign of that emperor. Footnote 259. Municipia were towns which had obtained the rights of Roman citizens. Some of them had all which could be enjoyed without residing at Rome. Others had the right of serving in the Roman legions, but not that of voting, nor of holding civil offices. The municipia retained their own laws and customs, nor were they obliged to receive the Roman laws unless they chose it. Footnote 260. Bovoli, a small place on the Appian Way, about 19 miles from Rome, now called Fratascio. Footnote 261. Dio tells us that the devoted Livia joined with the knights in this pious office, which occupied them during 5 days. Footnote 262. For the Flaminian Way, see before, p. 94, note. The superb monument erected by Augustus over the sepulchre of the imperial family was of white marble, rising in stages to a great height and crowned by a dome on which stood a statue of Augustus. Marcellus was the first who was buried in the sepulchre beneath. It stood near the present Porta del Popolo, and the bustum, where the bodies of the emperor and his family were burnt, is supposed to have stood on the site of the church of the Madonna of that name. Footnote 263. The distinction between the Roman people and the tribes is also observed by Tacitus, who substitutes the word plebs, meaning the lowest class of the populace. Footnote 264. Those of his father Octavius and his father by adoption, Julius Caesar. Footnote 265. See before, c. 65. But he bequeathed a legacy to his daughter Livia. Footnote 270. I am prevented from entering into greater details, both by the size of my volume and my anxiety to complete the undertaking. Footnote 271. After performing these immortal achievements, while he was holding an assembly of the people for reviewing his army in the plain near the lake of Capra, a storm suddenly rose, attended with great thunder and lightning, and enveloped the king in so dense a mist that it took all sight of him from the assembly. Nor was Romulus after this seen on earth. The consternation being at length over, and fine clear weather succeeding so turbulent a day, when the Roman youth saw the royal seat empty, though they readily believed the fathers who had stood nearest him that he was carried aloft by the storm, yet struck with the dread as it were of orphanage, they preserved a sorrowful silence for a considerable time. Then a commencement having been made by a few, the whole multitude salute Romulus a god, son of a god, the king and parent of the Roman city. They implore his favor with prayers, that he would be pleased always propitiously to preserve his own offspring. I believe that even then there were some who silently surmised that the king had been torn in pieces by the hands of the fathers, for this rumor also spread, but was not credited. Their admiration of the man and the consternation felt at the moment attached importance to the other report. By the contrivance also of one individual additional credit is said to have been gained to the matter. For Proculus Julius, whilst the state was still troubled with regret for the king, and felt incensed against the senators, a person of weight, as we are told in any matter, however important, comes forward to the assembly. Romans, he said, Romulus, the father of this city, suddenly descending from heaven, appeared to me this day at daybreak. While I stood covered with awe and filled with a religious dread, beseeching him to allow me to see him face to face, he said, Go tell the Romans that the gods do will that my Rome should become the capital of the world. Therefore let them cultivate the art of war, and let them know and hand down to posterity that no human power shall be able to withstand the Roman arms. Having said this, he ascended up to heaven. It is surprising what credit was given to the man on his making this announcement, and how much the regret of the common people and army for the loss of Romulus was assuaged upon the assurance of his immortality. Footnote 273. Commentators seem to have given an erroneous and unbecoming sense to Cicero's exclamation, when they suppose that the object understood as connected with altera related to himself. Hope is never applied in this signification, but to a young person of whom something good or great is expected, and accordingly Virgil, who adopted the expression, has very properly applied it to Ascanius. Et juxta Ascanius, magmi spes altera Rami, Aeneid Roman 12. And by his side Ascanius took his place, the second hope of Rome's immortal race. Cicero, at the time when he could have heard a specimen of Virgil's eclogues, must have been near his grand climacteric. Besides that, his virtues and talents had long been conspicuous, and were past the state of hope. It is probable, therefore, that altera referred to some third person, spoken of immediately before, as one who promised to do honor to his country. It might refer to Octavius, of whom Cicero at this time entertained a high opinion, or it may have been spoken in an absolute manner, without reference to any person. Footnote 274. I was born at Mantua, died in Calabria, and my tomb is at Parthenope. Pastures, rural affairs, and heroes are the themes of my poems. Footnote 275. The last members of these two lines, from the commas to the end, are said to have been supplied by Erotes, Virgil's librarian. Footnote 277. The Medea of Ovid proves, in my opinion, how surpassing would have been his success if he had allowed his genius free scope instead of setting bounds to it. Footnote 279. These lines are thus rendered in the quaint version of Zachary Catlin. I suffer, cause I chance to fault to spy, so that my crime doth in my eyesight lie. Alas, why wait my luckless hap to see a fault at unawares to ruin me? Footnote 280. I myself employed you as ready agents in love when my early youth sported in numbers adapted to it. Riley's Ovid. Footnote 281. I long since erred by one composition, a fault that is not recent endures a punishment inflicted thus late. I had already published my poems, when, according to my privilege, I passed in review so many times unmolested as one of the equestrian order, before you the inquirer into criminal charges. Is it then possible that the writings which, in my want of confidence, I supposed would not have injured me when young, have now been my ruin in my old age? Riley's Ovid. Footnote 282. This place, now called Temesvar or Thomasvar, stands on one of the mouths of the Danube, about 65 miles E. from Silistria. The neighboring bay of the Black Sea is still called the Gulf of Baba. Footnote 283. It appears to me, therefore, more reasonable to pursue glory by means of the intellect than of bodily strength, and, since the life we enjoy is short, to make the remembrance of it as lasting as possible. Footnote 284. Intramural interments were prohibited at Rome by the laws of the 12 Tables, notwithstanding the practice of reducing to ashes the bodies of the dead. It was only by special privilege that individuals who had deserved well of the state and certain distinguished families were permitted to have tombs within the city. Footnote 285. Among the Romans, all the descendants from one common stock were called Gentiles, being of the same race or kindred, however remote. The gens, as they termed this general relation or clanship, was subdivided into families, in familias velstirps, and those of the same family were called agnati. Relations by the father's side were also called agnati, to distinguish them from cognati, relations only by the mother's side. An agnatus might also be called cognatus, but not the contrary. To mark the different gentes and familiae, and to distinguish the individuals of the same family, the Romans had commonly three names, the prenomen, nomen, and cognomen. The prenomen was put first and marked the individual. It was usually written with one letter, as A for Aulus, C. Caius, D decimus, sometimes with two letters as Ap, for Appius, CN, Cneus, and sometimes with three as Mam, for Mamercus. The nomen was put after the prenomen and marked the gens. It commonly ended in ius, as Julius, Tullius, Cornelius. The cognomen was put last and marked the familia, as Cicero, Caesar, etc. Some gentes appear to have had no surname, as the Marian, and gens and familia seem sometimes to be put one for the other, as the Fabia gens or Fabia familia. Sometimes there was a fourth name, properly called the agnomen, but sometimes likewise cognomen, which was added on account of some illustrious action or remarkable event. Thus Scipio was named Publius Cornelius Scipio Africanus, from the conquest of Carthage. In the same manner, his brother was called Lucius Cornelius Scipio Asiaticus. Thus also, Quintus Fabius Maximus received the agnomen of Cunctator, from his checking the victorious career of Hannibal by avoiding a battle. Footnote 290. An ancient Latin town on the Via Appia, the present road to Naples, mentioned by St. Paul, Acts Roman 28:15, and Horace sat, I-5-3, in giving an account of their travels. Footnote 292. Cybele, first worshipped in Phrygia about Mount Ida, from whence a sacred stone, the symbol of her divinity, probably an aerolite, was transported to Rome, in consequence of the panic occasioned by Hannibal's invasion, AUC 508. Footnote 298. These, and other towns in the south of France, became, and long continued, the chief seats of Roman civilization among the Gauls, which is marked by the magnificent remains of ancient art still to be seen. Arles, in particular, is a place of great interest. Footnote 311. Ostia, at the mouth of the Tiber, about 13 miles from the city, was founded by Ancus Martius. Being the port of a city like Rome, it could not fail to become opulent, and it was a place of much resort, ornamented with fine edifices, and the environs never failing of pasture in the summer time, and in the winter covered with roses and other flowers. The port having been filled up with the depositions of the Tiber, it became deserted, and is now abandoned to misery and malaria. The bishopric of Ostia being the oldest in the Roman Church, its bishop has always retained some peculiar privileges. Footnote 312. The gymnasia were places of exercise, and received their name from the Greek words signifying naked, because the contending parties wore nothing but drawers. Footnote 314. The cloak and slippers, as distinguished from the Roman toga and shoes. Footnote 316. This fountain, in the Euganean hills, near Padua, famous for its mineral waters, is celebrated by Claudian in one of his elegies. Footnote 317. The street called Carini at Rome has been mentioned before, Augustus, CV, and also Mecina's house on the Esquiline, Ib. C. Lxi. The gardens were formed on ground without the walls, and before used as a cemetery for malefactors and the lower classes. Horace says, Nunc licet esquiles habiter salubribus, aciger in aprico spatiari. Sat. 1 I Roman 8, 13. Footnote 321. Reviving the simple habits of the times of the Republic, nec fortuitum cerner cespitum, as Horace describes Etode 15. Footnote 323. The portico of the Temple of Concord is still standing on the side of the Forum nearest the Capitol. It consists of 6 Ionic columns, each of one piece, and of a light-colored granite, with bases and capitals of white marble and 2 columns at the angles. The Temple of Castor and Pollux has been mentioned before, Jull. Cx. Footnote 326. Augustus interlards this epistle, and that subsequently quoted, with Greek sentences and phrases, of which this is one. It is so obscure that commentators suppose that it is a misreading, but are not agreed on its drift. Footnote 327. A verse in which the word in italics is substituted for cunctando, quoted from Annaeus, who applied it to Fabius Maximus. Footnote 328. Iliad, B.X. Diomed is speaking of Ulysses, where he asks that he may accompany him as a spy into the Trojan camp. Footnote 329. Tiberius had adopted Germanicus. See before, see Roman 15. See also Caligula, ci. Footnote 331. See Hanc Fenestram Aperuritis, if you open that window, equivalent to our phrase, if you open the door. Footnote 332. Princeps, principatus, are the terms generally used by Suetonius to describe the supreme authority vested in the Caesars, as before at the beginning of chapter Roman 24. Distinguished from any terms which conveyed of kingly power, the forms of the Republic, as we have lately seen, still subsisting. Footnote 334. Tiberius pulled down the temple of Isis, caused her image to be thrown into the Tiber, and crucified her priests. Joseph, Ant, Judd, Roman 18, 4. Footnote 335. Similia sectantes. We are strongly inclined to think that the words might be rendered similar sects, conveying an allusion to the small and obscure body of Christians who were at this period generally confounded with the Jews, and supposed only to differ from them in some peculiarities of their institutions, which Roman historians and magistrates did not trouble themselves to distinguish. How little even the well-informed Suetonius knew of the real facts, we shall find in the only direct notice of the Christians contained in his works, Claudius c. Roman 25, Nero c. Roman 16. But that little confirms our conjecture. All the commentators, however, give the passage the turn retained in the text. Josephus informs us of the particular occurrence which led to the expulsion of the Jews from Rome by Tiberius Ant. Roman 18, 5. Footnote 336. Varro tells us that the Roman people were more actively employed, manus mover, in the theater and circus than in the cornfields and vineyards. De re rustic. Roman 2. And Juvenal, in his satires, frequently alludes to their passion for public spectacles, particularly in the well-known lines. Ac duas tantum re serius optat, panem et circenses. Sat. X 80. Footnote 337. The Cochin Alps derived their name from this king. They include that part of the chain which divides Dauphiny from Piedmont and are crossed by the pass of the Mont Cenis. Footnote 338. Antium, mentioned before, Aug, see Lvi. Once a flourishing city of the Volscians, standing on the seacoast, about 38 miles from Rome, was a favorite resort of the emperors and persons of wealth. The Apollo Belvedere was found among the ruins of its temples and other edifices. Footnote 340. Terracina, standing at the southern extremity of the Pontine Marshes on the shore of the Mediterranean. It is surrounded by high calcareous cliffs, in which there are caverns, affording, as Strabo informs us, cool retreats attached to the Roman villas built round. Footnote 341. Augustus died at Nola, a city in Campania. See Lvi of his life. Footnote 342. Pheidne stood in a bend of the Tiber, near its junction with the Anio. There are few traces of it remaining. Footnote 343. That any man could drink an amphora of wine at a draught is beyond all credibility, for the amphora was nearly equal to 9 gallons, English measure. The probability is that the man had emptied a large vessel, which was shaped like an amphora. Footnote 344. Capri, the luxurious retreat and scene of the debaucheries of the Roman emperors, is an island off the southern point of the Bay of Naples, about 12 miles in circumference. Footnote 345. Pan, the god of the shepherds and inventor of the flute, was said to be the son of Mercury and Penelope. He was worshipped chiefly in Arcadia and represented with the horns and feet of a goat. The nymphs, as well as the graces, were represented naked. Footnote 346. The name of the island having a double meaning and signifying also a goat. Footnote 347. Quaes apuros primi teneridudinis, quos pisciculos, vocabat, institurit, ut natenti sibi inter femina verserenter, ac luderant. Lingua morsuc sensum appetens. Ac etiam quaes infants fermiers nectum tamen lacti depulsos, ingini su papilli id moverit, pronier sane ad id genus libidinis, et natura et edate. Footnote 351. The temple of Vesta, like that dedicated to the same goddess at Tivoli, is round. There was probably one on the same site, and in the same circular form, erected by Numa Pompilius. The present edifice is far too elegant for that age, but there is no record of its erection. But it is known to have been repaired by Vespasian or Domitian after being injured by Nero's fire. Its situation, near the Tiber, exposed it to floods, from which we find it suffered, from Horace's lines. Vitimus flavum Tibrim, retortes liter Etrusco violenter undis, ire dejectum monumenta regis, templac vesti. Ode lib. I 215. This beautiful temple is still in good preservation. It is surrounded by 20 columns of white marble and the wall of the cell, or interior, which is very small, its diameter being only the length of one of the columns, is also built of blocks of the same material, so nicely joined, that it seems to be formed of one solid mass. Footnote 352. Antlia, a machine for drawing up water in a series of connected buckets, which was worked by the feet, nisupetum. Footnote 353. The elder Livia was banished to this island by Augustus, cc LXV, of his life. Footnote 355. This Theodore is noticed by Quintilian instit, Roman 3, 1, Gadara was in Syria. Footnote 356. It mattered not that the head substituted was Tiberius's own. Footnote 358. Odorant dum probant. Caligula used a similar expression, odorant dum metuant. Footnote 359. AUC. 778. Tacit, Annal, Roman 4. The historian's name was a Cremutius Cordo. Dio has preserved the passage, Roman 47. p. 619. Brutus had already called Cassius the last of the Romans in his lamentation over his dead body. Footnote 360. She was the sister of Germanicus, and Tacitus calls her Livia, but Suetonius is in the habit of giving a fondling or diminutive term to the names of women, as Claudilla for Claudia, Plautilla, etc. Footnote 361. Priam is said to have had no less than 50 sons and daughters. Some of the latter, however, survived him, as Hecuba, Helena, Polyxena, and others. Footnote 362, there were oracles at Antium and Tibur. The Prenestine lots are described by Cicero, De Divin, Xi 41. Footnote 364. He is mentioned before in the Life of Augustus, CXC, and also by Horace, Cicero, and Tacitus. Footnote 365. Obscure Greek poets, whose writings were either full of fabulous stories or of an amatory kind. Footnote 366. It is suggested that the text should be amended so that the sentence should read, "a Greek soldier." For of what use could it have been to examine a man in Greek and not allow him to give his replies in the same language? Footnote 367. So called from Appius Claudius, the censor, one of Tiberius's ancestors, who constructed it. It took a direction southward of Rome, through Campania to Brundusium, starting from what is the present Porta di San Sebastiano, from which the road to Naples takes its departure. Footnote 368. A small town on the coast of Latium, not far from Antium and the present Nettuno. It was here that Cicero was slain by the satellites of Antony. Footnote 369. A town on a promontory of the same dreary coast, between Antium and Terracina, built on a promontory surrounded by the sea and the marsh, still called Circello. Footnote 370. Misenum, a promontory to which Annaeus is said to have given its name from one of his followers. Roman 2, 234. It is now called Capo di Messino and shelters the harbor of Mola di Gaeta, belonging to Naples. This was one of the stations of the Roman fleet. Footnote 371. Tacitus agrees with Suetonius as to the age of Tiberius at the time of his death. Dio states it more precisely, as being 77 years, 4 months, and 9 days. Footnote 373. Tacitus and Dio add that he was smothered under a heap of heavy clothes. Footnote 374. In the temple of the Palatine Apollo. See Augustus, c. Roman 29. Footnote 375. Atella, a town between Capua and Naples, now called San Arpino, where there was an amphitheater. The people seem to have raised the shout in derision, referring, perhaps, to the Aedelan fables mentioned in c. Roman 14. And in their fury they proposed that his body should only be grilled as those of malefactors were, instead of being reduced to ashes. Footnote 382. This opinion, like some others which occur in Suetonius, may justly be considered as a vulgar error. And if the heart was found entire, it must have been owing to the weakness of the fire, rather than to any quality communicated to the organ, of resisting the power of that element. Footnote 383. The magnificent title of King of Kings has been assumed at different times by various potentates. The person to whom it is here applied is the King of Parthia. Under the kings of Persia, and even under the Syro-Macedonian kings, this country was of no consideration and reckoned a part of Hyrcania. But upon the revolt of the east from the Syro-Macedonians, at the instigation of Arsaces, the Parthians are said to have conquered 18 kingdoms. Footnote 385. It does not appear that Gætulicus wrote any historical work, but Martial, Pliny, and others describe him as a respectable poet. Footnote 386. Supra-confluence. The German tribe here mentioned occupied the country between the Rhine and the Meuse, and gave their name to Treves, Treviri, its chief town. Koblenz had its ancient name of Confluentes, from its standing at the junction of the two rivers. The exact site of the village in which Caligula was born is not known. Cluverius conjectures that it may be Capel. Footnote 388. The name was derived from caliga, a kind of boot, studded with nails, used by the common soldiers in the Roman army. Footnote 389. According to Tacitus, who gives an interesting account of these occurrences, Treves was the place of refuge to which the young Caius was conveyed. Annal. I. Footnote 390. In C. Liv. Of Tiberius, we have seen that his brothers Drusus and Nero fell a sacrifice to these artifices. Footnote 392. Natricius, a water snake, so called from nado, to swim. The allusion is probably to Caligula's being reared in the island of Capri. Footnote 395. His name also was Tiberius. See before Tiberius c. LXXVI. Footnote 397. The eagle was the standard of the legion, each cohort of which had its own ensign with different devices, and there were also little images of the emperors, to which divine honors were paid. Footnote 400. The mausoleum built by Augustus, mentioned before in his life, cc. Footnote 401. The carpentum was a carriage, commonly with 2 wheels and an arched covering but sometimes without a covering, used chiefly by matrons, and named, according to Ovid, from Carmenta, the mother of Evander. Women were prohibited the use of it in the Second Punic War, by the Oppian Law, which, however, was soon after repealed. This chariot was also used to convey the images of the illustrious women to whom divine honors were paid in solemn processions after their death, as in the present instance. It is represented on some of the sestertii. Footnote 406. Julius Caesar had shared it with them, see Roman 41. Augustus had only kept up the form, see XL. Tiberius deprived the Roman people of the last remains of the freedom of suffrage. Footnote 407. The city of Rome was founded on the 21st day of April, which was called Palilia, from Pales, the goddess of shepherds, and ever afterwards kept as a festival. Footnote 412. The Saturnalia, held in honor of Saturn, was, amongst the Romans, the most celebrated festival of the whole year and held in the month of December. All orders of the people then devoted themselves to mirth and feasting. Friends sent presents to one another, and masters treated their slaves upon a footing of equality. At first it was held only for 1 day, afterwards for 3 days, and was now prolonged by Caligula's orders. Footnote 413. See Augustus, cc. Roman 29 and Roman 43. The amphitheater of Statilius Taurus is supposed to have stood in the Campus Martius, and the elevation now called the Monte Satorio, to have been formed by its ruins. Footnote 414. Supposed to be a house, so called, adjoining the circus, in which some of the emperor's attendants resided. Footnote 415. Now Puzuali, on the shore of the Bay of Naples. Everyone knows what wealth was lavished here and at Baiae, on public works and the marine villas of the luxurious Romans in the times of the emperors. Footnote 416. The original terminus of the Appian Way was at Brundusium. This mole formed what we should call a nearer station to Rome, on the same road, the ruins of which are still to be seen. St. Paul landed there. Footnote 417. Ascetes. They were light cars on 2 wheels, constructed to carry only 1 person, invented, it is supposed, by the Belgians and by them introduced into Britain, where they were used in war. The Romans, after their expeditions in Gaul and Britain, adopted this useful vehicle instead of their more cumbrous reta, not only for journeys where dispatch was required, but in solemn processions and for ordinary purposes. They seem to have become the fashion, for Ovid tells us that these little carriages were driven by young ladies, themselves holding the reins, Amor, Roman 11. 16. 49. Footnote 418. Suetonius flourished about 70 years after this, in the reign of Adrian, and derived many of the anecdotes which give interest to his history from contemporary persons. See Claudius, see Roman 15. Etc. Footnote 420. This aqueduct, commenced by Caligula and completed by Claudian, a truly imperial work, conveyed the waters of 2 streams to Rome, following the valley of the Anio from above Tivoli. The course of one of these rivulets was 40 miles, and it was carried on arches immediately after quitting its source, for a distance of 3 miles. The other, the Anio Novus, also began on arches, which continued for upwards of 12 miles. After this, both were conveyed underground, but at the distance of 6 miles from the city, they were united and carried upon arches all the rest of the way. This is the most perfect of all the ancient aqueducts, and it has been repaired so as to convey the Aquafelis, one of the 3 streams which now supply Rome. See Claudius, see Roman 20. Footnote 421. Bicepta, Suetonius here means the huts or barracks of the Praetorian camp, which was a permanent and fortified station. It stood to the east of the Viminal and Quirinal hills, between the present Porta Pia and S. Lorenzo, where there is a quadrangular projection in the city walls marking the site. The remains of the amphitheatrum castrense stand between the Porta Maggiore and S. Giovanni, formerly without the ancient walls, but now included in the line. It is all of brick, even the Corinthian pillars, and seems to have been but a rude structure, suited to the purpose for which it was built, the amusement of the soldiers, and gymnastic exercises. For this purpose, they were used to construct temporary amphitheaters near the stations in the distant provinces, which were not built of stone or brick, but hollow circular spots dug in the ground, round which the spectators sat on the declivity, on ranges of seats cut in the sod. Many vestiges of this kind have been traced in Britain. Footnote 422, the Isthmus of Corinth, an enterprise which had formerly been attempted by Demetrius and which was also projected by Julius Caesar, see Roman 44, and Nero, see Roman 19, but they all failed of accomplishing it. Footnote 423. On the authority of Dio Cassius and the Salmatian manuscript, this verse from Homer is substituted for the common reading, which is, Ais Gaian Danyon Perosi. Into the land of Greece I will transport thee. Footnote 424. Alluding in the case of Romulus to the rape of the Sabines, and in that of Augustus to his having taken Livia from her husband, Augustus, see Elzai. Footnote 427. The vast area of the Roman amphitheaters had no roof, but the audience were protected against the sun and bad weather by temporary hangings stretched over it. Footnote 429. The islands off the coast of Italy, in the Tuscan Sea and in the archipelago, were the usual places of banishment. See before, see Roman 15, and in Tiberias, see live, etc. Footnote 430. Antisera, an island in the archipelago, was famous for the growth of hellebore. This plant being considered a remedy for insanity, the proverb arose naviga in Anticeram, as much as to say, you are mad. Footnote 431. Meaning the province in Asia, called Galatia, from the Gauls who conquered it, and occupied it jointly with the Greek colonists. Footnote 432. A quotation from the tragedy of Atreus by Elateus mentioned by Cicero. Off, I-28. Footnote 434. These celebrated words are generally attributed to Nero, but Dio and Seneca agree with Suetonius in ascribing them to Caligula. Footnote 435. Gladiators were distinguished by their armor and manner of fighting. Some were called secutors, whose arms were a helmet, a shield, a sword, or a leaden ball. Others, the usual antagonists of the former, were named retiarii. A combatant of this class was dressed in a short tunic, but wore nothing on his head. He carried in his left hand a three-pointed lance, called tridens or fusina, and in his right a net, with which he attempted to entangle his adversary by casting it over his head and suddenly drawing it together, when with his trident he usually slew him. But if he missed his aim, by throwing the net either too short or too far, he instantly betook himself to flight and endeavored to prepare his net for a second cast. His antagonist, in the meantime, pursued to prevent his design by dispatching him. Footnote 439. Poppy were persons who, at public sacrifices, led the victim to the altar. They had their clothes tucked up and were naked to the waist. The victim was led with a slack rope that it might not seem to be brought by force, which was reckoned a bad omen. For the same reason, it was allowed to stand loose before the altar, and it was thought a very unfavorable sign if it got away. Footnote 441. The collar of gold, taken from the gigantic Gaul who was killed in single combat by Titus Manlius, called afterwards Torquatus, was worn by the lineal male descendants of the Manlian family. But that illustrious race becoming extinct, the badge of honor, as well as the cognomen of Torquatus, was revived by Augustus, in the person of Caius Nonius Asprenas, who perhaps claimed descent by the female line from the family of Manlius. Footnote 442. Cincinnatus signifies one who has curled or crisped hair, from which Livy informs us that Lucius Quintus derived his cognomen. But of what badge of distinction Caligula deprived the family of the Cincinnati, unless the natural feature was hereditary, and he had them all shaved a practice, we find mentioned just below history does not inform us, nor are we able to conjecture. Footnote 443. The priest of Diana Nemorensis obtained and held his office by his prowess in arms, having to slay his competitors and offer human sacrifices, and was called Rex from his reigning paramount in the adjacent forest. The temple of this goddess of the chase stood among the deep woods which clothed the declivities of the Alban Mount, at a short distance from Rome Nemes, signifying a grove. Julius Caesar had a residence there. See his life, see LXXI. The venerable woods are still standing, and among them chestnut trees, which, from their enormous girth and vast apparent age, we may suppose to have survived from the era of the Caesars. The melancholy and sequestered Lake of Nemi, deep set in a hollow of the surrounding woods, with the village on its brink, still preserve the name of Nemi. Footnote 444. An Esidarian was one who fought from an Eseda, the light carriage described in a former note, p. 264. Footnote 446. Particularly at Baiae, see before, see Roman 19. The practice of encroaching on the sea on this coast commenced before. Jactes in altum malibus hor, ad b Roman 3, 134. Footnote 448. The part of the Palladium built or occupied by Augustus and Tiberius. Footnote 449. Mevania, a town of Umbria. Its present name is Bevegna. The Clytumnus is a river in the same country, celebrated for the breed of white cattle which feed in the neighboring pastures. Footnote 450. Caligula appears to have meditated an expedition to Britain at the time of his pompous ovation at Puteoli, mentioned in c. Roman 13. But if Julius Caesar could gain no permanent footing in this island, it was very improbable that a prince of Caligula's character would ever seriously attempt it, and we shall presently see that the whole affair turned out a farce. Footnote 451. It seems generally agreed that the point of the coast which was signalized by the ridiculous bravado of Caligula, somewhat redeemed by the erection of a lighthouse, was Idium, afterwards called Gessoriacum, and Binonia, Boulogne, a town belonging to the Gaulish tribe of the Morini, where Julius Caesar embarked on his expedition, and which became the usual place of departure for the transit to Britain. Footnote 452. The denarius was worth at this time about 7 pence or 8 pence of our money. Footnote 454. The Cimbri were German tribes on the Elbe, who invaded Italy AUC 640 and were defeated by Metellus. Footnote 455. The Senons were a tribe of Cisalpine Gauls, settled in Umbria, who sacked and pillaged Rome AUC 363. Footnote 456. By the transmarine provinces, Asia, Egypt, etc. are meant, so that we find Caligula entertaining visions of an Eastern empire and removing the seat of government, which were long afterwards realized in the time of Constantine. Footnote 459. Scabella. Commentators are undecided as to the nature of this instrument. Some of them suppose it to have been either a sort of cymbal or castanet, but Pitiscus in his note gives a figure of an ancient statue preserved at Florence, in which a dancer is represented with cymbals in his hands and a kind of wind instrument attached to the toe of his left foot, by which it is worked by pressure, something in the way of an accordion. Footnote 461. The Romans, in their passionate devotion to the amusements of the circus and the theater, were divided into factions, who had their favorites among the racers and actors, the former being distinguished by the color of the party to which they belonged. See before, see Roman 18, and Tiberius, see Roman 37. Footnote 462. In the slang of the turf, the name of Caligula's celebrated horse might perhaps be translated "go ahead." Footnote 463. Josephus, who supplies us with minute details of the assassination of Caligula, says that he made no outcry, either disdaining it or because an alarm would have been useless, but that he attempted to make his escape through a corridor which led to some baths behind the palace. Among the ruins on the Palatine Hill, these baths still attract attention, some of the frescoes being in good preservation. See the account in Josephus, Roman 19. 1-2. Footnote 464. The Lamian was an ancient family, the founders of Formiae. They had gardens on the Esquiline Mount. Footnote 466. Pliny describes Drusus as having in this voyage circumnavigated Germany and reached the Cimbrian Chersonese and the Scythian shores, reeking with constant fogs. Footnote 467. Tacitus Annal. Xiate 1 mentions this fosse and says that Drusus sailed up the Meuse and the Vaal. Cluverius places it between the village of Eiselvort and the town of Doesburg. Footnote 468. The spolia opima were the spoils taken from the enemy's king, or chief, when slain in single combat by a Roman general. They were always hung up in the temple of Jupiter Feretrius. Those spoils had been obtained only thrice since the foundation of Rome, the first by Romulus, who slew Acron, king of the Canaanenses, the next by A. Cornelius Cassus, who slew Tolumnius, king of the Veients, AU 318, and the third by M. Claudius Marcellus, who slew Viridomarus, king of the Gauls, AU 330. Footnote 470. This epistle, as it was the habit of Augustus, is interspersed with Greek phrases. Footnote 471. The Alban Mount is the most interesting feature of the scenery of the Campagna about Rome, Monte Cavo, the summit, rising above an amphitheater of magnificent woods to an elevation of 2965 French feet. The view is very extensive. Below is the Lake of Albano, the finest of the volcanic lakes in Italy, and the modern town of the same name. Few traces remain of Alba Longa, the ancient capital of Latium. Footnote 472. On the summit of the Alban Mount, on the site of the present convent, stood the temple of Jupiter Latialis, where the Latin tribes assembled annually and renewed their league during the Feriae Latini, instituted by Tarquinius Superbus. It was here also that Roman generals, who were refused the honors of a full triumph, performed the ovation and sacrificed to Jupiter Latialis. Part of the triumphal way by which the mountain was ascended, formed of vast blocks of lava, is still in good preservation, leading through groves of chestnut trees of vast size and age. Spanning them with extended arms, none of the shortest the operation was repeated 5 times, encompassing their girth. Footnote 476. The Chamber of Mercury, the names of deities being given to different apartments as those of Isis, of the Muses, etc. Footnote 478. The attentive reader will have marked the gradual growth of the power of the Praetorian Guard, who now, and on so many future occasions, ruled the destinies of the empire. Footnote 482. Naples and other cities on that coast were Greek colonies. Footnote 483. This arch was erected in memory of the standards, the eagles lost by Varus in Germany having been recovered by Germanicus under the auspices of Tiberius. See his life, see Roman 47, and Tacit, Annal, Roman 2, 41. It seems to have stood at the foot of the Capitol on the side of the Forum near the Temple of Concord, but there are no remains of it. Footnote 484. Tacitus informs us that the same application had been made by Tiberius. Annal, Roman 3. The prefect of the Praetorian Guards, high and important as his office had now become, was not allowed to enter the Senate House unless he belonged to the equestrian order. Footnote 485. The procurators had the administration of some of the less important provinces, with rank and authority inferior to that of the proconsuls and prefects. Frequent mention of these officers is made by Josephus, and Pontius Pilate, who sentenced our Lord to crucifixion, held that office in Judea under Tiberius. Footnote 486. Pollio and Messala were distinguished orators, who flourished under the Caesars Julius and Augustus. Footnote 489. Ad bestias had become a new and frequent sentence for malefactors. It will be recollected that it was the most usual form of martyrdom for the primitive Christians. Polycarp was brought all the way from Smyrna to be exposed to it in the amphitheater at Rome. Footnote 490. This reminds us of the decision of Solomon in the case of the 2 mothers, who each claimed a child as their own, 1 Kings Roman 3, 22-27. Footnote 491. A most absurd judicial conclusion, the business of the judge or court being to decide, on weighing the evidence, on which side the truth preponderated. Footnote 492. See the note in Caligula, see Roman 19. As to Suetonius's sources of information from persons contemporary with the occurrences he relates. Footnote 493. The insult was conveyed in Greek, which seems from Suetonius to have been in very common use at Rome. Kai su geron I, kai moros. Footnote 495. There was a proverb to the same effect. See non cast, saltum caught. Footnote 496. Ptolemy appointed him to an office which led him to assume a foreign dress. Rabirius was defended by Cicero in one of his orations, which is extant. Footnote 497. The Sigillaria was a street in Rome where a fair was held after the Saturnalia, which lasted 7 days, and toys, consisting of little images and dolls, which gave their name to the street and festival, were sold. It appears from the text that other articles were exposed for sale in this street. Among these were included elegant vases of silver and bronze. There appears also to have been a bookseller's shop, for an ancient writer tells us that a friend of his showed him a copy of the second book of the Aeneid, which he had purchased there. Footnote 498. Opposed to this statement, there is a passage in Servius Georgius, Roman 3:37, asserting that he had heard Epictetus that Augustus, besides his victories in the east, triumphed over the Britons in the west, and Horace says, Augustus adjectis Britannis imperio gravibusque persis, Ode Roman 3:5-1. Strabo likewise informs us that in his time the petty British kings sent embassies to cultivate the alliance of Augustus and make offerings in the capital, and that nearly the whole island was on terms of amity with the Romans, and, as well as the Gauls, paid a light tribute. Strabo, B. Roman 4, p. 138. That Augustus contemplated a descent on the island, but was prevented from attempting it by his being recalled from Gaul by the disturbances in Dalmatia, is very probable. Horace offers his vows for its success. Serves Iterum, Caesarem in ultimos orbis Britannos, Ode I-35. But the word Icarus shows that the scheme was only projected, and the lines previously quoted are mere poetical flattery. Strabo's statement of the communications kept up with the petty kings of Britain, who were perhaps divided by intestine wars, are, to a certain extent, probably correct, as such a policy would be a prelude to the intended expedition. Footnote 499. Certius. Aulus Gellius, Seneca, and Pliny mention under this name the strong southerly gales which prevail in the Gulf of Genoa and the neighboring seas. Footnote 500. The Stochids were the islands now called Hieres, off Toulon. Footnote 501. Claudius must have expended more time in his march from Marseille to Gesoriacum, as Boulogne was then called, than in his vaunted conquest of Britain. Footnote 502. In point of fact, he was only 16 days in the island, receiving the submission of some tribes in the southeastern districts. But the way had been prepared for him by his able general Aulus Plautius, who defeated Cunobline and made himself master of his capital, Camulogenum or Colchester. These successes were followed up by Ostorius, who conquered Caractacus and sent him to Rome. It is singular that Suetonius has supplied us with no particulars of these events. Some account of them is given in the disquisition appended to this Life of Claudius. The expedition of Plautius took place AUC 796 AD 44. Footnote 504. The Emiliana, so called because it contained the monuments of the family of that name, was a suburb of Rome, on the Via Lata, outside the gate. Footnote 505. The Diribatorium was a house in the Flaminian Circus, begun by Agrippa and finished by Augustus, in which soldiers were mustered and their pay distributed, from whence it derived its name. When the Romans went to give their votes at the election of magistrates, they were conducted by officers named diribitors. It is possible that one and the same building may have been used for both purposes. The Flaminian Circus was without the city walls, in the Campus Martius. The Roman college now stands on its site. Footnote 506. A law brought in by the consuls Papius Mutilus and Quintus Papius, respecting which see Augustus, see Roman 34. Footnote 507. The Fucine Lake is now called Lago di Celano, in the farther Abruzzi. It is very extensive, but shallow, so that the difficulty of constructing the Claudian emissary can scarcely be compared to that encountered in a similar work for lowering the level of the waters in the Alban Lake, completed AUC 359. Footnote 510. Suetonius calls this the Great Obelisk, in comparison with those which Augustus had placed in the Circus Maximus and Campus Martius. The one here mentioned was erected by Caligula in his circus afterwards called the Circus of Nero. It stood at Heliopolis, having been dedicated to the sun, as Herodotus informs us, by Pharaoh, son of Sesostris, in acknowledgement of his recovery from blindness. It was removed by Pope Sixtus V in 1586, under the celebrated architect Fontana, to the center of the area before St. Peter S, in the Vatican, not far from its former position. This obelisk is a solid piece of red granite, without hieroglyphics, and with the pedestal and ornaments at the top, is 182 feet high. The height of the obelisk itself is 113 palms, or 84 feet. Footnote 511. Pliny relates some curious particulars of this ship. A fir tree of prodigious size was used in the vessel which, by the command of Caligula, brought the obelisk from Egypt, which stands in the Vatican Circus, and 4 blocks of the same sort of stone to support it. Nothing certainly ever appeared on the sea more astonishing than this vessel. 120,000 bushels of lentiles served for its ballast. The length of it nearly equaled all the left side of the port of Ostia, for it was sent there by the Emperor Claudius. The thickness of the tree was as much as 4 men could embrace with their arms. B. Romans 16. C. 76. Footnote 512. See Augustus, see Roman 31. It appears to have been often a prey to the flames. Tiberius, see Roman 41. Caligula, see Roman 20. Footnote 513. Contrary to the usual custom of rising and saluting the emperor without acclamations. Footnote 515. The secular games had been celebrated by Augustus, AUC 736. CC Roman 31, of his life and the Epode of Horace written on the occasion. Footnote 517. Tufina, tuffo, a porous stone of volcanic origin which abounds in the neighborhood of Rome and, with the travertino, is employed in all common buildings. Footnote 518. In compliment to the troops to whom he owed his elevation, see before, Caesar. Footnote 519. Palumbus was a gladiator, and Claudius condescended to pun upon his name, which signifies a wood pigeon. Footnote 522. To reward his able services as commander of the army in Britain. See before, see Roman 17. Footnote 523. German tribes between the Elbe and the Weser, whose chief seat was at Bremen, and others about Ems or Leuenberg. Footnote 524. This island in the Tiber, opposite the Campus Martius, is said to have been formed by the corn sown by Tarquin the Proud on that consecrated field, and cut down and thrown by order of the consuls into the river. The water being low, it lodged in the bed of the stream, and gradual deposits of mud raising it above the level of the water, it was in course of time covered with buildings. Among these was the temple of Aesculapius, erected AUC 462, to receive the serpent, the emblem of that deity which was brought to Rome in the time of a plague. There is a coin of Antoninus Pius recording this event, and Lumistus has preserved copies of some curious votive inscriptions in acknowledgement of cures which were found in its ruins, Antiquities of Rome, p. 379. It was common for the patient, after having been exposed some nights in the temple, without being cured, to depart and put an end to his life. Suetonius here informs us that slaves so exposed at least obtain their freedom. Footnote 525. Which were carried on the shoulders of slaves. This prohibition had for its object either to save the wear and tear in the narrow streets, or to pay respect to the liberties of the town. Footnote 527. Seleucus Philopator, son of Antiochus the Great, who being conquered by the Romans, the succeeding kings of Syria acknowledged the supremacy of Rome. Footnote 528. Suetonius has already, in Tiberius, see Roman 36, mentioned the expulsion of the Jews from Rome, and this passage confirms the conjecture, offered in the note, that the Christians were obscurely alluded to in the former notice. The antagonism between Christianity and Judaism appears to have given rise to the tumults which first led the authorities to interfere. Thus much we seem to learn from both passages. But the most enlightened men of that age were singularly ill-informed on the stupendous events which had recently occurred in Judea, and we find Suetonius, although he lived at the commencement of the 1st century of the Christian era, when the memory of these occurrences was still fresh, and it might be supposed, by that time, widely diffused, transplanting Christ from Jerusalem to Rome and placing him in the time of Claudius, although the crucifixion took place during the reign of Tiberius. St. Luke, Acts Roman 18. 2, mentions the expulsion of the Jews from Rome by the Emperor Claudius. Dio, however, says that he did not expel them, but only forbade their religious assemblies. It was very natural for Suetonius to write Chrestus instead of Christus, as the former was a name in use among the Greeks and Romans. Among others, Cicero mentions a person of that name in his Fam. Ep. 11:8. Footnote 529. Pliny tells us that Druidism had its origin in Gaul and was transplanted into Britain. Roman 21. 1. Julius Caesar asserts just the contrary. Bell, Gaul, Roman 6. 13, 11. The Edict of Claudius was not carried into effect. At least, we find vestiges of Druidism in Gaul during the reigns of Nero and Alexander Severus. Footnote 530. The Eleusinian mysteries were never transferred from Athens to Rome, notwithstanding this attempt of Claudius, and although Aurelius Victor says that Adrian effected it. Footnote 533. It would seem from this passage that the cognomen of the Great had now been restored to the descendants of Cneus Pompey, on whom it was first conferred. Footnote 536. This is the Felix mentioned in the Acts, cc. Roman 23 and Roman 24, before whom St. Paul pleaded. He is mentioned by Josephus, and Tacitus, who calls him Felix Antonius, gives his character. Annal. v. 9-6. Footnote 537. It appears that two of these wives of Felix were named Drusilla. 1. Mentioned Acts Roman 24. 24, and there called a Jewess, was the sister of King Agrippa, and had married before Azazus, king of the Emessines. The other Drusilla, though not a queen, was of royal birth, being the granddaughter of Cleopatra by Mark Antony. Who the third wife of Felix was, is unknown. Footnote 538. Tacitus and Josephus mention that Pallas was the brother of Felix, and the younger Pliny ridicules the pompous inscription on his tomb. Footnote 540. The Salii, the priests of Mars, 12 in number, were instituted by Numa. Their dress was an embroidered tunic, bound with a girdle ornamented with brass. They wore on their head a conical cap of a considerable height, carried a sword by their side, in their right hand a spear or rod, and in their left one of the ancilia or shields of Mars. On solemn occasions, they used to go to the Capitol, through the Forum and other public parts of the city, dancing and singing sacred songs, said to have been composed by Numa, which, in the time of Horace, could hardly be understood by anyone, even the priests themselves. The most solemn procession of the Salii was on the 1st of March, in commemoration of the time when the sacred shield was believed to have fallen from heaven in the reign of Numa. After their procession, they had a splendid entertainment, the luxury of which was proverbial. Footnote 541. Scaliger and Casohen give Telegenius as the reading of the best manuscripts. Whoever he was, his name seems to have been a byword for a notorious fool. Footnote 542. Titus Livius, the prince of Roman historians, died in the 4th year of the reign of Tiberius, AUC 771, at which time Claudius was about 27 years old, having been born AUC 744. Footnote 543. Asinius Gallus was the son of Asinius Pollio, the famous orator, and had written a hook comparing his father with Cicero and giving the former the preference. Footnote 544. Quintilian informs us that one of the 3 new letters the Emperor Claudius attempted to introduce was the Aeolic digamma, which had the same force as V consonant. Priscian calls another antisigns and says that the character proposed was 2 Greek sigmas, back to back, and that it was substituted for the Greek PS. The other letter is not known, and all 3 soon fell into disuse. Footnote 545. Caesar by birth, not by adoption as the preceding emperors had been, and as Nero would be if he succeeded. Footnote 546. Tacitus informs us that the poison was prepared by Locusta, of whom we shall hear Nero, see Roman 33. Etc. Footnote 551. For the distinction between the prenomen and cognomen, see note, p. 192. Footnote 553. The Allobroges were a tribe of Gauls, inhabiting Dauphiny and Savoy. The Arverni have left their name in Auvergne. Footnote 558. Nais seems to have been a freedwoman who had been allowed to adopt the family name of her master. Footnote 559. By one of those fictions of law which have abounded in all systems of jurisprudence, a nominal alienation of his property was made in the testator's lifetime. Footnote 560. The suggestion offered note, p. 123, that the argentarii, like the goldsmiths of the Middle Ages, combine the business of bankers, or money changers with dealings in gold and silver plate, is confirmed by this passage. It does not, however, appear that they were artificers of the precious metals, though they dealt in old and current coins, sculptured vessels, gems, and precious stones. Footnote 561. Piagi was a town of the ancient Etruria, near Antium, on the seacoast, but it has long been destroyed. Footnote 563. The purification and giving the name took place among the Romans in the case of boys on the 9th and of girls on the 10th day. The customs of the Judaical law were similar. See Matt. I 5963, Luke Roman 3, 21, 22. Footnote 565. Seneca, the celebrated philosophical writer, had been released from exile in Corsica shortly before the death of Tiberius. He afterwards fell a sacrifice to the jealousy and cruelty of his former pupil, Nero. Footnote 568. Antium, the birthplace of Nero, an ancient city of the Volscians, stood on a rocky promontory of the coast, now called Capo di Anzo, about 38 miles from Rome. Though always a place of some naval importance, it was indebted to Nero for its noble harbor. The ruins of the moles yet remain, and there are vestiges of the temples and villas of the town, which was the resort of the wealthy Romans, it being a most delightful winter residence. The Apollo Belvedere was discovered among these ruins. Footnote 570. The podium was part of the amphitheater, near the orchestra, allotted to the senators and the ambassadors of foreign nations, and where also was the seat of the emperor, of the person who exhibited the games, and of the Vestal Virgins. It projected over the wall which surrounded the area of the amphitheater and was raised between 12 and 15 feet above it, secured with a breastwork or parapet against the eruption of wild beasts. Footnote 572. The baths of Nero stood to the west of the Pantheon. They were, probably, incorporated with those afterwards constructed by Alexander Severus, but no vestige of them remains. That the former were magnificent, we may infer from the verses of Martial. Quid Neron pejus quid thermes melius Neronianis b. Roman 7, ch. 34. What worse than Nero, what better than his baths? Footnote 573. Among the Romans, the time at which young men first shaved the beard was marked with particular ceremony. It was usually in their 21st year, but the period varied. Caligula CX first shaved at 20, Augustus at 25. Footnote 576. The sportuli were small wicker baskets, in which victuals or money were carried. The word was in consequence applied to the public entertainments at which food was distributed or money given in lieu of it. Footnote 577. Superstitionis novi et malefici are the words of Suetonius, the latter conveying the idea of witchcraft or enchantment. Suedes relates that a certain martyr cried out from his dungeon, "Ye have loaded me with fetters as a sorcerer and profane person." Tacitus calls the Christian religion a foreign and deadly footnote exiciabilis, superstition, Annal, Roman 13. 32. Pliny, in his celebrated letter to Trajan, a depraved, wicked, or prava, and outrageous superstition. Epist. X 97. Tacitus also describes the excruciating torments inflicted on the Roman Christians by Nero. He says that they were subjected to the derision of the people, dressed in the skins of wild beasts, and exposed to be torn to pieces by dogs in the public games, that they were crucified or condemned to be burnt, and at nightfall served in place of lamps to lighten the darkness, Nero's own gardens being used for the spectacle. Annal, Roman 15, 44. Traditions of the Church place the martyrdoms of SS, Peter and Paul at Rome, under the reign of Nero. The legends are given by Ordericus Vitalis. See Volume I of the edition in the Antic. Lib. pp. 206, etc., with the notes and reference to the apocryphal works on which they are founded. Footnote 578. Claudius had received the submission of some of the British tribes. C.C. Roman 17. Of his life. In the reign of Nero, his general, Suetonius Paulinus, attacked Mona or Anglesey, the chief seat of the Druids, and extirpated them with great cruelty. The successes of Boadicea, queen of the Iceni, who inhabited Derbyshire, were probably the cause of Nero's wishing to withdraw the legions, she having reduced London, Colchester, and Verulam, and put to death 70,000 of the Romans and their British allies. She was, however, at length defeated by Suetonius Paulinus, who was recalled for his severities. See Tacit, Agric, Roman 15, 1 Roman 16, 1 and Annal, Roman 14, 29. Footnote 579. The dominions of Claudius embraced the valleys in the chain of the Alps extending between Piedmont and Dauphiny, called by the Romans the Cauchan Alps. See Tiberius, see Roman 37. Footnote 580. It was a favorite project of the Caesars to make a navigable canal through the Isthmus of Corinth to avoid the circumnavigation of the southern extremity of the Mora, now Cape Matapan, which, even in our days, has its perils. See Julius Caesar, see Roman 44. And Caligula, see Roman 21. Footnote 581. Caspii Porti. So called from the difficulties opposed by the narrow and rocky defile to the passage of the Caucasus from the country washed by the Euxine, now called Georgia, to that lying between the Caspian and the Sea of Azov. It commences a few miles north of Tiflis, and is frequently the scene of contests between the Russians and the Circassian tribes. Footnote 582. Citharotus. The word signifies a vocalist who with his singing gave an accompaniment on the harp. Footnote 583. It has been already observed that Naples was a Greek colony, and consequently Greek appears to have continued the vernacular tongue. Footnote 585. Of the strange names given to the different modes of applauding in the theater, the first was derived from the humming of bees, the second from the rattling of rain or hail on the roofs, and the third from the tinkling of porcelain vessels when clashed together. Footnote 586. Canis was the daughter of an Etrurian king, whose incestuous intercourse with her brother having been detected, in consequence of the cries of the infant of which she was delivered, she killed herself. It was a joke at Rome that someone asking, when Nero was performing in Canis, what the emperor was doing, a wag replied, "He is laboring in childbirth." Footnote 587. A town in Corcyra, now Corfu, there was a seaport of the same name in Epirus. Footnote 588. The Circus Maximus, frequently mentioned by Suetonius, was so called because it was the largest of all the circuses in and about Rome. Rudely constructed of timber by Tarquinius Drusus and enlarged and improved with the growing fortunes of the Republic, under the emperors it became a most superb building. Julius Caesar, see Roman 39, extended it and surrounded it with a canal 10 feet deep and as many broad to protect the spectators against danger from the chariots during the races. Claudius, see Roman 21, rebuilt the Carceres with marble and gilded the Metae. This vast center of attraction to the Roman people, in the games of which religion, politics, and amusement were combined, was, according to Pliny, 3 stadia, of 625 feet long and 1 broad, and held 260,000 spectators. So that Juvenal says, Totem hodi ramum circus capit, sat, ze 195. This poetical exaggeration is applied by Addison to the Colosseum. That on its public shows unpeopled Rome. Letter to Lord Halifax. The area of the Circus Maximus occupied the hollow between the Palatine and Aventine hills, so that it was overlooked by the imperial palace, from which the emperors had so full a view of it that they could from that height give the signals for commencing the races. Few fragments of it remain, but from the Circus of Caracalla, which is better preserved, a tolerably good idea of the ancient circus may be formed. For details of its parts and the mode in which the sports were conducted, see Burton's Antiquities, p. 309, etc. Footnote 589. The Velabrum was a street in Rome. See Julius Caesar, c. Roman 37. Footnote 590. Acte was a slave who had been bought in Asia, whose beauty so captivated Nero that he redeemed her and became greatly attached to her. She is supposed to be the concubine of Nero mentioned by St. Chrysostom as having been converted by St. Paul during his residence at Rome. The apostle speaks of the saints in Caesar's household. Phil, Roman 4, 22. Footnote 593. It is said that the advances were made by Agrippina with flagrant indecency to secure her power over him. See Tacitus, Annal, Roman 14, 2, 3. Footnote 594. Olim etiam, quatis lectica cum mater veheretur, libidinatum incest, ac maculis vestis proditum, affirmant. Footnote 595. Tacitus calls him Pythagoras, which was probably the freedman's proper name, Doriphorus being a name of office somewhat equivalent to almoner. C. Annal, B. Roman 15. Footnote 596. The Emperor Caligula, who was the brother of Nero's mother, Agrippina. Footnote 597. See before, see Roman 13. Tiridates was 9 months in Rome or the neighborhood, and was entertained the whole time at the emperor's expense. Footnote 598. Canusium, now Canossa, was a town in Apulia, near the mouth of the river Aufidus, celebrated for its fine wool. It is mentioned by Pliny, and retained its reputation for the manufacture in the Middle Ages, as we find in Ordericus Vitalis. Footnote 599. The Mazekins were an African tribe from the deserts in the interior, famous for their spirited barbs, their powers of endurance, and their skill in throwing the dart. Footnote 600. The palace of the Caesars on the Palatine Hill was enlarged by Augustus from the dimensions of a private house, see Augustus cc. Roman 29, LVI. Tiberius made some additions to it, and Caligula extended it to the Forum Caligula, see Roman 31. Tacitus gives a similar account with that of our author of the extent and splendor of the works of Nero. Annal, Roman 15. See Roman 42. Reaching from the Palatine to the Esquiline Hill, it covered all the intermediate space where the Colosseum now stands. We shall find that it was still further enlarged by Domitian, see Roman 15. Of his life is the present work. Footnote 601. The Penates were worshipped in the innermost part of the house, which was called Penetralia. There were likewise Publici Penates worshipped in the Capitol and supposed to be the guardians of the city and temples. Some have thought that the Lares and Penates were the same, and they appear to be sometimes confounded. They were, however, different. The Penates were reputed to be of divine origin, the Lares of human. Certain persons were admitted to the worship of the Lares, who were not to that of the Penates. The latter, as has been already said, were worshipped only in the innermost part of the house, but the former also in the public roads, in the camp, and on sea. Footnote 602. A play upon the Greek word moros, signifying a fool, while the Latin morari from morer means to dwell or continue. Footnote 604. From whence the procol, o procol est profani, of the poet, a warning which was transferred to the Christian mysteries. Footnote 606. Statilius Taurus, who lived in the time of Augustus and built the amphitheater called after his name. Augustus, see Roman 24. He is mentioned by Horace Epist, IV 4. Footnote 607. Octavia was first sent away to Campania under a guard of soldiers, and after being recalled, in consequence of the remonstrances of the people, by whom she was beloved, Nero banished her to the island of Pandatoria. Footnote 609. Seneca was accused of complicity in the conspiracy of Caius Piso. Tacitus furnishes some interesting details of the circumstances under which the philosopher calmly submitted to his fate, which was announced to him when at supper with his friends at his villa near Rome. Tacitus, B. Roman 14. Roman 15. Footnote 610. This comet, as well as one which appeared the year in which Claudius died, is described by Seneca natural, quist, Roman 7. C. Roman 17 and Roman 19, and by Pliny Roman 2. See Roman 25. Footnote 612. The 16th book of Tacitus, which would probably have given an account of the Venetian conspiracy, is lost. It is shortly noticed by Plutarch. Footnote 614. This destructive fire occurred in the end of July or the beginning of August, AUC 816, AD 64. It was imputed to the Christians, and drew on them the persecutions mentioned in C. Roman 16, and the note. Footnote 615. The revolt in Britain broke out AUC 813. Xiphilinus Elzai, p. 701, attributes it to the severity of the confiscations with which the repayment of large sums of money advanced to the Britons by the Emperor Claudius, and also by Seneca, was exacted. Tacitus adds another cause, the insupportable tyranny and avarice of the centurions and soldiers. Prasutagus, king of the Iceni, had named the emperor his heir. His widow Boadicea and her daughters were shamefully used, his kinsmen reduced to slavery, and his whole territory ravaged, upon which the Britons flew to arms. C. Roman 18, and the note. Footnote 616. Neonymphen, alluding to Nero's unnatural nuptials with Sporus or Pythagoras. C. Roman 28, Roman 29, it should be neo-nymphos. Footnote 617. Sustulate has a double meaning, signifying both to bear away and put out of the way. Footnote 618. The epithet applied to Apollo as the god of music was Paeon, as the god of war Ecatibaletes. Footnote 619. Pliny remarks that the golden house of Nero was swallowing up all Rome. Veii, an ancient Etruscan city about 12 miles from Rome, was originally little inferior to it, being, as Dionysius informs us, Lib. Roman 2, p. 16, equal in extent to Athens. See a very accurate survey of the ruins of Veii in Gell's admirable topography of Rome and its vicinity, p. 436 of Bohn's edition. Footnote 620. Suetonius calls them organa hydraulica, and they seem to have been a musical instrument on the same principle as our present organs, only that water was the inflating power. Vitruvius, Roman 4, Roman 9, mentions the instrument as the invention of Ctesippus of Alexandria. It is also well described by Tertullian, De Anima, see Roman 14. The pneumatic organ appears to have been a later improvement. We have before us a contorniate medallion of Caracalla from the collection of Mr. W. S. Bohn, upon which one or other of these instruments figures. On the obverse is the bust of the emperor in armor, laureated, with the inscription as Aurelius Antoninus Pius Aug. Brit. His latest title. On the reverse is the organ, an oblong chest with the pipes above and a draped figure on each side. Footnote 621. A fine sand from the Nile, similar to Puzziclano, which was strewed on the stadium. The wrestlers also rolled in it when their bodies were slippery with oil or perspiration. Footnote 622. The words on the ticket about the emperor's neck are supposed by a prosopopoeia to be spoken by him. The reply is Agrippina's or the people's. It alludes to the punishment due to him for his parricide. By the Roman law, a person who had murdered a parent or any near relation after being severely scourged was sewed up in a sack with a dog, a cock, a viper, and an ape, and then thrown into the sea or a deep river. Footnote 624. Vindex, it need hardly be observed, was the name of the propraetor who had set up the standard of rebellion in Gaul. The word also signifies an avenger of wrongs, redresser of grievances, hence vindicate, vindictive, etc. Footnote 626. The Via Salaria was so called from the Sabines using it to fetch salt from the coast. It led from Rome to the northward, near the gardens of Sallust, by a gate of the same name, called also Quirinales, Agonales, and Collina. It was here that Alaric entered. Footnote 627. The Via Nomentana, so named because it led to the Sabine town of Nomentum, joined the Via Salera at Heratum on the Tiber. It was also called Ficilnensis. It entered Rome by the Porta Viminales, now called Porta Pia. It was by this road that Hannibal approached the walls of Rome. The country house of Nero's freedman, where he ended his days, stood near the Annio, beyond the present church of St. Agnes, where there was a villa of the Spada family, belonging now, we believe, to Torlonia. Footnote 628. This description is no less exact than vivid. It was easy for Nero to gain the nearest gate, the Nomentan, from the Esquiline quarter of the palace, without much observation, and on issuing from it, after midnight, it appears, the fugitives would have the Praetorian camp so close on their right hand that they might well hear the shouts of the soldiers. Footnote 629. Decocta. Pliny informs us that Nero had the water he drank boiled to clear it from impurities and then cooled with ice. Footnote 630. Wood to warm the water for washing the corpse and for the funeral pile. Footnote 631. This burst of passion was uttered in Greek, the rest was spoken in Latin. Both were in familiar use. The mixture, perhaps, betrays the disturbed state of Nero's mind. Footnote 633. Colles Hortulorum, which was afterwards called the Pincian Hill, from a family of that name, who flourished under the Lower Empire. In the time of the Caesars, it was occupied by the gardens and villas of the wealthy and luxurious, among which those of Sallust are celebrated. Some of the finest statues have been found in the ruins, among others, that of the dying gladiator. The situation was airy and healthful, commanding fine views, and it is still the most agreeable neighborhood in Rome. Footnote 634. Antiquarians suppose that some relics of the sepulchre of the Domitian family, in which the ashes of Nero were deposited, are preserved in the city wall which Aurelian, when he extended its circuit, carried across the Colles Hortulorum. Those ancient remains, declining from the perpendicular, are called the Muro Torto. The Lunan marble was brought from quarries near a town of that name, in Etruria. It no longer exists but stood on the coast of what is now called the Gulf of Spezzia. Thasos, an island in the archipelago, was one of the Cyclades. It produced a gray marble, much veined but not in great repute. Footnote 636. The Syrian goddess is supposed to have been Semiramis deified. Her rites are mentioned by Florus, Apuleius, and Lucian. Footnote 638. We have here one of the incidental notices which are so valuable in an historian, as connecting him with the times of which he writes. See also just before, see Li. Footnote 640. The conventional term for what is most commonly known as the laurel, mead of mighty conquerors and poet sage, Spenser's Faerie Queene, is retained throughout the translation. But the tree or shrub which had this distinction among the ancients, the Laurus nobilis of botany, the Daphne of the Greeks, is the bate tree, indigenous in Italy, Greece, and the East, and introduced into England about 1562. Our laurel is a plant of a very different tribe, the Prunes laurocerasus, a native of the Levant and the Crimea, acclimated in England at a later period than the bay. Footnote 641. The Temple of the Caesars is generally supposed to be that dedicated by Julius Caesar to Venus Genitrix, from whom the Julian family pretended to derive their descent. See Julius, see LXI. Augustus, see CI. Footnote 643. The atrium or aula was the court or hall of a house, the entrance to which was by the principal door. It appears to have been a large oblong square, surrounded with covered or arched galleries. 3 sides of the atrium were supported by pillars, which in later times were marble. The side opposite to the gate was called tablinum, and the other 2 sides allee. The tablinum contained books and the records of what each member of the family had done in his magistracy. In the atrium the nuptial couch was erected, and here the mistress of the family, with her maidservants, wrought at spinning and weaving, which, in the time of the ancient Romans, was their principal employment. Footnote 649. Caius Sulpicius Galba, the emperor's brother, had been consul AUC. 774. Footnote 651. Now Fondi, which with Terracina, still bearing its original name, lie on the road to Naples. See Tiberius, CC, V and Roman 39. Footnote 655. Suetonius seems to have forgotten that, according to his own testimony, this legacy, as well as those left by Tiberius, was paid by Caligula. Legata ex testamento Tiberii, quamquam abolido sed et Julii Augusti, quod Tiberius suppresserat, cum fide, ac sine calumnia representate persolvit. Calig. See Roman 16. Footnote 657. Caius Caesar Caligula. He gave the command of the legions in Germany to Galba. Footnote 658. Scudo moderatus. Another reading in the parallel passage of Tacitus is scudo imatus oneratus, burdened with the heavy weight of a shield. Footnote 659. It would appear that Galba was to have accompanied Claudius in his expedition to Britain, which is related before Claudius c. Romans 17. Footnote 660. It has been remarked before that the Cantabria of the ancients is now the province of Biscay. Footnote 665. Simus, literally fiat-nosed, was a cant word used for a clown, Galba being jeered for his rusticity in consequence of his long retirement. See Roman 8. Indeed, they called Spain his farm. Footnote 670. On the esplanade, where the standards, objects of religious reverence, were planted. See note to see Roman 6. Criminals were usually executed outside the vallum and in the presence of a centurion. Footnote 675. The Miliare Aureum was a pillar of stone set up at the top of the forum, from which all the great military roads throughout Italy started, the distances to the principal towns being marked upon it. Dio, live, says that it was erected by the Emperor Augustus when he was curator of the roads. Footnote 676. Haruspex, auspex, or augur denoted any person who foretold futurity or interpreted omens. There was at Rome a body of priests or college under this title, whose office it was to foretell future events, chiefly from the flight, chirping, or feeding of birds, and from other appearances. They were of the greatest authority in the Roman state, for nothing of importance was done in public affairs, either at home or abroad, in peace or war, without consulting them. The Romans derived the practice of augury chiefly from the Tuscans, and anciently their youth used to be instructed as carefully in this art, as afterwards they were in the Greek literature. For this purpose, by a decree of the Senate, a certain number of the sons of the leading men at Rome was sent to the 12 states of Etruria for instruction. Footnote 677. See before, note, see I. The Principia was a broad open space, which separated the lower part of the Roman camp from the upper, and extended the whole breadth of the camp. In this place was erected the tribunal of the general, when he either administered justice or harangued the army. Here likewise the tribunes held their courts, and punishments were inflicted. The principal standards of the army, as it has been already mentioned, were deposited in the Principia, and in it also stood the altars of the gods and the images of the emperors, by which the soldiers swore. Footnote 678. See Nero, see Roman 31. The sum estimated as requisite for its completion amounted to 2,187,500 pounds of our money. Footnote 679. The two last words, literally translated, mean long trumpets, such as were used at sacrifices. The sense is, therefore, what have I to do, my hands stained with blood, with performing religious ceremonies? Footnote 680. The ancel was a round shield, said to have fallen from heaven in the reign of Numa, and supposed to be the shield of Mars. It was kept with great care in the sanctuary of his temple, as a symbol of the perpetuity of the Roman Empire, and that it might not be stolen, 11 others were made exactly similar to it. Footnote 681. This ideal personage, who has been mentioned before Augustus, see LXVI, was the goddess Cybele, the wife of Saturn, called also Rhea, Ops, Vesta, Magna, Mater, etc. She was painted as a matron, crowned with towers, sitting in a chariot drawn by lions. A statue of her, brought from Pessinus in Phrygia to Rome in the time of the Second Punic War, was much honored there. Her priests, called the Galli and Corybantes, were castrated, and worshipped her with the sound of drums, tabors, pipes, and cymbals. The rites of this goddess were disgraced by great indecencies. Footnote 682, otherwise called Orcus, Pluto, Jupiter, Infernus, and Stygenes. He was the brother of Jupiter and king of the infernal regions. His wife was Proserpine, the daughter of Ceres, whom he carried off as she was gathering flowers in the plains of Annae in Sicily. The victims offered to the infernal gods were black. They were killed with their faces bent downwards. The knife was applied from below, and the blood was poured into a ditch. Footnote 684, the Temple of Castor. It stood about 12 miles from Cremona. Tacitus gives some details of this action. Hist. Roman 2, 243. Footnote 685. Both Greek and Latin authors differ in the mode of spelling the name of this place, the first syllable being written bb, bet, and bret. It is now a small village called Labino, between Cremona and Verona. Footnote 686. Lenes was a name of similar signification with that of Tranquillus, born by his son, the author of the present work. We find from Tacitus that there was, among Otho's generals in this battle, another person of the name of Suetonius, whose cognomen was Paulinus, with whom our author's father must not be confounded. Lenes was only a tribune of the 13th legion, the position of which in the battle is mentioned by Tacitus, Hist. Zi 24, and was Angus to Flavius, wearing only the narrow stripe, as not being of the senatorial order, while Paulinus was a general, commanding a legion at least and a consular man, having filled that office AUC. 818. There seems no doubt that Suetonius Paulinus was the same general who distinguished himself by his successes and cruelties in Britain. Nero, see Roman 18, and note. Not to extend the present note, we may shortly refer to our author, having already mentioned his grandfather, Caligula, see Roman 19, besides other sources from which he drew his information. He tells us that he himself was then a boy. We have now arrived at the times in which his father bore a part. Such incidental notices, dropped by historical writers, have a certain value in enabling us to form a judgment on the genuineness of their narratives, as to contemporaneous or recent events. Footnote 688. Jupiter, to prevent the discovery of his amour with Io, the daughter of the river Inachus, transformed her into a heifer, in which metamorphosis she was placed by Juno under the watchful inspection of Argus. But flying into Egypt, and her keeper being killed by Mercury, she recovered her human shape and was married to Osiris. Her husband afterwards became a god of the Egyptians, and she a goddess under the name of Isis. She was represented with a mural crown on her head, a cornucopia in one hand, and a sistrum, a musical instrument, in the other. Footnote 689. Faunus was supposed to be the third king who reigned over the original inhabitants of the central parts of Italy, Saturn being the first. Virgil makes his wife's name Marica. Hunc fauna et nymphogenitum laurent Marica accipimus in, Roman 7, 47. Her name may have been changed after her deification, but we have no other accounts than those preserved by Suetonius of several of the traditions handed down from the fabulous ages respecting the Vitalian family. Footnote 690. The Equicali were probably a tribe inhabiting the heights in the neighborhood of Rome. Virgil describes them in Roman 7, 746. Footnote 691. Nuceria, now Nocera, is a town near Mantua. But Livy, in treating of the war with the Samnites, always speaks of Luceria, which Strabo calls a town in Apulia. Footnote 692. Cassius Severus is mentioned before in Augustus, CLVI. Caligula, see Roman 16. Etc. Footnote 695. He is frequently commended by Josephus for his kindness to the Jews. See, particularly, Antic, Roman 6, Roman 18. Footnote 700. AUC. 767, being the year after the death of the Emperor Augustus, from whence it appears that Vitellius was 17 years older than Otho, both being at an advanced age when they were raised to the imperial dignity. Footnote 703. Julius Caesar also was said to have exchanged brass for gold in the capital, Junius, see Liv. The tin which we here find in use at Rome was probably brought from the Cassidarides, now the Scilly Islands, whence it had been an article of commerce by the Phoenicians and Carthaginians from a very early period. Footnote 706. Vienne was a very ancient city of the province of Narbonne, famous in ecclesiastical history as the early seat of a bishopric in Gaul. Footnote 709. Agrippina, the wife of Nero and mother of Germanicus, founded a colony on the Rhine at the place of her birth. Tacit. Annal B. Roman 12. It became a flourishing city, and its origin may be traced in its modern name, Cologne. Footnote 710. A dies non fastis, an unlucky day in the Roman calendar, being the anniversary of their great defeat by the Gauls on the river Allia, which joins the Tiber about 5 miles from Rome. This disaster happened on the 16th of the calends of August, 17th July. Footnote 711. Posca was sour wine or vinegar mixed with water, which was used by the Roman soldiery as their common drink. It has been found beneficial in the cure of putrid diseases. Footnote 713. In imitation of the form of the public edicts, which began with the words bonum factum. Footnote 714. Cata mulier. The Cati were a German tribe who inhabited the present countries of Hesse or Baden. Tacitus, de More, Germ, informs us that the Germans placed great confidence in the prophetical inspirations which they attributed to their women. Footnote 715. Suetonius does not supply any account of the part added by Tiberius to the palace of the Caesars on the Palatine, although, as it will be recollected, he has mentioned or described the works of Augustus, Caligula, and Nero. The banqueting room here mentioned would easily command a view of the Capitol, across the narrow intervening valley. Flavius Sabinus, Vespasian's brother, was prefect of the city. Footnote 717. Lucius and Germanicus, the brother and son of Vitellius, were slain near Terracina. The former was marching to his brother's relief. Footnote 720. Becco, from whence the French bec and English beak, with probably the family names of Bec or Beck. This distinguished provincial, under his Latin name of Antoninus Primus, commanded the 7th Legion in Gaul. His character is well drawn by Tacitus in his usual terse style Hist. Zi 86. 2. Footnote 721. Rhete, the original seat of the Flavian family, was a city of the Sabines. Its present name is Rheti. Footnote 722. It does not very clearly appear what rank in the Roman armies was held by the Ivocati. They are mentioned on 3 occasions by Suetonius without affording us much assistance. Caesar, like our author, joins them with the centurions. See, in particular, de Bell. Civil. I. Romans 17. 4. Footnote 724. In the ancient Umbria, afterwards the Duchy of Spoleto, its modern name being Norcia. Footnote 726. We find the annual migration of laborers in husbandry a very common practice in ancient as well as in modern times. At present, several thousand industrious laborers cross over every summer from the duchies of Parma and Modena, bordering on the district mentioned by Suetonius, to the island of Corsica, returning to the continent when the harvest is got in. Footnote 728. Cosa was a place in the Volscian territory, of which Anagni was probably the chief town. It lies about 40 miles to the northeast of Rome. Footnote 730. These games were extraordinary, as being out of the usual course of those given by praetors. Footnote 731. Revocavit in contubernium. From the difference of our habits, there is no word in the English language which exactly conveys the meaning of contubernium, a word which, in a military sense, the Romans applied to the intimate fellowship between comrades in war who messed together and lived in close fellowship in the same tent. Thence they transferred it to a union with one woman who was in a higher position than a concubine, but, for some reason, could not acquire the legal rights of a wife, as in the case of slaves of either sex. A man of rank, also, could not marry a slave or a freedwoman, however much he might be attached to her. Footnote 732. Nearly the same phrases are applied by Suetonius to Drusilla, see Caligula, see Roman 24, and to Marcella, the concubine of Commodus, by Herodian, I Romans 16. 9, where he says that she had all the honors of an empress, except that the incense was not offered to her. These connections resembled the left-hand marriages of the German princes. Footnote 733. This expedition to Britain has been mentioned before Claudius, see Roman 17, and note, and see Ib, Roman 24. Valerius Flaccus, I 8, and Silius Italicus, Roman 3. 598, celebrate the triumphs of Vespasian in Britain. In representing him, however, as carrying his arms among the Caledonian tribes, their flattery transferred to the emperor the glory of the victories gained by his lieutenant, Agricola. Vespasian's own conquests, while he served in Britain, were principally in the territories of the Brigantes, lying north of the Humber and including the present counties of York and Durham. Footnote 735. Tacitus, Hist. v. Roman 13. 3 mentions this ancient prediction and its currency through the East in nearly the same terms as Suetonius. The coming power is in both instances described in the plural number profti, those shall come forth, and Tacitus applies it to Titus as well as Vespasian. The prophecy is commonly supposed to have reference to a passage in Micah, v. 2, out of the Bethlehem Ephrata shall he come forth to be ruler in Israel. Earlier prophetic intimations of a similar character, and pointing to a more extended dominion, have been traced in the sacred records of the Jews, and there is reason to believe that these books were at this time not unknown in the heathen world, particularly at Alexandria and through the Septuagint version. These predictions, in their literal sense, point to the establishment of a universal monarchy, which should take its rise in Judea. The Jews looked for their accomplishment in the person of one of their own nation, the expected Messiah, to which character there were many pretenders in those times. The first disciples of Christ, during the whole period of his ministry, supposed that they were to be fulfilled in him. The Romans thought that the conditions were answered by Vespasian, and Titus having been called from Judea to the seat of empire. The expectations entertained by the Jews, and naturally participated in and appropriated by the first converts to Christianity, having proved groundless, the prophecies were subsequently interpreted in a spiritual sense. Footnote 736. Gessius Florus was at that time governor of Judea, with the title and rank of prepositus, it not being a proconsular province, as the native princes still held some parts of it, under the protection and with the alliance of the Romans. Gessius succeeded Florus Albinus, the successor of Felix. Footnote 739. A right hand was the sign of sovereign power, and, as everyone knows, borne upon a staff among the standards of the armies. Footnote 740. Tacitus says, Carmel is the name both of a god and a mountain, but there is neither image nor temple of the god. Such are the ancient traditions. We find there only an altar and religious awe. Hist. Roman 11. 78-4. It also appears from his account that Vespasian offered sacrifice on Mount Carmel, where Basilides, mentioned hereafter, see Roman 7, predicted his success from an inspection of the entrails. Footnote 741. Josephus, the celebrated Jewish historian who was engaged in these wars, having been taken prisoner, was confined in the dungeon at Jotapata, the castle referred to in the preceding chapter, before which Vespasian was wounded. De Bell. CXI. 14. Footnote 742. The prediction of Josephus was founded on the Jewish prophecies mentioned in the note to see Roman 4, which he, like others, applied to Vespasian. Footnote 743. Julius Caesar is always called by our author after his apotheosis, Divus Julius. Footnote 744. The battle at Bedriacum secured the empire for Vitellius. See Otho, see Roman 9, Vitellius, see X. Footnote 745. Alexandria may well be called the key, claustra, of Egypt, which was the granary of Rome. It was of the first importance that Vespasian should secure it at this juncture. Footnote 746. Tacitus describes Basilides as a man of rank among the Egyptians, and he appears also to have been a priest, as we find him officiating at Mount Carmel. CV this is so incompatible with his being a Roman freedman that commentators concur in supposing that the word libertus, although found in all the copies now extant, has crept into the text by some inadvertence of an early transcriber. Basilides appears, like Philo-Judaeus, who lived about the same period, to have been half Greek, half Jew, and to have belonged to the celebrated Platonic school of Alexandria. Footnote 747. Tacitus informs us that Vespasian himself believed Basilides to have been at this time not only in an infirm state of health, but at the distance of several days' journey from Alexandria. But for his greater satisfaction, he strictly examined the priests whether Basilides had entered the temple on that day. He made inquiries of all he met, whether he had been seen in the city. Nay, further, he dispatched messengers on horseback, who ascertained that at the time specified, Basilides was more than 80 miles from Alexandria. Then Vespasian comprehended that the appearance of Basilides and the answer to his prayers given through him were by divine interposition. Tacit. Hist. Roman 4. 82-2. Footnote 748. The account given by Tacitus of the miracles of Vespasian is fuller than that of Suetonius, but does not materially vary in the details, except that, in his version of the story, he describes the impotent man to be lame in the hand, instead of the leg or the knee, and adds an important circumstance in the case of the blind man, that he was nodus tabe oculorum, notorious for the disease in his eyes. He also winds up the narrative with the following statement: They who were present relate both these cures, even at this time, when there is nothing to be gained by lying. Both the historians lived within a few years of the occurrence, but their works were not published until advanced periods of their lives. The closing remark of Tacitus seems to indicate that, at least, he did not entirely discredit the account. And as for Suetonius, his pages are as full of prodigies of all descriptions, related apparently in all good faith, as a monkish chronicle of the Middle Ages. The story has the more interest, as it is one of the examples of successful imposture, selected by Hume in his essay on miracles, with the reply to which by Paley, in his Evidences of Christianity, most readers are familiar. The commentators on Suetonius agree with Paley in considering the whole affair as a juggle between the priests, the patients, and, probably, the emperor. But what will, perhaps, strike the reader as most remarkable is the singular coincidence of the story with the accounts given of several of the miracles of Christ, whence it has been supposed that the scene was planned in imitation of them. It did not fall within the scope of Dr. Paley's argument to advert to this, and our own brief illustration must be strictly confined within the limits of historical disquisition. Adhering to this principle, we may point out that if the idea of plagiarism be accepted, it receives some confirmation from the incident related by our author in a preceding paragraph, forming, it may be considered, another scene of the same drama, where we find Basilides appearing to Vespasian in the temple of Serapis, under circumstances which cannot fail to remind us of Christ's suddenly standing in the midst of his disciples, when the doors were shut. This incident, also, has very much the appearance of a parody on the evangelical history. But if the striking similarity of the two narratives be thus accounted for, it is remarkable that while the priests of Alexandria, or, perhaps, Vespasian himself from his residence in Judea, were in possession of such exact details of two of Christ's miracles, if not of a third striking incident in his history, we should find not the most distant allusion in the works of such contemporary writers as Tacitus and Suetonius to any one of the still more stupendous occurrences which had recently taken place in a part of the world with which the Romans had now very intimate relations. The character of these authors induces us to hesitate in adopting the notion that either contempt or disbelief would have led them to pass over such events as altogether unworthy of notice, and the only other inference from their silence is that they had never heard of them. But as this can scarcely be reconciled with the plagiarism attributed to Vespasian or the Egyptian priests, it is safer to conclude that the coincidence, however singular, was merely fortuitous. It may be added that Spartianus, who wrote the lives of Adrian and succeeding emperors, gives an account of a similar miracle performed by that prince in healing a blind man. Footnote 750. The Temple of Peace, erected AD 71, on the conclusion of the wars with the Germans and the Jews, was the largest temple in Rome. Vespasian and Titus deposited in it the sacred vessels and other spoils which were carried in their triumph after the conquest of Jerusalem. They were consumed, and the temple much damaged, if not destroyed, by fire, towards the end of the reign of Commodus, in the year 191. It stood in the Forum, where some ruins on a prodigious scale, still remaining, were traditionally considered to be those of the Temple of Peace, until Piranesi contended that they are part of Nero's Golden House. Others suppose that they are the remains of a basilica. A beautiful fluted Corinthian column, 47 feet high, which was removed from this spot, and now stands before the church of S. Maria Maggiore, gives a great idea of the splendor of the original structure. Footnote 751. This temple, converted into a Christian church by Pope Simplicius, who flourished AD 464–483, preserves much of its ancient character. It is now called San Stefano and Rotondo, from its circular form, the 34 pillars with arches springing from one to the other and intended to support the cupola, still remaining to prove its former magnificence. Footnote 752. This amphitheater is the famous Colosseum begun by Trajan and finished by Titus. It is needless to go into details respecting a building the gigantic ruins of which are so well known. Footnote 753. Hercules is said, after conquering Geryon in Spain, to have come into this part of Italy. One of his companions, the supposed founder of Rhetoricians, may have had the name of Flavius. Footnote 754. Vespasian and his son Titus had a joint triumph for the conquest of Judea, which is described at length by Josephus de Bell, Judd, Roman 7. 16. The coins of Vespasian exhibiting the captive Judea capta, are probably familiar to the reader. See Harfree's Coin Collector's Manual, p. 328. Footnote 755. Demetrius, who was born at Corinth, seems to have been a close imitator of Diogenes, the founder of the sect. Having come to Rome to study under Apollonius, he was banished to the islands with other philosophers by Vespasian. Footnote 756. There being no such place as Morbonia, and the supposed name being derived from morbus, disease, some critics have supposed that Anticyra, the asylum of the incurables, see Caligula, see Roman 29, is meant, but the probability is that the expression used by the imperial chamberlain was only a courtly version of a phrase not very commonly adopted in the present day. Footnote 757. Helvidius Priscus, a person of some celebrity as a philosopher and public man, is mentioned by Tacitus, Xiphilinus, and Arrian. Footnote 758. Cicero speaks in strong terms of the sordidness of retail trade-off. I-24. Footnote 759. The sesterce being worth about 2 pence halfpenny of English money, the salary of a Roman senator was, in round numbers, £5,000 a year, and that of a professor, as stated in the succeeding chapter, £1,000. From this scale, similar calculations may easily be made of the sums occurring in Suetonius's statements from time to time. There appears to be some mistake in the sum stated in C. Roman 16. Just before, as the amount seems fabulous, whether it represented the floating debt or the annual revenue of the empire. Footnote 760, see Augustus, see Roman 43. The proscenium of the ancient theaters was a solid erection of an architectural design, not shifted and varied as our stage scenes. Footnote 761, many eminent writers among the Romans were originally slaves, such as Terence and Phaedrus, and, still more, artists, physicians, and artificers. Their talents procuring their manumission, they became the freedmen of their former masters. Vespasian, it appears from Suetonius, purchased the freedom of some persons of ability belonging to these classes. Footnote 762. The Cone Venus was the chef d'oeuvre of Apelles, a native of the island of Kos in the archipelago, who flourished in the time of Alexander the Great. If it was the original painting which was now restored, it must have been well preserved. Footnote 763. Probably the colossal statue of Nero, see his life, c. Roman 31, afterwards placed in Vespasian's amphitheater, which derived its name from it. Footnote 764. The usual argument in all times against the introduction of machinery. Footnote 766. At the men's Saturnalia, a feast held in December attended with much reveling, the masters waited upon their slaves, and at the women's Saturnalia, held on the 1st of March, the women served their female attendants, by whom also they sent presents to their friends. Footnote 767. Notwithstanding the splendor, and even, in many respects, the refinement of the imperial court, the language as well as the habits of the highest classes in Rome seem to have been but too commonly of the grossest description, and every scholar knows that many of their writers are not very delicate in their allusions. Apropos of the ludicrous account given in the text, Martial, on one occasion, uses still plainer language. Uter lactusis et malibus uter malvis, nam facem durum Phoebe cacantes habes, Roman 3, 89. Footnote 769. Probably the emperor had not entirely worn off, or might even affect the rustic dialect of his Sabine countrymen. For among the peasantry the O is still pronounced O, as in plastrum for plastrum, a wagon, and in aurum for aurum, gold, etc. The emperor's retort was very happy, floris being derived from a Greek word, which signifies worthless, while the consular critic's proper name, floris, was connected with much more agreeable associations. Footnote 770. Some of the German critics think that the passage bears the sense of the gratuity having beer given by the lady, and that so parsimonious a prince as Vespasian was not likely to have paid such a sum as is here stated for a lady's proffered favors. Footnote 771. The Flavian family had their own tomb. See Domitian, c.v. The prodigy, therefore, did not concern Vespasian. As to the tomb of the Julian family, see Augustus, cci. Footnote 773. Cutilii was a small lake, about 3/4 of a mile from Rete, now called Lago di Contigliano. It was very deep, and being fed from springs in the neighboring hills, the water was exceedingly clear and cold, so that it was frequented by invalids who required invigorating. Vespasian's paternal estates lay in the neighborhood of Rete. See Chap I. Footnote 775. Each dynasty lasted 28 years. Claudius and Nero both reigning 14, and of the Flavius family, Vespasian reigned 10, Titus 3, and Domitian 15. Footnote 777. The Septizonium was a circular building of 7 stories. The remains of that of Septimus Severus, which stood on the side of the Palatine Hill, remained till the time of Pope Sixtus V, who removed it, and employed 38 of its columns in ornamenting the Church of St. Peter. It does not appear whether the Septizonium here mentioned as existing in the time of Titus stood on the same spot. Footnote 780. Jerusalem was taken, sacked, and burnt by Titus after a 2 years' siege on the 8th September, AUC 821, AD 69, it being the Sabbath. It was in the 2nd year of the reign of Vespasian, when the emperor was 60 years old and Titus himself, as he informs us, 30. For particulars of the siege see Josephus de Bell, Judd, Roman 6, and Roman 7, Hegesippus exid, hierosol, v. Dio lxvi. Tacitus hist v. Orosius Roman 7, 9. Footnote 781. For the sense in which Titus was saluted with the title of emperor by the troops, see Julius Caesar, c. lxxvi. Footnote 782. The joint triumph of Vespasian and Titus, which was celebrated AUC 824, is fully described by Josephus de Bell, Judd, Roman 7, 24. It is commemorated by the triumphal monument called the Arch of Titus, erected by the Senate and people of Rome after his death, and still standing at the foot of the Palatine Hill, on the road leading from the Colosseum to the Forum, and is one of the most beautiful as well as the most interesting models of Roman art. It consists of 4 stories of the 3 orders of architecture, the Corinthian being repeated in the 2 highest. Some of the bas-reliefs, still in good preservation, represent the table of the showbread, the 7-branched golden candlestick, the vessel of incense, and the silver trumpets, which were taken by Titus from the temple at Jerusalem, and with the book of the law, the veil of the temple, and other spoils were carried in the triumph. The fate of these sacred relics is rather interesting. Josephus says that the veil and books of the law were deposited in the Palladium, and the rest of the spoils in the Temple of Peace. When that was burnt in the reign of Commodus, these treasures were saved, and they were afterwards carried off by Genseric to Africa. Belisarius recovered them and brought them to Constantinople, AD 520. Procopius informs us that a Jew who saw them told an acquaintance of the emperor that it would not be advisable to carry them to the palace at Constantinople, as they could not remain anywhere else but where Solomon had placed them. This, he said, was the reason why Genseric had taken the palace at Rome, and the Roman army had in turn taken that of the Vandal kings. Upon this, the emperor was so alarmed that he sent the whole of them to the Christian churches at Jerusalem. Footnote 786. Berenice, whose name is written by our author and others Baranus, was daughter of Agrippa the Great, who was by Aristobulus, grandson of Herod the Great. Having been contracted to Mark, son of Alexander Lysimachus, he died before their union, and Agrippa married her to Herod, Mark's brother, for whom he had obtained from the Emperor Claudius the kingdom of Chalcis. Herod also dying, Berenice, then a widow, lived with her brother Agrippa, and was suspected of an incestuous intercourse with him. It was at this time that, on their way to the imperial court at Rome, they paid a visit to Festus at Caesarea, and were present when St. Paul answered his accusers so eloquently before the tribunal of the governor. Her fascinations were so great that, to shield herself from the charge of incest, she prevailed on Polemon, king of Cilicia, to submit to be circumcised, become a Jew, and marry her. That union also proving unfortunate, she appears to have returned to Jerusalem, and having attracted Vespasian by magnificent gifts and the young Titus by her extraordinary beauty, she followed them to Rome after the termination of the Jewish war and had apartments in the palace, where she lived with Titus, to all appearance as his wife, as Xiphilinus informs us, and there seems no doubt that he would have married her, but for the strong prejudices of the Romans against foreign alliances. Suetonius tells us with what pain they separated. Footnote 787, the Colosseum, it had been 4 years in building. See Vespas, see Roman 9. Footnote 788, the baths of Titus stood on the Esquiline Hill, on part of the ground which had been the gardens of Mecines. Considerable remains of them are still found among the vineyards, vaulted chambers of vast dimensions, some of which were decorated with arabesque paintings, still in good preservation. Titus appears to have erected a palace for himself adjoining, for the Laocoon, which is mentioned by Pliny as standing in this palace, was found in the neighboring ruins. Footnote 789. If the statements were not well attested, we might be incredulous as to the number of wild beasts collected for the spectacles to which the people of Rome were so passionately devoted. The earliest account we have of such an exhibition was AUC 502, when 142 elephants, taken in Sicily, were produced. Pliny, who gives this information, states that lions first appeared in any number, AUC 652, but these were probably not turned loose. In 661, Sylla, when he was praetor, brought forward 100. In 696, besides lions, elephants, and bears, 150 panthers were shown for the first time. At the dedication of Pompey's theater, there was the greatest exhibition of beasts ever then known, including 17 elephants, 600 lions, which were killed in the course of 5 days, 410 panthers, etc. A rhinoceros also appeared for the first time. This was a UC 701. The art of taming these beasts was carried to such perfection that Mark Antony actually yoked them to his carriage. Julius Caesar, in his third dictatorship, AUC 708, showed a vast number of wild beasts, among which were 400 lions and a camelopard. A tiger was exhibited for the first time at the dedication of the Theatre of Marcellus, AUC 743. It was kept in a cage. Claudius afterwards exhibited 4 together. The exhibition of Titus, at the dedication of the Colosseum, here mentioned by Suetonius, seems to have been the largest ever made. Xiphilinus even adds to the number, and says that including wild boars, cranes, and other animals, no less than 9,000 were killed. In the reigns of succeeding emperors, a new feature was given to these spectacles, the circus being converted into a temporary forest by planting large trees in which wild animals were turned loose, and the people were allowed to enter the wood and take what they pleased. In this instance, the game consisted principally of beasts of chase, and on one occasion 1,000 stags, as many of the ibex, wild sheep, mouflions from Sardinia, and other grazing animals, besides 1,000 wild boars and as many ostriches, were turned loose by the Emperor Gordian. Footnote 790, Diem Perditi. This memorable speech is recorded by several other historians and praised by Eusebius in his chronicles. Footnote 791, AUC 832 AD 79. It is hardly necessary to refer to the well-known epistles of Pliny the Younger, Romans 6. 16 and 20, giving an account of the first eruption of Vesuvius, in which Pliny, the historian, perished, and see hereafter, p. 475. Footnote 792. The Great Fire at Rome happened in the 2nd year of the reign of Titus. It consumed a large portion of the city, and among the public buildings destroyed were the temples of Serapis and Isis, that of Neptune, the baths of Agrippa, the septa, the theaters of Balbus and Pompey, the buildings and library of Augustus on the Palatine, and the temple of Jupiter in the Capitol. Footnote 793. See Vespasian, cc. I and Roman 24. The love of this emperor and his son Titus for the rural retirement of their paternal acres in the Sabine country forms a striking contrast to the vicious attachment of such tyrants as Tiberius and Caligula for the luxurious scenes of Baiae or the libidinous orgies of Capri. Footnote 796. A street, in the 6th region of Rome, so called probably from a remarkable specimen of this beautiful shrub which had made free growth on the spot. Footnote 798. Tacitus, Hist. Roman 3. Differs from Suetonius, saying that Domitian took refuge with a client of his father's near the Velabrum. Perhaps he found it more safe afterwards to cross the Tiber. Footnote 799. One of Domitian's coins bears on the reverse a captive female and soldier, with Germania Divicta. Footnote 801. Such excavations had been made by Julius and by Augustus, Aug. Roman 43, and the seats for the spectators fitted up with timber in a rude way. That was on the other side of the Tiber. The Naumatia of Domitian occupies the site of the present Piazza di Spagna and was larger and more ornamented. Footnote 803. This feast was held in December. Plutarch informs us that it was instituted in commemoration of the 7th hill being included in the city bounds. Footnote 804. The capital had been burnt, for the 3rd time, in the great fire mentioned Titus, see Roman 8. The first fire happened in the Marian War, after which it was rebuilt by Pompey, the 2nd in the reign of Vitellius. Footnote 805. This forum, commenced by Domitian and completed by Nerva, adjoined the Roman Forum and that of Augustus, mentioned in C. Roman 29. Of his life. From its communicating with the 2 others, it was called Transitorium. Part of the wall which bounded it still remains, of a great height and 144 paces long. It is composed of square masses of freestone, very large, and without any cement. And it is not carried in a straight line, but makes 3 or 4 angles, as if some buildings had interfered with its direction. Footnote 806. the residence of the Flavian family was converted into a temple. CCI of the present book. Footnote 807. The stadium was in the shape of a circus and used for races both of men and horses. Footnote 808. The Odeum was a building intended for musical performances. There were 4 of them at Rome. Footnote 812. This absurd edict was speedily revoked. See afterwards see Roman 14. Footnote 813. This was an ancient law leveled against adultery and other pollutions, named from its author Caius Scatinius, a tribune of the people. There was a Julian law with the same object. See Augustus, see Roman 34. Footnote 822. Gentiles who were proselytes to the Jewish religion, or perhaps members of the Christian sect who were confounded with them. See the note to Tiberius, see Roman 36. The tax levied on the Jews was 2 drachmas per head. It was general throughout the empire. Footnote 823. We have had Suetonius's reminiscences, derived through his grandfather and father successively, Caligula, see Roman 19. Otho, cx we now come to his own, commencing from an early age. Footnote 826. See Caligula, see Roman 21, where the rest of the line is quoted, Ais quaranos esto. Footnote 827. An assumption of divinity, as the pulvinar was the consecrated bed, on which the images of the gods reposed. Footnote 828. The pun turns on the similar sound of the Greek word for enough, and the Latin word for an arch. Footnote 829. Domitian, who had been repudiated for an intrigue with Paris, the actor, and afterwards taken back. Footnote 830. The lines, with a slight accommodation, are borrowed from the poet Evenus Anthol, I Roman 6. I, who applies them to a goat, the great enemy of vineyards. Ovid, Fasti, I 357, thus paraphrases them. Rode caper vitam, tamen hinc, cum staris ad aram, in tua quad spargi corneo apposite erit. Footnote 831. Pliny describes this stone as being brought from Cappadocia and says that it was as hard as marble, white and translucent, cx Civ. C22. Footnote 833. The guilt imputed to them was atheism and Jewish, Christian, manners, Dion LXVI, 1112. Footnote 835. Columella R.R. Zaitu enumerates dates among the foreign fruits cultivated in Italy, cherries, dates, apricots, and almonds, and Pliny, Roman 15. 14, informs us that Sextus Papinius was the first who introduced the date tree, having brought it from Africa in the latter days of Augustus. Footnote 836. Some suppose that Domitilla was the wife of Flavius Clemens, see Roman 15, both of whom were condemned by Domitian for their impiety, by which it is probably meant that they were suspected of favoring Christianity. Eusebius makes Flavia Domitilla the niece of Flavius Clemens and says that she was banished to Ponza for having become a Christian. Clemens Romanus, the second bishop of Rome, is said to have been of this family. Footnote 839. The famous library of Alexandria collected by Ptolemy Philadelphus had been burnt by accident in the wars, but we find from this passage in Suetonius that part of it was saved or fresh collections had been made. Seneca de Tranquil, see Roman 9. 7 informs us that 40,000 volumes were burnt, and Gellius states that in his time the number of volumes amounted to nearly 70,000. Footnote 840. This favorite apple, mentioned by Columella and Pliny, took its name from C. Mattius, a Roman knight and friend of Augustus who first introduced it. Pliny tells us that Mattius was also the first who brought into vogue the practice of clipping groves. Footnote 842. It will be understood that the terms grammar and grammarian have here a more extended sense than that which they convey in modern use. See the beginning of C. Roman 4. Footnote 843. Suetonius's account of the rude and unlettered state of society in the early times of Rome is consistent with what we might infer, and with the accounts which have come down to us, of a community composed of the most daring and adventurous spirits thrown off by the neighboring tribes, and whose sole occupations were rapine and war. But Cicero discovers the germs of mental cultivation among the Romans long before the period assigned to it by Suetonius, tracing them to the teaching of Pythagoras, who visited the Greek cities on the coast of Italy in the reign of Tarquinius Superbus, Tusk. Quist, Roman 4, 1. Footnote 844. Livius, whose cognomen Andronicus intimates his extraction, was born of Greek parents. He began to teach at Rome in the consulship of Claudius Cento, the son of Appius Caecus, and Sempronius Tuditanus, AUC. 514. He must not be confounded with Titus Livius, the historian, who flourished in the Augustan age. Footnote 845. Annaeus was a native of Calabria. He was born the year after the consulship mentioned in the preceding note and lived to see at least his 76th year, for Gellius informs us that at that age he wrote the 12th book of his annals. Footnote 846. Porcius Cato found Annaeus in Sardinia when he conquered that island during his praetorship. He learnt Greek from Annaeus there and brought him to Rome on his return. Annaeus taught Greek at Rome for a long course of years, having M. Cato among his pupils. Footnote 847. Malos was near Tarsus, in Cilicia. Crates was the son of Timocrates, a Stoic philosopher, who for his critical skill had the surname of Homericus. Footnote 848. Aristarchus flourished at Alexandria in the reign of Ptolemy Philometor, whose son he educated. Footnote 850. Cicero declar. Orat. See Roman 20, de Senect. CV1 places the death of Annaeus AUC. 584, for which there are other authorities, but this differs from the account given in a former note. Footnote 851. The history of the First Punic War by Naevius is mentioned by Cicero, de Senect, C14. Footnote 853. Q. Metellus obtained the surname of Numidicus on his triumph over Jugurtha, AUC 644. Aelius, who was Varro's tutor, accompanied him to Rhodes or Smyrna when he was unjustly banished, AUC 653. Footnote 854. Servius Claudius, also called Clodius, is commended by Cicero, Fam. Epist. Roman 9. 16, and his singular death mentioned by Pliny, Roman 25. 4. Footnote 855. Daphnes, a shepherd, the son of Mercury, was said to have been brought up by Pan. The humorous turn given by Lennius to Lutatius's cognomen is not very clear. Daphnides is the plural of Daphnis, therefore the herd or company, agema, and Pan was the god of rustics and the inventor of the rude music of the reed. Footnote 856. Oppius Cares is said by Macrobius to have written a book on forest trees. Footnote 857. Quintilian enumerates by Baculus among the Roman poets in the same line with Catullus and Horace, Institut. X1. Of Sigida we know nothing, even the name is supposed to be incorrectly given. Apuleius mentions a Tisida, who is also noticed by Suetonius hereafter in Caesar, where likewise he gives an account of Valerius Cato. Footnote 858. Probably Suvius, of whom Macrobius informs us that he was the learned author of an idyll, which had the title of the Mulberry Grove, observing that the peach which Suvius reckons as a species of the nuts rather belongs to the tribe of apples. Footnote 859. Aurelius Appius is mentioned by Symmachus and Gellius. His contemporary and friend, Rutilius Rufus, having been a military tribune under Scipio in the Numantine War, wrote a history of it. He was consul AUC 648 and unjustly banished to the general grief of the people, AUC 659. Footnote 860. Quintilian mentions Nifo instit, I6. We find that Cicero was among his pupils. The date of his praetorship, given below, fixes the time when Nifo flourished. Footnote 861. This strange cognomen is supposed to have been derived from a cork arm, which supplied the place of one Dionysius had lost. He was a poet of Mytilene. Footnote 865. A grade of inferior officers in the Roman armies, of which we have no very exact idea. Footnote 866. Horace speaks feelingly on the subject. Memini qui plagosum mihi parvo orbilium tractare. Epist. Xi I 70. I remember well when I was young, how old Orbilius thwacked me at my tasks. Footnote 867. Domitius Marsus wrote epigrams. He is mentioned by Ovid and Martial. Footnote 868. This is not the only instance mentioned by Suetonius of statues erected to learned men in the place of their birth or celebrity. Orbilius, as a schoolmaster, was represented in a sitting posture and with the gown of the Greek philosophers. Footnote 869, Tacitus Annal, CXI, 75 gives the character of Ateus Capito. He was consul AUC, 758. Footnote 871, whether Hermes was the son or scholar of Nipho, does not appear. Footnote 872, Eratosthenes, an Athenian philosopher, flourished in Egypt under 3 of the Ptolemies successively. Strabo often mentions him. See Romans 17, p. 576. Footnote 873, Cornelius Helvius Cinna was an epigrammatic poet of the same age as Catullus. Ovid mentions him, Tristia, Xi 435. Footnote 875. Zenodotus, the grammarian, was librarian to the first Ptolemy at Alexandria and tutor to his sons. Footnote 877. We find from Plutarch that Sylla was employed 2 days before his death in completing the 22nd book of his commentaries, and, foreseeing his fate, entrusted them to the care of Lucullus, who, with the assistance of Epicadius, corrected and arranged them. Epicadius also wrote on heroic verse and cognomina. Footnote 878. Plutarch, in his Life of Caesar, speaks of the loose conduct of Mutia, Pompey's wife, during her husband's absence. Footnote 882. Lennius was not singular in his censure of Sallust. Lactantius, 1112, gives him an infamous character, and Horace says of him, Libertinarum dico, Sallustius in quas non minus insanit, quam qui mocetur sat. I 248. Footnote 883. The name of the well-known Roman knight to whom Cicero addressed his epistles was Titus Pomponius Atticus. Although Satrius was the name of a family at Rome, no connection between it and Atticus can be found, so that the text is supposed to be corrupt. Quintus Caecilius was an uncle of Atticus and adopted him. The freedman mentioned in this chapter probably assumed his name, he having been the property of Caecilius, as it was the custom for freedmen to adopt the names of their patrons. Footnote 887. Varius Flaccus is mentioned by St. Jerome, in conjunction with Athenodorus of Tarsus, a Stoic philosopher, to have flourished AMC 2024, which is AUC 759, AD 9. He is also praised by Gellius, Macrobius, Pliny, and Priscian. Footnote 888. Cinna wrote a poem which he called Smyrna and was 9 years in composing, as Catullus informs us 93. 1. Footnote 890. Cornelius Alexander, who had also the name of Polyhistor, was born at Miletus, and being taken prisoner and bought by Cornelius was brought to Rome, and becoming his teacher, had his freedom given him with the name of his patron. He flourished in the time of Sylla and composed a great number of works, amongst which were 5 books on Rome. Suetonius has already told us, Augustus, Roman 29, that he had the care of the Palatine Library. Footnote 891. No such consul as Caius Licinius appears in the Fasti, and it is supposed to be a mistake for C. Atinius, who was the colleague of C.N. Domitius Calvinus, AUC 713, and wrote a book on the Civil War. Footnote 892. Julius Modestus, in whom the name of the Julian family was still preserved, is mentioned with approbation by Gellius, Martial, Quintilian, and others. Footnote 895. The trabea was a white robe with a purple border of a different fashion from the toga. Footnote 898. Remmius Palaemon appears to have been contemporary with Pliny and Quintilian, who speak highly of him. Footnote 900. Audiat hic tantum vel qui venit ex Palaemon, Eccle Roman 3, 50. Footnote 901. All the editions have the word vitum, but we might conjecture, from the large produce, that it is a mistake for vinim, a vineyard, in which case the word vasa might be rendered, not bottles, but casks. The amphora held about 9 gallons. Pliny mentions that Remmius bought a farm near the turning on the Nomentan road at the 10th milestone from Rome. Footnote 902. Usque ad infamiam oris. See Tiberius, p. 220 and the notes. Footnote 903. Now Beirut, on the coast of Syria. It was one of the colonies founded by Julius Caesar when he transported 80,000 Roman citizens to foreign parts. Julius, Roman 42. Footnote 908. This extract given by Suetonius is all we know of any epistle addressed by Cicero to Marcus Titinius. Footnote 909. See Cicero's oration, Pro Caelio, where Atrasinus is frequently mentioned, especially cc. I and Roman 3. Footnote 911. From the manner in which Suetonius speaks of the old custom of chaining one of the lowest slaves to the outer gate, to supply the place of a watchdog, it would appear to have been disused in his time. Footnote 912. The work in which Cornelius Nepos made this statement is lost. Footnote 913. Pliny mentions with approbation C. Epidius, who wrote some treatises in which trees are represented as speaking, and the period in which he flourished agrees with that assigned to the rhetorician here named by Suetonius. Pliny, Romans 17. 25. Footnote 914. Esoricus was consul with Julius Caesar Roman 2, AUC 705, and again with L. Antony, AUC 712. Footnote 915. A river in the ancient Campania, now called the Sarno, which discharges itself into the Bay of Naples. Footnote 916. Epidius attributes the injury received by his eyes to the corrupt habits he contracted in the society of M. Antony. Footnote 917. The direct allusion is to the style or probe used by surgeons in opening tumors. Footnote 918. Mark Antony was consul with Julius Caesar, AUC 709, see before Julius C. LX6. Footnote 920. Leontium, now called Lentini, was a town in Sicily, the foundation of which is related by Thucydides, Roman 6, p. 412. Polybius describes the Leontine fields as the most fertile part of Sicily. Polyb, Roman 7, 1, and see Cicero, Contra Verum, Roman 3, 46-47. Footnote 922. Saint Jerome in Cron, Euseb, describes Lucius Munatius Plancus as the disciple of Cicero and a celebrated orator. He founded Lyons during the time he governed that part of the Roman provinces in Gaul. Footnote 924. He meant to speak of Cisalpine Gaul, which, though geographically a part of Italy, did not till a late period enjoy the privileges of the other territories united to Rome, and was administered by a praetor under the forms of a dependent province. It was admitted to equal rights by the triumvirs after the death of Julius Caesar. Albutius intimated that those rights were now in danger. Footnote 925. Lucius Fenestella, an historical writer, is mentioned by Lactantius, Seneca, and Pliny, who says that he died towards the close of the reign of Tiberius. Footnote 926. The Second Punic War ended AUC 552, and the Third began AUC 605. Terence was probably born about 560. Footnote 927. Carthage was laid in ruins AUC 606 or 607, 667 years after its foundation. Footnote 928. These entertainments were given by the aediles M. Fulvius Nobilior and M. Acilius Glabrio, AUC 587. Footnote 929. St. Jerome also states that Terence read the Andria to Caecilius, who was a comic poet at Rome, but it is clearly an anachronism, as he died 2 years before this period. It is proposed, therefore, to amend the text by substituting Acilius, the aedile, a correction recommended by all the circumstances and approved by Pitiscus and Ernesti. Footnote 930. The Hecyra, the mother-in-law, is one of Terence's plays. Footnote 931. The eunuch was not brought out till 5 years after the Andria, AUC 592. Footnote 932. About £80 sterling, the price paid for the 2 performances. What further right of authorship is meant by the words following is not very clear. Footnote 934. This report is mentioned by Cicero, ad Attic, Roman 7, 3, who applies it to the younger Laelius. The Scipio here mentioned is Scipio Africanus, who was at this time about 21 years of age. Footnote 935. The Calends of March was the festival of married women. See before, Vespasian, see Roman 19. Footnote 936. Santra, who wrote biographies of celebrated characters, is mentioned as a man of learning, by St. Jerome in his preface to the book on the ecclesiastical writers. Footnote 937. The idea seems to have prevailed that Terence, originally an African slave, could not have attained that purity of style in Latin composition which is found in his plays without some assistance. The style of Phaedrus, however, who was a slave from Thrace and lived in the reign of Tiberius, is equally pure, although no such suspicion attaches to his work. Footnote 938. Cicero declare. Orat. C. 207 gives Sulpicius Gallus a high character as a finished orator and elegant scholar. He was consul when the Andria was first produced. Footnote 939. Labeo and Papilius are also spoken of by Cicero in high terms, Ib. cc. 21 and 24. Q. Fabius Labeo was consul with M. Claudius Marcellus, AUC 570, and Papilius with L. Postumius Albinus, AUC 580. Footnote 940. The story of Terence's having converted into Latin plays this large number of Menander's Greek comedies is beyond all probability, considering the age at which he died and other circumstances. Indeed, Menander never wrote so many as are here stated. Footnote 941. They were consuls AUC 594. Terence was, therefore, 34 years old at the time of his death. Footnote 942. Hortulorum in the plural number. This term, often found in Roman authors, not inaptly describes the vast number of little enclosures, consisting of vineyards, orchards of fig trees, peaches, etc., with patches of tillage, in which maize, legumes, melons, pumpkins, and other vegetables are cultivated for sale, still found on small properties in the south of Europe, particularly in the neighborhood of towns. Footnote 943. Suetonius has quoted these lines in the earlier part of his Life of Terence. See before p. 532, where they are translated. Footnote 944. Juvenal was born at Aquinum, a town of the Volscians, as appears by an ancient Ms. and is intimated by himself. Sat. Roman 3, 319. Footnote 945. He must have been therefore nearly 40 years old at this time, as he lived to be 80. Footnote 947. This Paris does not appear to have been the favorite of Nero, who was put to death by that prince, see Nero, see Liv, but another person of the same name who was patronized by the Emperor Domitian. The name of the poet joined with him is not known. Salmadius thinks it was Statius Pompilius, who sold to Paris, the actor, the play of Agave. Esserit intactum Peridinici vendet Agaven Juv. Sat. Roman 7, 87. Footnote 948. Sulpicius Camerinus had been proconsul in Africa, Barias Soranus in Asia. Tacit. Annal, Roman 13. 52, Roman 16. 23. Both of them are said to have been corrupt in their administration, and the satirist introduces their names as examples of the rich and noble, whose influence was less than that of favorite actors, or whose avarice prevented them from becoming the patrons of poets. Footnote 949. The Pelopia was a tragedy founded on the story of the daughter of Thyestes, the Philomela, a tragedy on the fate of Ides, whose remains were served to his father at a banquet by Philomela and her sister Progny. Footnote 950. This was in the time of Adrian. Juvenal, who wrote first in the reigns of Domitian and Trajan, composed his last satire but one in the third year of Adrian, AUC 872. Footnote 951. Scene is meant the frontier station of the imperial troops in that quarter of the world. Footnote 954. Persius was one of the few men of rank and affluence among the Romans who acquired distinction as writers, the greater part of them having been freedmen, as appears not only from these lives of the poets, but from our author's notices of the Grammarians and Rhetoricians. Achaeus Persius is mentioned with distinction by Livy in the Second Punic War, Hist. Roman 26, 39, and another of the same name by Cicero, de Orat. Roman 2. 6, and by Pliny, but whether the poet was descended from either of them, we have no means of ascertaining. Footnote 955. Persius addressed his fifth satire to Annaeus Cornutus. He was a native of Leptis, in Africa, and lived at Rome in the time of Nero, by whom he was banished. Footnote 956. Ctesius Basheus, a lyric poet, flourished during the reigns of Nero and Galba. Persius dedicated his sixth satire to him. Footnote 957, Numanus. It should be Servilius Nonianus, who is mentioned by Pliny, Roman 28, 2 and Roman 37, 6. Footnote 958. Commentators are not agreed about these sums, the text varying both in the manuscripts and editions. Footnote 960. There is no appearance of any want of finish in the sixth satire of Persius, as it has come down to us, but it has been conjectured that it was followed by another, which was left imperfect. Footnote 961. There were two Arias, mother and daughter Tacit, Annal, Roman 16, 34-3. Footnote 962. Persius died about 9 days before he completed his 29th year. Footnote 963. Venusium stood on the confines of the Apulian, Lucanian, and Samnite territories. Sequerhunc, Lucanus and Apulus anceps, nam Venusinus erat finem sub utrum colonus, horsat. Ze 134. Footnote 965. Horace mentions his being in this battle and does not scruple to admit that he made rather a precipitate retreat, relicta non bene parmula. Ode Ze 7-9. Footnote 967. The editors of Suetonius give different versions of this epigram. It seems to allude to some passing occurrence, and in its present form the sense is to this effect. If I love you not, Horace, to my very heart's core, may you see the priest of the college of Titus leaner than his mule. Footnote 968. Probably the Septimius to whom Horace addressed the ode beginning. Septimi gads aditur mecum, ode excel, bi. Footnote 970, see epist, I Roman 4, Roman 15. Me ping et, natidum bene curata cute vices. Footnote 971. It is satisfactory to find that the best commentators consider the words between brackets as an interpolation in the work of Suetonius. Some, including Bentley, reject the preceding sentence also. Footnote 972. The works of Horace abound with references to his Sabine farm which must be familiar to many readers. Some remains are still shewn, consisting of a ruined wall and a tessellated pavement in a vineyard, about 8 miles from Tivoli, which are supposed, with reason, to mark its site. At least, the features of the neighboring country, as often sketched by the poet and they are very beautiful, cannot be mistaken. Footnote 973. Aurelius Cotta and L. Manlius Torquatus were consuls A. U. C. 688. The genial Horace, in speaking of his old wine, agrees with Suetonius in fixing the date of his own birth. O nata mecum consul Manlio testode Roman 3, 21. And again, tu vina Torquato move consul pressa mio epod, Roman 13, 8. Footnote 974, AUC, 745, so that Horace was in his 57th, not his 59th year at the time of his death. Footnote 975. It may be concluded that Horace died at Rome, under the hospitable roof of his patron Mecaenas, whose villa and garden stood on the Esquiline Hill, which had formerly been the burial ground of the lower classes, but, as he tells us, Nunc licet Esquiles habiter salubribus, acagur in aprico spatier, sat. I-8. Footnote 976, Cordova. Lucan was the son of Annaeus Mela, Seneca's brother. Footnote 977. This sentence is very obscure, and Ernesti considers the text to be imperfect. Footnote 978. They had good reason to know that, ridiculous as the tyrant made himself, it was not safe to incur even the suspicion of being parties to a jest upon him. Footnote 980. Saint Jerome Cron Euseb places Lucan's death in the 10th year of Nero's reign, corresponding with AUC 817. This opportunity is taken of correcting an error in the press, p. 342, respecting the date of Nero's accession. It should be AUC 807 AD 55. Footnote 981. These circumstances are not mentioned by some other writers. See Dr. Thompson's account of Lucan, before p. 347, where it is said that he died with philosophical firmness. Footnote 982. We find it stated ib. p. 396 that Lucan expired while pronouncing some verses from his own Pharsalia, for which we have the authority of Tacitus, Annal, Roman 15, 21. Lucan, it appears, employed his last hours in revising his poems. On the contrary, Virgil, we are told, when his death was imminent, renewed his directions that the Aeneid should be committed to the flames. Footnote 983. The text of the concluding sentence of Lucan's life is corrupt, and neither of the modes proposed for correcting it make the sense intended very clear. Footnote 984. Although this brief memoir of Pliny is inserted in all the editions of Suetonius, it was unquestionably not written by him. The author, whoever he was, has confounded the two Plinys, the uncle and nephew, into which error Suetonius could not have fallen, as he lived on intimate terms with the younger Pliny. Nor can it be supposed that he would have composed the memoir of his illustrious friend in so cursory a manner. Scaliger and other learned men consider that the Life of Pliny, attributed to Suetonius, was composed more than 4 centuries after that historian's death. Footnote 985. See Julius, see Roman 28. Caius Plinius Caecilius Secundus. The younger Pliny was born at Como, AUC 814, AD 62. His father's name was Lucius Caecilius, also of Como, who married Plinia, the sister of Caius Plinius Secundus, supposed to have been a native of Verona, the author of the Natural History, and by this marriage the uncle of Pliny the Younger. It was the nephew who enjoyed the confidence of the emperors Nerva and Trajan, and was the author of the celebrated letters. Footnote 986. The first eruption of Mount Vesuvius occurred AUC 831 AD 79. See Titus, see Roman 8. The younger Pliny was with his uncle at Misenum at the time, and has left an account of his disastrous enterprise in one of his letters, Epist, Roman 6, Roman 16. Footnote 987. For further accounts of the elder Pliny, see the epistles of his nephew, B. Roman 3, 5, Roman 6, 16, 20, and Dr. Thomson's Remarks before, pp. 475-478.